Hey folks, so this video is another of my series of epic readings of the Martin Adams Sonic novels from the 90s, and this time it's Sonic the Hedgehog in Robotnik's Laboratory. This one is actually my least favourite of the Sonic novels. I've only read it a few times, I think, and the last one was back in the 90s. It's really quite crazy, this one, the craziest of the novels. But it's still pretty good, and yeah, so let's get into it. It starts with, as all the other Sonic novels, it's got your Sonic story so far, which is a brief description of the Kintable origin story that was laid out in Stay Sonic, the British Sonic Bible. I talked about it in my brief overview of the Sonic video some months ago. I'll link in the description to that. So here we go then. Chapter 1. Where's that pig? Home sweet home, sighed a tired hedgehog as he dumped his carrier on the ground. We had one neat holiday, but dude, I'm pooped. It was brilliant. That turbotronic barrel train ride was the grooviest thing I've seen on in a long time. Been on in a long time, replied the still excited Tails. Sonic could see his foxy friend's twin tails began to twirl and frown at him. Sonic wasn't too happy because his glorious blue spines were looking just a bit droopy from tiredness, and that was a bummer. How could a hedgehog look drop dead cool with droopy spines? He needed some nachos and colas to put some pizzazz back into them, and he needed them fast. Yeah, well, don't tell me I was there, except for Sally and Porker and the others. Hope they got our postcard, Sonic said. Let's delay the unpacking and get some serious relaxation in, like let's slap in a video and stuff our little faces, dude. Sonic needed a lot of food. Ever since Dr. Ovi Kintable had helped him become the planet Mobius' first truly supersonic hedgehog, Sonic needed to eat a lot to keep his whizzing metabolism going. If Sonic wasn't thinking about how cool his spines looked, and whether his red super fast trainers are really clean, he was thinking about his stomach. So barely waiting for their luggage to hit the floor, the two sped off in search of some food. 3 hours later, a very satisfied pair of friends looked out over the wreckage of crisps and tortilla chip packets and a half-dozen empty cola balls. Sonic's feet were starting to twitch now. He wanted to do something. Okay, now we've satisfied our truly awesome hunger with that little snackette, I vote we go find our friends and party on with some holiday stories. Besides, I want to see if Porker got that exploding luminous custard bomb we sent him. Well, why don't we wait till it's dark, and then we can see him glowing, Tails sniggered. Sonic laughed. Nah, I can't wait. Let's go over now and, hey, I've got an idea. If you'd been there, you might have spotted the terrible signs that a totally bodacious trick was about to be sprung. 2 furry tail trips were sticking out from under the sheet Tails had over his body, while Sonic looks out from around a tree next to Porky Lewis's bright green front door. Cameras poised for a totally awesome photo opportunity. Tails is going to be the Green Hill Zone's first ghostly custard gram. He practiced his spooky ooh wailing ghost noises until Sonic couldn't stand it anymore, and he had one seriously large custard pie in his quivering right hand ready to throw. All it needed now was for Porker to open the door, which he wasn't doing. As you might imagine, Tails was getting impatient. He knocked again, more loudly this time. Delivery for Mr. Lewis! Come and get it! Tails readied himself for launching once more, but there was no reply. Bang, bang, bang! Come on, Porker! We know you're in there! Still no reply came from inside. Maybe he's over at Sally's, a disappointed fox called Sonic. We can try a second delivery. Sonic was getting really twitchy now, and he nearly hit supersonic speed racing over to Sally Acorn's place. Close behind him, Tails almost fell over his feet, and with a billowing sheet around his legs and not being able to see too well through the somewhat hastily positioned eye hole to cut out of it, he got there just as Sonic banged on the door. Yoo-hoo! Special delivery, dudes! Truly excellent dispatch from Mr. Porker Lewis! And still no reply. Tails pulled the sheet off his head. Hey Sonic, this is getting boring. Where are the guys? Sonic was tapping his foot now, a sure sign he was getting seriously bad vibes. Half an hour later, after a whirlwind tour, a green hill zone which had left Sonic's trainers almost sizzling, Tails and Sonic were reunited outside Porker's place, only to tell each other that none of their friends were to be found. No Porker, no Sally, no Johnny Lightfoot, pacing his racing outside his home. Okay. No Flicky the Bluebird swinging from the branches. Tails' custard pie was beginning to collapse. Icky, moaned the fox as he worked the dribbling custard from his paws. Let's give this one up, Sonic, please. Big Brown always pleaded with his friend to let him drop the pie. This wasn't any fun anymore. Well, Sonic was thinking, if that wasn't something he cared for, being a hedgehog of action, but since they were outside Porky's door and the pie was for him, it seemed a bodacious idea to rig up a little trap with the pie over the door, just in case their piggy friend came back soon. Sonic opened the door. Inside the place was a mess. That wouldn't have worried him with any other of his friends. They were almost as messy as he was. But Porker was a real clean guy. He was always the one who tidied up the crisp packets and burger trays from Sonic's house when they came over to play cards with him. You may like living in a pigsty, Sonic, he would joke, but I certainly don't. Porker's place had never looked like this. Even Porker's playing cards, and he was very fussy about them because he hated losing a card from a pack, was strewn all over the place. Tails surveyed the wreckage. Well, at least he got our postcard, he said sadly, as he turned it over his foot. It was a very nice view of the ice-capped purple mountains of the spring yard zone. Sonic and Tails hadn't entirely ruined it with their scrawled across and the penciled message, "We was here," on the front. The fox turned to his friend with a really worried face. Sonic, do you think that Porker's being pignapped? I don't know, little dude, but this looks totally heinous to me. Let's get out somewhere else. First stop had to be the Nachos bar. That's where their friends would often meet up, and besides, Sonic was getting hungry again. I haven't seen Porker for 3 days, said the chicken behind the counter as he passed a small mountain of soda and nachos over on a tray. Sonic ripped over the nachos pack and started to shovel them down his throat, but for now, he could let Tails do all the talking. What about Sally or Johnny? Hey, what about Chirp? Jeepers, he's your cousin, isn't he? The chicken looked thoughtful. Funny enough, I haven't seen many of them for days, except for Tux. He was there yesterday. He had a half-pound haddock bendy burger with triple fries and a chocolate double soda supreme. Sonic's eyes lit up. That was partly because he would learn that it was at least one of his friends was still around. It was partly because he was mostly because he was licking his lips. Well, buddy, let's go find this one wicked penguin, cried Tails. In a minute, Tails. I think we can handle one of those chocolate sodas first. Along the way to Tux's, Sonic and Tails found that Sally Acorn's place was every bit as messed up as Porker's. That really worried them because Sally was even tidier than Porker most of the time. But it wasn't as worrying as what happened to them at the shoreline by Tux's house. Tux's door was wide open and there were signs of a struggle throughout the room. The most alarming sign was that the fridge was open and there wasn't any fish inside. Whoever had taken Tux away had taken his fish as well, and the bad guys even descended to fish napping. Things are serious. Hey, Sonic, Tails gulped. Someone spelled the word help in fridge mounted letters on the door. I wonder what that means, Sonic. Sonic was sniffing the air, his spines beginning to bristle with a familiar tingling sensation. Can you smell something, little dude? Tails sneezed. Like fish? No, stupid, concentrate. Tails sniffed frantically. Ah, yuck, awful, it smells like... Yeah, totally gross, it smells like rotten eggs. No, both know what that means. Hey, give me the camera, quick. Tails had forgotten they'd be carrying around the super binocular infrascanning video camera all this while. Thanks to the incredible technology of Mobius, it was only the size of a very small burger box. This advance was perhaps less successful than the makers had hoped, for every time he got hungry, Sonic tended to grab it and tried to get a cheeseburger out of it. Tails took it from around his neck and passed it to the impatient hedgehog, who squinted one eye shut and looked through the rangefinder. Oh no! Hey, it's to the max! It's an enigmatic! One of Robotnik's flying ships, and Sonic was confused. The speck flying for the distance just disappeared. Well, it didn't really disappear. What actually happened was that the robot flying the ship engaged Dr. Robotnik's new experimental Chaos Shift Warp compressor drive, and the ship entered one of the warp's confusion hive of the planet. However, apart from Robotnik, only an out-and-about genius could have known this, and though he's no dummy, Sonic isn't an out-and-out genius either. Sonic pondered. I guess Robotnik must have invented a new Chaos Shift Warp compressor drive, and that shift has just vanished into a warp confusion. What a bummer. Look, it was just a lucky guess, okay? Breaking down the fourth wall there. Chapter 2. Greetings, your real dude ship. Tails and Sonic were having a think. They didn't much care for this, but drastic measures were called for. They knew that Robotnik had been kidnapping their friends, and they wanted to do something about it. I think it made their brains hurt. So, when the ship was flying, it looked as if it headed off to the labyrinth zone. At least until it vanished just like that, Tails was thinking aloud. You see it done in the movies, but it's harder than it looked. Slowly, though, an idea wiggled through the fog. There's only one thing for it. You gotta go to the labyrinth zone and see if we can find anything out before we try raiding Robotnik's laboratory. We don't even know for sure that he has our friends there anyway. And why has he captured them? I thought he was always after you because you know some of his scientific secrets. Tails had to do most of the thinking for the two of them. Even though his tails were twitching to go, he knew that they needed a plan, preferably a really clever plan in capital letters. I've got a plan, Sonic announced, getting to his feet and searching for packs of crisp peanuts and tortilla chips. Yeah, by the way, in these Sonic novels, I've talked about this before, but unlike the American Sonic media, where it's all about chili dogs, is Sonic's favourite food. Here it's like all fast food in the British Sonic novels for some reason, I don't know. Tails brightened up. Alright, what's the plan then? Sonic finished stuffing the packets into a bag which he draped around his friend's neck. We rush over to the Labyrinth Zone and search everywhere to learn everything we can. He gave his red power sneakers a final polish. That's it? That's it? Clever or what? Tails didn't have time to say what before Sonic was racing out across the grass of Green Hill Zone. Built up speed until whoosh! The hedgehog curled into a ball and whizzed up over the hill in the distance. Tails stared at him with admiration, but not for long. With his white-tipped foxtail twirling and whirling, Tails broke into his famous super dash and streaked off into a puff of dust. Now Sonic is seriously quick when it comes to running, but when he needs to come to a halt, he can do that every bit as fast. Or if you ignore the overshooting problem, more seriously, when he screeches to a halt in the middle of Labyrinth Zone, he gets dirt on his sneakers because there's a lot of slimy stuff on one of the gungy parts of weeds in the place. Oh, gross to the max, the hedgehog lamented. And right in front of me there was what was right behind the counted. Tails went slamming into the back of his friend because he was so busy trying to catch up with his buddy that he wasn't watching where he was going. Sonic went flying to the labyrinth fizzle bush, and dude, they are spiky. All Tails could see when he picked himself up was a pair of red sneakers and hedgehog feet sticking out of the bush some yards ahead. Crikey, he thought, that wasn't very clever of me, was it? That wasn't very clever of you, was it? Came a sarcastic voice from his lip. Tails whirled around to see a many-legged creature of a type he'd never seen before sitting on a rock not far from the shore of the lake. It had a shell on the lower half of its body and funny eyes and stalks. Tails didn't know what it was, but Tails is a well brought up sort of fox, so he reasoned that it would be neat to be polite to it. No, he said, forgetting entirely about his hedgehog buddy getting out of the bush, looking very cross. What are you? What? You're very rude. You mean, who are you? He's Prawn, Sonic, said Sonic, who by now had picked Tails up by his ears and threatened to use him to polish his sneakers. Hello, Mr. Prawn. I am King Prawn. My name is Peter. So you can call me King Peter. And speak with the right tone of grovelling to water, you clumsy pair of dweebs. Sonic released Tails and advanced on the Prawn. Hey, real dude. I thought you lived in the water, not on the rocks. Usually I do, but today I'm doing a royal walkabout. The Prawn waved several of his hands around rather aimlessly, as all royals do. And if I hadn't been, I wouldn't have seen that Buzz Downick over there. Tails spun around to see what the Prawn was waving at. In the distance, on top of a solid block of stone carved with gargoyles' faces, was a machine which he recognised as a computer. Above it hovered a large metallic watch-like robot. Tails knew what it was. It was a buzzer, or Robotnik's evil robot creations. But King Peter hadn't called it that. A Buzz Downick? It's a buzzer. No, it isn't. King Peter spoke with a weary sigh and a royal person confronted with a very dumb subject. It's plain as sigh he'd done before. It's a buzzer which does something extra. Of course, it will attack you with its little sting if you go near it. It will try to rip your head off as well, but, well, it's your spikes in your tails, mateys. But it was here 3 days ago with a fat man and a funny-looking robot with a hump on his back, which the fat man called Egor. And Fatso told Egor that the computer there would be worked by the Buzz Downick. I think he said it downloads information from the computer. The Prawn sounded very pleased with himself remembering this. See, buzzer, that's Buzz downloading, that's down. Not sure about the ick bit though. Nick. Sonic was busy staring intensely at the hovering robot. It wasn't called Nick, as I said. No, Nick, Robotnik. Or Fatso, as your bodacious majesty referred to him. Called lots of his creations Nicks, as one sort or another. This is a little personal thing he does. Sonic's foot was tapping impatiently on the ground. You want to deal with the Buzz Downick now. Hey, make a royal personage. Why don't you have a crown on your head if you're a king? Tails was getting more and more curious. Sonic's getting more and more impatient. Because it's too darned heavy, of course. And because someone would steal it. And because I like to be a royal with the common touch. The Prawn was altogether too pleased with himself. 3 answers for the price of run, he thought happily. Yeah, well, thank you for your radically cool helpfulness, your royal shellfishness. But it's time to go, Sonic nodded his head. It's something that looked very much like a bow. Tails, dash time! Sonic accelerated to super spin while Tails struggled to keep up with him, bouncing off 2 trees, covered the rocks, and judging the angles just right, the supersonic hedgehog crashed into the hovering buzz down it. It fell apart in a huge outburst of wires, metal chunks, bolts, nuts, which went spinning everywhere. Tails was hit on the head by a couple of heavy bolts, which sent him crashing into the computer as he followed his friend. When a super destined fox hits one of Robotnik's computer terminals full pelt, there's only one outcome, or at least there's only one I'm going to tell you about now. The terminal began to hum. The sort of hum that gets louder and higher, like a small child gearing up for a major howl in the Stone Age at a supermarket. Buttons popped off the keyboard like someone stripping corn on the cob, and micro lights began to flash from its control panels and screen. Ka-chunk, ka-chunk, ka-chunk noises came out of its smoking speaker grill. Then it exploded. What fell out of it caught Sonic and Tails by surprise. The terminal was full of springs, long, cold, stinky steel springs, which expanded in size as they shot up the casing. They wrapped themselves around Sonic and Tails, putting their arms and legs together and making a terrible mess of Sonic's spines, which really annoyed him. Both our heroes were now all tied up, well, they actually all sprung up. Doesn't quite sound the same, does it? In the distance and getting louder, they could hear the sound of the buzzer getting closer. The only bits of them that weren't all tied up were Tails' twin twitching appendages. Whirling them furiously, the fox rose into the air and concentrated with all his might. Gritting his teeth and straightening all his muscles, he tried to get free, but the strings just caught tighter and tighter, and with all his might, he just couldn't free himself. Crumbs, he thought miserably to himself. It looks like it's game over. With a deep sad sigh, Tails relaxed and waited for the inevitable. Then all the springs fell off. Of course, they were featly designed to tighten when someone caught in them struggled. As soon as they stopped struggling, the springs just flew off in all directions, with Tails looking at the metal eyes of the second buzzer hovering right in front of him. Yikes! Tails kicked out with a simple reflex. It was just instinct, but it worked. The buzzer whined a bit, turned over on its back, and crashed to the ground where it broke apart. After a few pathetic bzzz noises, it stopped twitching. By that time, Tails had freed Sonic from his springs. The springs coiled tightly around him. Ah, gross out, Sonic lamented. Where's my brush? He quickly found it and began to restore his spikes to their former glory. Meanwhile, Tails was peering into the remains of the computer terminal. The twitching hedgehog noise was soon looking over his shoulder. Hey, look, there's one left. Tails pulled out the funny-looking spring lying inside. Freaky! The spring was more solid than the others. It had some curious chunks of metal, shining very smooth, strung along it. Sonic handled it thoughtfully while in the skies were any more buzzes on the horizon. A distinctly prawn-like voice boomed over his shoulder. Apparently, those are microchips, announced King Peter. Of course, that's what Fatso said to Egor. You seem to know a lot about this, Sonic said suspiciously. The King was about to reply when a small grey-sailed prawn rushed up alongside, curtsied, and whispered in his ear. I'm sorry, grovelling loyal subject, but I have to go home now. My daughter has a chronic eating difficulty. Can't keep her food down. Sonic grinned and flourished a packet from Tails' bag. Give her some nachos, you Madge. The most indubitably and worldly bodacious. 6 times a day before and after and during meals and snacks, awesome. With a real great wave of gratitude, the prawn scuttled off, leaving our heroes with a weird-looking spring and one that snack left to keep them going. Yeah, I heard in another video that's like a Princess Diana gag, which of course would have gone completely over my head back in when I was a kid. But anyway, microchips. Hey, food! I like fries, Tails was excited. You could tell because his tails whizzed around. Not that kind of chip, silly. Sonic was furiously just trying to remember some of what he learned about computers in Robotics Laboratory way back when that evil genius was still the colony over Kinterbor, and Sonic was learning to become one of his first supersonic heroic hedgehog. But I thought microchips were chips you put in the microwave for a snack, and a fairly bodacious mistake as mistakes go, but no. A microchip, little dude, is a small chunk of something called silicon, which computers can store information on. Now I wonder what's on these. Sonic was unusually thoughtful. Brain work called for more food, and they were going down to their last 50 packs of peanuts. This was getting serious. We sure can't use this terminal to find out. We're going to have to find someone who can help us. Let's go! Jeepers, Sonic, can't we just slow down a bit? Tails was getting a bit outpuff. He and Sonic had been in and out of the endless caves and caverns of the labyrinth zone, having to keep swimming and moving, dodging the spiked ball traps, but Robotnik had put there to trap them, and generally having a very annoying time with it. Sonic was screwing up his eyes in determination. We've got to find someone who can help us with this thing. He waved the microchip loaded spring in Tails' face. I'm sure that this holds the secret what Robotnik is up to. Won't it be like what it was before? When Robotnik imprisoned Sally and the others in prison eggs and he had to free them across the zones of Mobius. No, Robotnik's an evil genius. This time it's going to be different. You know, like Robotnik 2. This time it's personal. This time he's done something else with them, and I don't know. So it's forced interrupted by a wailing sound coming from somewhere below them. It sounded like someone singing. On the other hand, it could have been the sound of someone in serious pain. Down, dude. We might find someone who can help us. We might find something which needs help. Let's go and find out. Heading down through the underground caverns at the end of the labyrinth, Sonic and Tails ducked in and out of the lethal spear traps of the caves. Time after time they had to drag themselves out of underwater passages, gasping for breath. Floors opened up, revealing gaping holes, and massive columns pounded round them from the ceiling as they passed. It was all very boring. Soon they were really deep down below the surface of Mobius. Hey Sonic, it's blinking dark down here, Tails sniffed disapprovingly. Dark, cold, dank and dismal. It smells like something really big ate a whole pot of nachos and then... Yeah, well, he's the closest to that noise, Sonic cut in hastily. Simon Tails didn't seem to be made of truly heroic stuff like he himself was. Sonic was right. The voice was very loud now. He and Tails could hear the veiling of some kind of electronic keyboard as well. The echoing cavern sounded awful. Ducking in and out of the deepest roots of some really huge trees, trying to keep the dirt off his sneakers, Sonic aced forward, Tails right behind. They soon found the cause of the noise. It was a mole. Well, okay. It was like a mole, but it wasn't any ordinary mole. He wore heavy shades and a radically sharp suit, and he was sitting on a small tool with a funny little electronic organ on his lap. Oblivious to their presence, he continued plonking away with his paws on the keyboard and wailing, I just called to say I love you. It was gross to the max. It was like Stevie Wonder the mole. So in real presence of mind, Sonic raced over and stuffed a handful of moles into the mole peanut, into the mole's mouth. Just thought you might be hungry from all that making all that fine music, dude, he said as the spotted mole almost fell off his stool. Greetings, I'm Sonic the world famous hedgehog. You probably heard of me. Can you help us with this? He dangled the wobbling spring over the mole's soiled body. The mole started as he coughed bits of peanut all over the ground. Hello, I'm Stevie the Mole. Well, that's a part was strictly unnecessary. No one would have been blind just not to see that. Well, we really dig your music, but we need some help, most excellent mole type dude. My furry twin tail friend and I are looking for some chums who have disappeared. I think that may be the reason why, and that's what's been happening to them. Might be encoded on this, so I continue to dangle the spring before the mole. These friends of yours, they're not worms, are they, by any chance? Said the mole, looking rather guilty. No, there's Sally Acorn, she's a really neat squirrel, and Johnny Lightfoot, our rabbit buddy, and... Phew, that's a relief, sighed the mole. I mean, you kind of hefty looking guys, and I wouldn't have wanted to give you any reason to be cross with me. Well, of course, we're rather hunky, said Tails, popping out his chest. I mean, I don't work out with weights every day for nothing, you know. Sonic looked at his friend with a sarcastic expression. Tails, if you tell wicked lies, you might end up facing a Schwarzenegger bot, and then you'll be sorry. Tails looked suitably abashed. Meanwhile, the mole was sniffing at the spring. It was kind of greasy. Microchips? You got it, cool dude. Know anything about them? Well, let me just plug into my wideband interfacing, mini-maxing, polyphonic, outreaching, unsynthesizing topographizer, said the mole, clutching at the spring. Nothing like a good rim pound for sorting out what's going on. Far out, muttered Tails. He wasn't convinced that the mole knew what he was doing, but with a few powerful swipes of Stevie's claws, the spring was soon coiled round a small box on the side of the organ. The mole flipped a few switches, adjusted a couple of dials, and began to hum. Give me an A, That'll do, cowabunga hero type dudes. I feel a song coming on. Half an hour, a grim-faced hedgehog and the thoroughly frazzled fox staggered to the surface, holding their ears, and crumbled in a heap beneath the shade of a tree. It was better to face the buzzing of a swarm of flying robots than what the others just had to endure. What a total gimboy! My ears hurt, my brain hurts. Tails rolled himself up into a ball and shuffled in his bag for some peanuts. He wasn't hungry, but he hoped that eating might make him feel better. Anyway, Sonic, what was the computer doing here in the middle of nowhere? He didn't feel that he understood what was happening. They were everywhere. We even saw one on holiday, remember? It was disguised as a vending machine. Tails nodded urgently. He recalled it now. He tried to get a bar of peanut chocolate out of it and got an electric shock that made his tail stand on end. Robotnik's searching for the Grey Emerald. It's the one thing that could destroy the power of the Chaos Emeralds he has orbiting Mobius. They're his source of power. Without them, he wouldn't be able to do heinous stuff like kidnapping our friends. So he has these computers around so that anyone who might know anything about where the grey emerald is can type the information in. So how come I just got electrocuted when I touched one? Sonic paused a thought. Not for too long though. I don't know. Perhaps it's because Robotnik knows his enemies and he's programmed the computer to do nasty things to us if we touch them. That is why we should approach them with the intention of a real cool wipe-out action, huh? Tails grinned. Dig it? Now what was that Mole singing to us about? Chapter 3. It's only a brain scanning machine. It won't hurt. So where are Sonic friends? Well, they're imprisoned in the laboratory of evil madman stroke genius Dr. Ira Robotnik. But this isn't Robotnik's old laboratory, with its wider area of robots and weird machines. No, this is one. It's a brand new, just built extension, yet Robotnik himself thought that one up. There are lots of machines here, but they're not the usual ones Robotnik uses. No, there's just one robot that really matters here, and he's called Egor. Egor's unusual. He has something of personality. He thinks, yes, he thinks of himself. That's what it says. As Dr. Robotnik's faithful assistant, he conducts what the Doctor insists upon calling his experiments on the laboratory animals, as Robotnik refers to Sally, Porker, and all the others who are kept here in mean little cages with thick iron bars. And sometimes Egor talks to these animals. Sometimes Robotnik and Egor discuss the plans for the egg experiments, and someone overhears them. Porker Lewis, who's probably the smartest, begins to get some seriously bad vibes about this setup. It was a mark from Chirp's chicken in the X cage, however, which most alarmed him. Hey Porker, I'm one lucky dude, Chirp said happily announced. A couple of days after they'd been dragged from their homes by the grabbers, Robotnik's 8-legged specialist kidnap bots. Oh no way, Porker replied. The food was okay here, but Porker was irritated by the way he had to keep pressing the silly little lever to get it. Well, maybe it wasn't too different to phoning for some pizza, it arrived a lot faster, but it still irks him. I'm going for it on a space flight, the chicken said delightedly. Well, how do you figure that out, dweeb brain? Porker was cross this morning. The pizza had come out of the slot in his cage. When he pressed the lever it was cold, and it didn't have enough cheese on it. It also had black olives, and Porker thought black olives were horrible. I heard Dr. Robotnik telling Egor that he's sending me to the planet Kentucky. I think I'm going to get some new kind of clothes. I mean, Robotnik said coating, but I guess he meant coat. Sounds way radically cool. I can't wait to go. Porker didn't really have the heart to tell his friend what all this might really mean. Sonic was foot tapping again. This is because Sales was just been a little slow to understand what his supersonic friend was telling him about Stevie decoding the microchips. So there was this list of all our friends in that computer. Sonic just tapped his foot in reply. They were smart but not quite in gear right now. And there were instructions for the robots to bring them to a new laboratory. Right on, Sonic examined as a bit of fluff he had picked off his glove as though it was fascinating to him, and then yawned. We don't know where that is. Too right, we're usually triumphantly brilliant but currently rather slow in the uptake, buddy. We'll have to find out where this new laboratory is. Say what you like, but Tails is piecing the facts together bit by bit. Yup. Tails is off doing that thinking bit again. It was a habit that Sonic really didn't approve of too much. He knew that he should be doing things like smashing up Buzz Downicks and computer terminals and basically striking out against Robotnik. You can see that Tails didn't really have any idea what to do. Okay, Sonic, here's what we could do, says Tails, or maybe he did. First, we could find other robots and try to capture one. If the computers don't have the information about where the new laboratory is, the robots must have, otherwise they wouldn't know where to take our friends when they captured them. Is that trivially logical? Second, we could find more computers, hoping that one of them does have the information about the new laboratory after all. Third, we can investigate other zones to see if any other helpful folks like Stevie or Peter know about the laboratory, or wherever else the robots have been going. Fourth, we could dress up as two of our friends and try to force some robots into trying to kidnap us, bring them to us, instead of having to fire ourselves out chasing after them. Fifth, well, okay dudes. Sonic was ever so rightly wrong here. Tails did have some ideas, and good ones they were too, but Sonic didn't know how to plan things right. The first thing to do was to head back to Green Hill Zone, shop on supplies. For a start, you need about 10 square metres of pizza and a tank full of chocolate soda. You can't go into super spins on an empty stomach, dudes. Look, this isn't going to hurt, Egger said laconically. Laconically was one of the hunchback robot's favourite words. What it meant in that case was that he sounded like the most miserable schoolmaster you'd ever known when he was in a really bad mood. What is it? Porker repeated to Zacco's cage, well away from Egger's lunging metal arms. Hey, I just gotta get Porker's voice right here. Right.
It's just a brain scanning machine. Dr. Robotnik says you have a bigger brain, so any of your friends here, it should be the easiest to find. It won't hurt, honestly. It would just tell the doctor what's happening inside your brain.
But I don't want him to know what's happening inside my brain. It's my brain. Go away or I'll bite you. Porker was genuinely scared now.
That would be very stupid.
Egor sounded exactly like a schoolmaster now.
I'm made of metal, and you'll break your teeth, and you wouldn't be able to eat the lovely pizza we give you.
Yes, I would. You don't need teeth to eat slurpy soft pizza.
Don't be difficult. You wouldn't be able to eat the crispy pizza, only a deep pan. We've run out of deep pan pizza for the time being. Anyway, if you break all your teeth, it would hurt, you silly pig.
Egor sounded almost like he would find this end result amusing, albeit in a laconic sort of way. I don't care, I'll do it anyway. If my teeth hurt, then evil Dr. Robotnik will be able to find out what's happening inside my brain, will he? So Porker saw his chance and changed tack. I mean, why is he doing all this anyway?
That's a scientific secret. Look, Porker, if you won't come out, we'll have to use the hypnotizing ray on you.
Egor sounded extremely laconic and somewhat annoyed. He hadn't expected Porker to be such a hassle. Clunking his way across the laboratory, Egor wheeled out the dreaded machine. It looked like, well, it's not so easy to describe just like that. It looked like one of those big guns you might have seen in video posters, you know, the ones being carried by big guys with muscles, where most people don't even have places for the muscles to be in. Big guys with brains the size of peas. Don't piss me and I'll be back sort of guys, you know the kind. But it wasn't really a gun, of course, it had lots of spiky bits across the length of the tube and dials and flashing lights all over it. Egor wheeled it slowly across the room and pointed it into Porker's cage. The green ray shot out of the tube and the machine made a very low woo 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 noise. Excuse me. Paul couldn't help but stare at the light as he did. Robotnik's voice came from a tape inside the machine. You are feeling sleepy, your eyelids are heavy, and you, ha ha ha, you are tired, very tired, and you are going to sleep. All the animals in the laboratory were asleep when Dr. Robotnik, very late that night, the evil genius, was licking the last of his supper off his hands. It had been his favourite food, raw eggs with a dash of Tabasco pepper sauce. Sticky strands of egg white dribbled from his fingers onto his white laboratory coat and gilded into slimy little pools. It was gross. Robotnik lit the last of the egg yolk off his lips with a disgusting slurping noise. Egor came to attention as the white-coated madman strode in.
Master, master, I have the information you wanted, look.
The robot pointed to a huge video screen which had a glowing picture of a brain on it. Porker Lewis's brain, to be exact. Most of the brain showed up blue, but there were some yellow areas and one or two red hot spots. That's where Porker's brain was most active. Right now, the eating centre of his brain was strongly showing red. Seeing this, Egor absent-mindedly pushed the pizza delivery button. No, wait! Robotnik furiously hammered the cancel button on the control panels. He has to press the lever in his cage before he gets the pizza. That's the principle of behavioural conditioning. Oh, bad robot! Egor hung his head sadly. He didn't like being called bad robot.
But he's asleep, master.
That's a technical point. Does it concern me right now? Ha ha ha! Do we have enough information about the brain to put him into far out yet? No, master.
He's only the first. I have all the others to experiment on yet.
we deal with them later. It's imperative, as we have a first experimental subject for far out. Ha ha ha! When we have scanned all their brains and put them into far out machine, then we know how to deal with our ultimate enemy, Sonic the Hedgehog. Well, at this point, we've come clean. Lied about all the animals being asleep. Only a little bit though, because here only one was awake. As everyone knows, Sally Acorn one cool, smart squirrel. She learned to press levers to get acorns to eat long before any of the other animals had figured out what was inside their cages. Better still, she had to stay awake at night to overhear what Robotnik told Acorn to do. Mostly she didn't tell the other animals what she heard. She didn't want to frighten them, and she hadn't heard anything really worrying anyway. But tonight, feigned sleep as always, she heard Robotnik yell at Egor what far out stands for, and Scoot worry about that. So we won't tell you what she heard. We don't want to worry you after all. Besides, where Robotnik is planning, there are still two predatiously free radical hero style dudes who are going to try their best to stop him. Chapter 4. Here come the roaming Romans. Yeah, if you thought it was crazy before, you wait till you hear this chapter. Blimmin' hell, like. From Stevie the Mole's singing recitation of what the microchips from the computer terminal did, Sonic and Tails had figured out some things. They had learned that there was one master computer which held all the information from the terminals around Mobius. They learned that the computer also had the secret location of Robotnik's new laboratory, and that's where their friends were. So, logically, they had to go back to the master computer. See, they don't know which zone it was in, however. That meant a lot of running around trying to find it. There's one sad fact in life, even if you're the most excellently triumphant superheroic hedgehog movies ever seen, and it's this. You can get the speed of sound, dodge some enemies, blast others, dodge and weave, swim and fly, and generally one awesomely audacious dude, but in the end there always become a time when the pizza runs out. That's what happened to Sonic and Tails. They've flown, sprinted, dashed and spun their way around the Green Hill Zone, Marble Zone, Labyrinth Zone, way beyond that. They talked to the monkey friends in Emerald Hill Zone, watching out for the mysterious monkey-like robots, the coconuts, in the trees. They've been almost flying exploded, almost right under their feet, and lots more. And now the pizzas run out, and worse, the pizzas run out, and they just run right into, well, especially easy for yourself, ... Crikey, Sonic, those chop tops almost had for us for dinner. Tails was thoroughly pooped out after smashing the whole show of the robot fist, which with their evil enemy had infested the lovely waters of the aquatic ruin zone. I don't know it now, but Sonic groaned because he had looked. Oh, no way, not them again. He gets to about 50 of them, a whole legion of the roaming Romans who lived here in the glorious forest of the ruin zone. He could tell they were roaming Romans because they had bronze metal armour, big shields, long spears, swords on their belts, funny helmets with feathery stuff on top of them, which made them look like out-of-work actors. The worst thing, though, was that the Roman Romans had never rented pizza. I'd just like to stop to explain why the hell there are Romans in Sonic World in this book. Well, it's because in the manual for Sonic 2 on the Mega Drive / Genesis, yeah, when it comes to talk about the aquatic ruin zone, they say that to explain why there are columns in the ruins, they were built by Romans. And yeah, it goes on to sort of distinguish these Romans from the Julius Caesar's Romans, and this is like the only media that uses the Romans law. We'll better explain at this point that while the groovy planet Mobius isn't like your Earth, it does have just one or two things in common. The roaming Roman is just one such weird case in point. However, on Mobius, the dudes who call themselves Romans don't come from Rome, they don't have a Roman Empire, and they never throw anyone to lions because they're too scared of lions to catch any. Apart from that though, they are worryingly similar. Greetings from His Excellency, Emperor of the Romans, bellowed the leader. You are our prisoners, legionary. Arrest those funny-looking, colourful animal-type beings. One of the legionaries stepped forward with a spear in one hand and a net in the other. No, wait, O most excellent legion dudes. We are not just any bogus old animal-type beings. I am Sonic the world-famous hedgehog, and this is my gnarly buddy Tails. You can't capture us. We can run faster than the speed of... Sonic found himself struggling inside a net which had been thrown over him. He couldn't throw it off because it was craftily weighed down with chunks of bronze around the edges. He was soon picked up and carried off by one of the advancing Romans. Tails was struggling inside a net too. The leader of the Romans turned to his brother, who had the same name as the Roman Emperor, something he was very proud of. Pointing to the struggling fox, he made the only mistake in his command. Not knowing too much about foxes, he thought Tails was female. He thought he'd heard somewhere that foxes with two tails were girls, which shows you just how much the Romans know, with all they never inventing pizzas and all. Julius Caesar! Yeah. 5. I can't eat that, it talks. Most noble Caesar, we offer you a splendid feast from a wondrous beast. We have captured it in the forest. The leader of the legionnaires was quite ecstatic. Caesar wasn't so impressed, but he poked the captives with a stick to examine them closely. Tails cast whispered to Sonic in a net beside him. These people are going to eat us. That's horrible. I can't eat that. It talks, and the other one's blue. Caesar will never eat anything blue. What about that blue cheese you had yesterday? The legionnaires' leader countered daringly. Well, what about blueberries? Yes, all right, but what that blue bread you had for breakfast? That was mouldy. I didn't notice in time. It doesn't count. Well, what about that blueberry ice cream soda you had after dinner last night when you said you couldn't eat more grapes then? Tails suddenly felt a lot happier. At last the Romans had invented ice cream. That sounded slammingly good. The Emperor suddenly remembered who he was. Shut up! How dare you challenge Caesar in this manner? I will peep out of you and I'll feed you to, I don't know, I'll think of something. Now release this talking twin-tailed person and his blue friend. Caesar will speak with them, bring them to my throne. Sonic and Tails were disappointed. It wasn't really much of a throne. To be totally honest, it was just a moss-covered old tree stump in the forest. It was just, but this Caesar fellow seemed like a reasonably cool dude. He wore funny clothes, including that funny tangled-up sheet he called a toga, but that seemed to be normal for the roaming Romans. What brings you to our forest then? Caesar was nothing if not direct. Oh, mighty emperor-type dude. We have come to seek the computer term. Yikes! Tails get a year of pain. Sonic had kicked him in the shin to shut him up. Sonic didn't think they should give away the secret quest away. Well, your most neat radical majesty, Sonic hastily covered, we came to sample the blueberry ice cream soda you are so famous for. But we only invented it yesterday, Caesar squeaked. News travels quickly, your dude ship. Caesar sat back on his throne. Somehow I don't believe you. I think that when your friend was about to mention the computer terminal, that's when you were really here for. No, your match. There's a secret code we have where we come from. When we say computer terminal, we really mean blueberry ice cream soda. It was a cool secret code. Beside him, Tails sat one hand over his eyes in honour of his most preposterous of explanations. Sonic continued. We use this code to prevent heinous spies from learning our plans. This way we can stop them from getting to the soda first. Sonic was very pleased with himself. He thought that one out almost as fast as he could run, and that was fast. Caesar tried to raise Majesty from his throne. He didn't make it. His left foot caught in a trailing vine. He tripped over and fell backwards with his legs wriggling in the air. Everyone sniggered a lot except for Sonic. Finding out what the Romans were ruled by a dude who wore boxer shorts with big yellow flowers on them underneath his toga was grody to the max. Caesar dusted himself off and pointed a furious finger at his prisoners. Unfortunately, Tails was still sniggering. Bring them to the amphitheatre, he commanded. The legionnaires shuddered. Oh no, not the amphitheatre. Oh yes indeed. Caesar strode up the forested hill, with Sonic and Tails being dragged along behind. When they reached the top of the hill, the prisoners were able to see a huge stone circle below. It was a stadium for athletics and other healthy sporting pursuits, so that it was all made of stone. Oh, I don't fancy sitting in that, Tails moaned. It looks very uncomfortable. You will not be sitting. Guards, take them to the competitors' entrance. A few minutes later, Sonic and Tails found themselves each with a short spear in one hand and a net in the other, in the middle of the huge arena. The place was full of cheering roaming Romans, and Caesar looked down from his royal box with a blueberry ice cream soda in one hand and pointing down with the thumb of his other hand. Yeah, I told you this was a weird one. Maybe he's ordering some for us, Tails said hopefully. Sorry to have to tell you, but I don't think so, little dude. Look over there. In the distance, two huge wooden doors opened out into the arena. Two enormous Romans with 10-metre long spears walked on to more cheering. Well, okay, the spears weren't quite that long, but they were very long indeed. However, Caesar's plan was to have one mind on the floor. The roaming Romans didn't know that Sonic and Tails could jump and fly. Time to go, buddy. Twirl those triumphant tails and let's party on out. Sonic started to run around the arena with the Roman gladiators in hot pursuit. He ran faster and faster, cut up into a ball, spun around and bounced off the wall. Sonic hit the royal box with an impact that splashed soda all over Caesar's toga and shot way off into the sky. Tails went far behind. Sonic cartwheeled over and over and splash! Went straight down to the lake beyond the forest. All he left behind him was a big cloud of air balls which broke the surge with a ripple of tiny pops. Tails started to think for, let's call it a thousandth of a second, and dived straight in after his friend. Let's hope roaming Romans don't swim, he thought. Stroof! What's down here? The water was very cold and very dark. You could just see Sonic spinning over and over in front of him, and he caught some of the bubbles still rising from the water below. Where to go, Tails, he thought. Looks like there's enough air to breathe down here, and we must reach the bottom of the lake soon, and then we can swim back up. That's when they hit the accelerator chute. Of course, life got a bit more interesting and tricky after that. Chapter 6. A Fast Little Interlude. The infamous accelerator chute was right at the bottom of the lake. It led downwards at a sharp angle. The Tails and Sonic were on it. They couldn't stop because it was covered in a thick layer of slimy pondweed. It wasn't really infamous, of course, because no one had ever heard of it. What with only having been there for a few days, but it was still a major bummer to be on it. Sonic's air supply was beginning to get low. I've been here before, he remembered. I'm sure this wasn't here then. Oh no, it's another one of Robotnik's traps. Maximum hainosity. He was heading down so fast that he only just saw and managed to grab the rings above him before he hit the bottom of the chute. Then he found himself being thrown way back up again as the chute turned over on itself and spiraled up, over, down and round. Sonic was out to his out of his spins now and ran as fast as he could to get somewhere when there was air. He was able to catch a bubble or two occasionally, but he needed to get to the safety of dry land first. Oh no, he groaned, as he hurtled around a final bend towards what looked like the entrance to a maze in the near entrance. The Chop Chop had seen him coming. It was right in the entranceway to the maze, and it was twice as large as most of its kind. It opened its enormous metal jaws to reveal a mouth so big you'd have driven a 10-wheel truck down it. And as for its teeth, Cowabunga! Sonic remembered to grab a fistful of rings on his super speeding descent down the chute. With enough rings, most awesomely cool dude that I am, I can get past this dorkpot, he thought grimly. It's hero time! Sonic was just too fast for the Chop Chop. He sped right past it as enormous jaws snapped shut. Sonic headed through the maze entrance and snuggled up to the air he could see above him. Breaking surface, he gulped down a huge mouthful of gorgeous oxygen as he hauled himself onto the stone surface at the top of the maze wall. After a few moments, he recovered enough to take stock of what had just happened. Way to go, dude, he told himself. But where's my buddy? Of course, if Sonic had been looking behind him, he would have seen the Chop Chop slam its doors shut so hard that it lost its balance, and Tails, skipping right towards a huge red metal teeth, was able to stomp it and bounce right up out of the water and through the maze entranceway and slam right into the back of a hedgehog who was just turning around a bit out of breath. Sonic made a very big splash as he hit the water, and then he hauled himself out again as he found Tails hiding behind a rock, which had the tips of his ears and tails visible. They were twitching just a little as the fox tried to fail to restrain his shamefaced laughter. Little buddy, that's twice you've done that during this one short, though admittedly totally cool adventure to date. You're going to have to fit you some brakes, Tails. Chapter 7. Yeah, quite short chapters in this one. Only 2 pages that. More experiments. Johnny Lightfoot wasn't sure whether to be happy or not. What really annoyed him about being in a cage was that he couldn't practice his sprints and runs. Of course, there was no way he'd ever be as fast as Sonic, but like to be one totally active rabbit. So when Edgar fitted a big metal running wheel to his cage, it looked good. But what Edgar said was a real downer.
Good. Dr. Robotnik wants to do some special exercise experiments with you, the robot drawled. We want to scan your brain while you're running quickly.
It was obvious what that meant. Robotnik was convinced, quite rightly as it happens, but that's neither here nor there, that Sonic was the one thing on Mobius who could foil his evil plans to rule the planet. And the more he could learn about Sonic's super spin attack, the better chance he would have of overcoming him. Unfortunately, Robotnik had lost all the notes on how he taught Sonic to be so fast in the first place. That had all been scattered all over the planet when his rock machine had exploded. Everyone knew that. So Johnny ran around in the wheel just a bit, enough for Edgar to see what it was like when he really sprinted flat out.
You're not going quickly enough. Work harder or you won't get any carrots.
Sonic tried for time.
Yuck, I don't like carrots, robot face. I want burger and fries, yeah. And a deep pan too. Go heavy on the cheese. Plus double chocolate. Go faster, faster, I said.
Edgar beat impatiently on the bars of the cage with his metal hands. Johnny ran just a little bit faster. He knew it was nowhere near as fast as Sonic or Tails could travel. But so he felt that he wasn't giving away any secrets which Robotnik might find useful. It wasn't enough for Edgar.
Faster! Go extremely fast now!
Johnny decided to do some acting. He deliberately lost his footing, spun around in the wheel, half threw himself out of it, and lay groaning on the bottom of the cage. It was an award-winning performance. You monster! Look what you've done to poor Johnny! Sally Acorn's angry and bossy voice rang out across the laboratory. She didn't know he was acting, so she was genuinely angry, and she was always a bit bossy. When she sounded both at the same time, most of her friends do what she told them to do without arguing. Edgar looked nonplussed for a moment. Well, perhaps he wasn't nonplussed, but he definitely didn't look exactly plussed either. The robot made a funny grunting noise and scrambled off down the corridor through the heavy steel doors which hastily shut behind him. A few minutes later, he reappeared through the doors, carrying an enormous, steaming deep pan pizza with more cheese on it than you've ever seen on a pizza, like ever. A small compartment on the back of the robot's left wrist opened and a piece cutter flopped out, unfolded itself, and cut an enormous slice, which he passed through the doors into Johnny's cage. Gosh, you know what I think? I think that robot's got feelings, Sally whispered to Susie, the walrus in the next cage along.
No, I haven't. I'm a robot.
Unfortunately, one thing Edgar did have was extremely keen hearing. But you're being kind, Sally smiled at Edgar.
No, I'm not. It's part of my behavioural conditioning program,
Edgar announced stiffly. What's a behavioural? What should we call it then? Sally deliberately played dumb. She wanted to get all the information she could from Edgar, who for once seemed ready to talk.
I don't know, do I? I'm a robot, not a psychologist. Dr. Robotnik is a brilliant psychologist. I know because he told me. He's got the Mobius Prize for Advanced Behavioural Psychology, you know. Yes, so he even awards him to himself. He's got the Mobius Prize for absolutely everything. No, he hasn't. Igor sounded a bit indignant. Oh, yes, he has, Sally replied. Oh, no, he hasn't, Igor snapped her back. Oh, yes, he has, chorused all the prisoners. Yeah, I think that's a pantomime reference to any American viewers. Look, I'm not playing that game. I've got work to do. Igor turned to leave, but Sally wanted to find out anything else he could. She figured out that the more she learned, the better a chance she might have of thinking of a way to escape. Of course, she secretly hoped that brave Sonic and Tails might come to their rescue, but it did no harm to have a plan of their own, just in case it didn't work out. What's it all for then? She opened her eyes big and wide and fluttered her eyelashes at the robot. They often worked with her friends, but robots are immune to that kind of thing. Nonetheless, they gave just a little away. Well, after you've been trained with the behavioural conditioning program and we've scanned all your brains, Dr. Robotnik will use you as guinea pigs for the far-out machine. They knew that Robotnik also hoped to learn something about Sonic's powers from studying his friends, but he wasn't going to let that slip. But I'm not a guinea pig, I'm a squirrel! And Joey here is a walrus, and... I was speaking metaphorically, Igor said, speaking laconically. But robots can't speak metaphorically. I saw that on an educational video. Robots can only use literal expressions. Metaphor is beyond their linguistic capability. Sally was reciting something she remembered from the video. She hadn't much idea what it meant, but she thought it sounded pretty cool, mostly because it had some radically long words in it. To her surprise, Igor stood quite still for quite some time, and then he rubbed his metal chin with his right hand. Somehow his metal face had acquired a somewhat ponderous aspect. That never occurred to me before. I shall go away and think on this further. Perhaps I need an oil change. Stumping across the robot left through the hissing doors, still rubbing his chin. Hey, neat going, Sally! Jolene looked for his happy voice drifted from the cage opposite. Yeah, neat one, way to go! Chirped Chicken piped up. That confused him. Sally wasn't so pleased. She hadn't learned what the far-out machine was, and she knew somehow that it was something really nasty designed to destroy her buddy Sonic and Tails. Listen, guys, we're going to have to play for some time here, Sally explained. We can't let them get us into the far-out machine. We've got to delay them. This is what we ought to do. Chapter 8. Into the Computer. Sonic and Tails were in trouble. A quick swim back, just to check things out, showed Tails a dozen very mean-looking chop-chops were posted outside the entrance to the maze. Don't ask how he knew, but they looked like they might be waiting for a really mean robot to turn up and lead them into the maze. Maybe even a really mean robot with the weight code and a map of the maze to hunt Sonic and Tails down. At least, that's what Tails thought. Dude, you're one triumphantly optimistic little dude, sighed Sonic. Sorry, Sonic, it was just a thought, Tails looked at his feet. It just goes to show that you think too much, little dude. Let's get moving. Unfortunately, it wasn't that easy. A whole series of dives and swimming trips showed Sonic and his best friend that the underwater maze they'd entered had no exit, apart from the way they'd entered by. They even tried spinning and bouncing off walls looking for any secret ways out, but there weren't any. This is the last packet of barbecue flavoured peanuts. I want a total not a washout, moaned an unhappy hedgehog. Looks like we have to blast our way through these bots outside, but this is radically weird. I know this place is new. Robotnik must have built it recently. It has to be something, dude. Tails suddenly had a very superb idea. It had taken a long time coming, for it was going through unexplored territory, but at last it was here. This is what it was. If it's new then, this must be the way to find the master computer terminal. And if that's new as well, and Stevie the Mole said it was, surely it's got to be here. Cowabunga! Sonic was so excited he leapt up and hit his head on the ceiling. Coming rapidly back to ground, the rueful hedgehog rubbed his head. Ouch, you've triple 4 hours to go. I'm going to have a bum as big as one of Robotnik's eggs. Tails didn't reply. He was too busy gawking at the ceiling. They had thought it was made of stone, but 2 huge panels covered the ceiling, slowly sliding apart to reveal a huge metal plate covering the whole area above the underwater maze. There were 10 rows of shiny metal panels which protruded slightly from the plate, and they all glowed with a dim red light. Tails, Sonic murmured. Sorry to bring this up, but does that look like some kind of computer's control system or what? Tails started to think about it. Sonic was too excited to bother with that. He went instantly supersonic, rolled up for that world famous spin attack, and hurtled up to start bouncing off the panels.
It wasn't a good idea. He lit 5 of them before he noticed that every time he did so, the panel slid open and a wisp flew out. A wisp was one of Robotnik's very vile fly-like robots. And now there was a whole swarm of them. They buzzed angrily and flew to attack Sonic and Tails. Yikes! Tails was airborne now. They managed to pick up a couple of rings on the passage through the chute, and there were enough wisps to be dangerous enough even with the protection of the rings. He blasted the first one, but bouncing it by sheer luck, and from then on it was tricky, especially because an almost out of control Sonic had hit another 3 panels and the wisps seemed to be flying down in squadrons. Well, so much for that idea. I got 5 certains and no probables. Reports ace flyer Sonic the Badasty, world famous, super speeding flying hero. Sonic was full of himself as the last wisp bounced to a pulp, sunk to the waters of the maze. Now for the chop chops, little dude. Come on, let's go. Tails begged to differ. No, wait, there's got to be it. The answer is in the maze, right? Most totally tubally and indubitably correct to the max. Hate to say it, but you're right. And there wasn't anything along the chute, right? Tails screwed up his furry face to allow some really strong thinking to come out. Well, we didn't really have time to check it out, dude. But on the whole, I'll be radically inclined to most awesomely agree with your bodacious estimation. It wasn't often Sonic got long-winded. When he did, it was because his head was too full of desire to get moving, so he talked long-winded half-nonsense. Let's face it, that's true of a lot of folks, not just Sonic. But that's another matter. So the answer must be on the ceiling. When you have eliminated the impossible, what remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth, or something, Tails pronounced. Sonic stared at his friend with a newfound admiration. Hey, doodlings, that sounds brilliant. You're a genius. Well, I think I heard it on a video sometime. Anyway, let's take a closer look. They screwed up their eyes and looked hard. Okay, so there are 10 rolls with 26 panels in each row. That looks like 260 ways to be totally wrong. I think I hit about 10 of them. So we hit the other 250 ways to get bumped on the heads and wisps flying around our ears, Tails. Tails was considering this when a buzzing sound began to get louder underneath them. It was funny kind of buzzing because it came from underwater. But the important thing was that it was getting louder and louder. Oh yeah, and louder! Tails and Sonic just managed to get behind a rock before the huge buzz down it broke the surface of the water and flapped up to the ceiling above. This robot was much larger than the other one had feared, and it had wings as well, but Sonic wanted to attack it anyway. Tails held him back. No, wait, let's just watch what it does. The robot buzzed and hovered, going from one row of panels to the next, pressing one panel from each row in turn. After it had pressed one panel on each of the 10 rows, it sunk its metal jaws into a huge socket at the base of the metal plaque and buzzed while its eyes lit up. The entire panel glowed red and a screen suddenly appeared on it with the message "Transfer completed" in huge letters. Buzzed down it, detached its jaws, plummeted down into the water and was gone. Oh yeah, of course, brilliant, mega! Tails was jumping up and down in joy. Sonic couldn't understand what was making his friend feel so good. Whoa, what's going down, radically excited little foxy faced dude? Tails was beaming from ear to ear. I checked out the ones he pressed right. Here's the first 5. Number 19, number 15, number 14, number 9, number 3. Change them to letters. And what have you got? Sonic was right with him. Awesome! Give me an S, give me an O, give me an N, give me an I, and give me a C. And what have you got? The answer echoed all around the cabin around about the underwater maze. Sonic! Yeah, don't forget me, Tails added. I'm the second half of the code. How can I possibly forget you, my most brilliantly observant and stupidly audacious super buddy? Let's go tap in a code or two. Way to go! Chapter 9, Squadron Leader Sonic. 10 accurately pistons panel bouncing later, after spelling out their names in code, Sonic and Tails waited expectantly. Nothing happened for a few seconds. Uh-oh, I'm getting a freaky feeling about this, Tails lamented as he hovered underneath the ceiling. I mean, we can't plug ourselves into that socket like the robot did. You can stick your tail into it. Sonic bounces happy off the walls, waiting for something to happen. Oh yeah, and I have a most gorgeous features singed off, no thanks. I thought you were my buddy. Tails stopped speaking then because the huge screen flickered and a message appeared in glowing green. The same words it showed were repeated by a deep voice from somewhere behind it. Code accepted. Purpose of transaction? What does that mean? Sonic asked irritably. He was beginning to think the best thing to do was to try bouncing into the screen and breaking through it, if only to see what was on the other side. Purpose of transaction? The voice inquired again. This time it sounded faintly suspicious. Direct data access, Tails squeaked at the top of his voice. The screen flickered blank and a secret panel to one side of it silently slid open. Sonic was amazed. How do you know that? Most radically cool of all cool two-tailed foxes. I don't know. It just sort of came to me. I think it's something else I saw in a video once, Tails singing in a naturally cute manner. You keep watching those videos then, dude. Catch you later. Sonic let right through the open panel into the huge chamber on the other side. Tails wasn't far behind him. Groovy or what? Like, really far out? Tails was trying to take in the huge scale of the place they were inside. And fading. Look at the whole of the chemical plant zone without any of the mega mat which usually slimed up and threatened to poison them. The place was filled with computer terminals with one gigantic master system right in the centre. Unfortunately, it was also full of wisps. Squadron Leader Sonic, Twin Pilot Tails. Hang 10, dude, it's wipeout time. Bandits at 4 o'clock, chocks away, knit me a scarf, mother. What am I saying? Or let's try Geronimo. Sonic accelerated into super spin and began blasting the wisps, gliding and bouncing and soaring at incredible speed. He was soon leaving a trail of smashed robots behind. He had a ring or two left, and he knew that gave him some protection against the wisps. It was all over quicker than the time it took an extra large hot and spicy to vanish down the hungry hero hedgehog's gullet. With a satisfied smirk, Sonic began to rest with his nose in Tails' bag, hunting for wherever food might be left. Dude, I most definitely need this, he said, softening his face with nuts and crisps. Wow, taking out all those wisps already gives me an appetite. What doesn't? Replied Tails, looking around all the computers. Somewhere one of them had the location of Robotnik's new laboratory, but which one? How could they find out? Sonic seemed to read his friend's mind. The best way to find out, dude, is to start blasting them. I feel like a new hedgehog after that, Sonic added as he stuffed the last empty crisp packet back into the bag. Trash them and we'll get what we're after. Trust me, dude. This is me you're talking to here. Don't forget Sonic the Hedgehog. Tails wanted to set us up to the boat approach, but Sonic was up and away before he could open his mouth to speak, spinning and leaping again, bouncing off terminals which sparks of mine exploded as he slammed into off them. Within seconds, the computer centre looked like a large and very powerful bomb exploded inside it. Fizzing electrical wires and bursting keyboards were everywhere, and on the mayhem, a spinning blue supersonic hedgehog was having a real whale of a time. Whirling out of the clouds of blue smoke, the grinning hedgehog called out to his friend. Whoa, party on, people! Sonic was too busy to enjoy himself to spot what Tails could see on the screen of the large master computer. The words, Master Download, appeared very briefly, and then the lines began scrolling up on it, racing past at a tremendous speed. Nuts, I'm never going to be able to remember all this. It might be very important, Tails thought, sadly, as the information on the computer raced past his eyes. However, Sonic was finally over the first flush of enthusiasm for how much fun this all was. He was beginning to see that the computer centre was filling up with smoke and cracking electrical cables. You could see that some kind of defence system appeared to have been triggered. From the surface of the dome above him, smoke balls on chains were descending and swinging through the air. It was all beginning to get just a bit too hectic. Staring above him, Sonic saw the exit panel on the dome, positioned right at the centre. Dude! Dead centre! Up and away! Sonic launched himself at the dome. Tails had finished his work. He flew right up, neatly dodging the flying spiked iron balls. Two of them crashed together right above his head, showering him in the fragments of metal and spikes. He narrowly missed getting a radically fashionable new cyber razor cut hairdo as an ultra sharp spike flew a few centimetres over his forehead. Yikes, Sonic! Wait for me! The two of them flew out of the dome and found out the computer centre had been hidden inside a massive grassy topped hillock. Now, however, was not the time to stand and admire the view. It was time to get away, and fast. Sonic had a feeling that Robotnik wouldn't be very happy about what had done to the computers. He might send an Eggomatic to attack them, and Sonic preferred not to be around what had just happened. He hadn't found his friends yet, and that was what he really wanted to do. Even Robotnik could come later. Then a miserable thought struck him. Oh no, we didn't get any information out of the master computer. A bummer to the max. What are we going to do? Sonic looked at his feet in dismay. The master computer was downloading information on its screen. It was going by so fast that I couldn't read it. Even a super fast dude or such as yourself could have read it, Sonic. Tails looks unhappy, but his tail tips were wagging ever so slightly. Sonic should have realised that this was a dead giveaway, but he was too miserable to notice. He thought he had failed completely, which means we'll have to start all over again. What a most total bummer to the max. I have been one dumb hedgehog. However, Tails smirched as he flourished his prize. I did manage to video what was on the screen with our video camera. Not just useful for taking on holidays, you know. Now all we have to do is go home, plug it into the video player, put it on freeze frame, and find out everything Robotnik had in that computer. Now is that mega brilliant or what? Chapter 10. Turnip tops or what? Look, Edgar said testily, all you have to do is press the lever down only when the green light is on. Then you get pizza to eat. You don't press the lever when the red light is on because you don't get fed. Look, it's really easy. I mean, someone with a brain of a shrimp could do it. Edgar saw as anything had a scornfulness computer program stored in that metal head of his somewhere. Sally put her plan into operation. She feared that she could play for time, but just refusing to do anything. That way, Robotnik couldn't find out whatever it was he'd putting them in cages for. It's a simple enough plan, and quite a good one too. But I'm not a shrimp, said Acorn replied crossly. I'm a squirrel. Even a robot with a brain of a rotten egg could see that. She stomped up and down in the cage in mock fury.
Stop being difficult, the exasperated robot yelled. This is a very elementary part of the behavioural conditioning program. It's called discriminative learning.
Sally was getting irritated with all these long words she could understand. She decided to try another line of conversation. Anyway, what about your problem with metaphors? Edgar reflected this for a second.
I think I had some temporary minor problem with my lexical access program,
he said gruffly. Sally hadn't been ready for an answer like that. Still trying to play for time, she attempted to keep Edgar talking. What's a lex circle? That thing you mentioned. What is it then?
It's a kind of internal dictionary stored in my microchips. It tells me what things mean, how to get my grammar right, and how to speak correctly.
Leo didn't sound especially bothered one way or the other, whether he had one or not. Gosh, that sounds useful. How much do they cost?
You can only get one if you're a robot, and of course Dr. Robotnik makes the very best lexical access programs on all of Mobius. He's got the Mobius Prize for Advanced Linguistics, you know.
Ah yes, I think we talked about that already, Sally said, remembering the dead end she hit last time. Well, anyway, why should I learn to press these levers of yours correctly, like you're telling me to?
Because you won't get any food if you don't.
Edgar was showing signs of being rather irritable now. Irritable robots looked rather peculiar. The little puff of steam was beginning to appear above some superheated coils on his back. But if I don't get any food, I'll starve. If I starve, I won't be any use to Dr. Robotnik in his experiments. So you have to give me food. Therefore, I won't have to press any levers, because you'll feed me anyway. QED. Yeah, booze sucks. And so there. I don't know what QED means. Sally had spent some time thinking this one out while trying to stay awake. It seemed very illogical, and unfortunately Edgar had a reply ready.
Yes, we know that. Did you honestly believe that Dr. Robotnik, the most brilliant scientist on Mobius, didn't think of that? Well, if you don't press levers properly, we'll give you really horrible things to eat. Cabbage boiled for a week, Brussels sprouts all hard, and yellow in the middle, boiled turnip tops with lumps of suet dumpling, and that really icky kind of gravy, you know, the soap you really hate. And we can also do this. Edgar smirked and flicked a switch on top of Sally's cage. Sally Acorn sniffed. The smell which was wafted into the cage was scrumptious. Fresh hot pizza and fries, it was so good she could almost imagine the melting cheese bubbling just a bit on top of the pizza. She could see the fries, golden brown, crispy and hot. She felt like her hand wanted to reach out for the salt. Her nose twitched and her tail bobbed, even though she tried to stop it. Just notice that's the American term, fries, or unless it's those like McDonald's or KFC fries. Anyway, she didn't want Edgar to see that her resistance was cracking. Her eyes closed in pleasure for a second, and when she opened them, she saw in horror. Edgar just put a tray of food into her cage. Well, food it might have been, but who wants to eat boiled turnip tops and root ends with chunks of mud still on them? Now, are we going to be a good cooperative squirrel or what? Edgar gloated.
So unhappily, Sally waited for the green light to come on and pressed the lever in her cage. It was after midnight when Robotnik came to the laboratory. Once again, Sally Acorn was just staying awake in her cage. She dozed off now and again, and she had to stifle her yawns and keep stretching to keep going to sleep. After she pressed all the levers correctly, she's got a good chunk or two of the pizza, and her stomach was full, which also made her sleepy. But she desperately wanted to hear what Robotnik was doing all this for. She especially wanted to know what the far out machine was. Well, Edgar, it's ha! Phase 1 complete. Sally shook herself out of her doze when she heard Robotnik's voice.
Yes, Master, they have all learned their lever pressing tests.
Edgar scanned through a huge sheaf of computer printout. Good, Edgar. Excellent, even. How many of them have you brain scanned today? Sally heard the sounds of footsteps as Robotnik paced up and down impatiently, followed by the random slumping of Edgar trying to stay alongside him.
2 more, Master, the penguin and the rabbit. Tomorrow I shall scan the brain of the squirrel named Sally Acorn. She's being difficult, Master. I may need the cyclotronic encouragement machine on her. Sally's blood ran cold. That sounded horrible. We don't have time now, Robotnik's voice came to a yell, and he jumped up and down the spot a couple of times. Little gobs of raw egg, which weight fell from his weight laboratory coat onto the floor. That hateful and most wretched Sonic the Hedgehog has entered our master computer system in the aquatic ruin zone. He may not even learned of the location of this, our secret laboratory. Robotnik was beside himself with rage. It looked as if he was frothing at the mouth, but it was just bubbly raw egg weight left over his supper. It was, however, still totally gross and disgusting. He went on ranting and raving. So he will be here soon. We must activate all the defences. We must have our first subject ready to go to the fire-out machine at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. But master, protested Egor. No buts. This is a butt-free zone, Robotnik screamed with fury. Very good, Master. Who shall we choose for the subject of the first egg experiment? Robotnik quieted for a bit. Who do you say was being difficult? Say Acorn the squirrel, Master. And we shall use her, yes. Ha ha ha! The squirrel will go first. Master, we haven't done any brain scans with her. The fire machine must have brain scan information to be able to... Robotnik started to shake with rage, but not so much shake as wobble, because after all he was very, very fat. His enormous stomach seemed to quiver up and down as he screamed at Eggle, covering the robot's face with little spout goblets of raw egg white. Ugh. How dare you tell me what the machine needs? I invented it, you useless piece of scrap metal. We'll use the transmogrification ray to change her molecular structure, as if our experiments have been a success. If it works, we know we can finish that ridiculous Sonic the Hedgehog forever. Forever! Ha 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 ha! The Robotnik's speech tailed off into hysterical, insane laughter. Talking about 2 test tubes short of the laboratory. With a final sweep of his arms, he raced out of the laboratory, his laughter echoing down the corridor outside. Sally felt alone and very scared. They were going to do something unbelievably horrid to her in the morning. She knew it. She couldn't sleep, and after a couple of hours of tossing and turning, she thought that she might well have a decent meal beforehand. Waiting for the green light to come on, she pressed Sally into her cage. No pizza arrived. She rattled the bars of the cage angrily, but Egger was already standing there beside it. Sally Acorn gave a little shriek of surprise. There isn't any pizza during the hours where you should be asleep. And you should be asleep, you know. It's very naughty to be awake at this time of night. Egger had that rotten schoolmaster tone to his voice again. Are you going to do something horrible to me in the morning? I know it. I heard you. With that awful machine. I just want to eat a last piece of pizza first. To her great surprise, Egger's face changed. He seemed to look sad, and he turned the face away from the cage. It won't hurt, he mumbled. Really, it won't. It'll be over very quickly. Oh dear, oh dear. The robot assistant shuffled off across the laboratory and walked through the open doors. It wasn't long before he was back with a slice of fresh pizza, which he slipped through the bars into Sally's cage. He didn't say anything, but just clanked back off to his desk and stared at the computer there. Sally scoffed the pizza hungrily. There's something rather weird about that robot, she thought, and not for the first time either. She tried desperately to think of some way to escape, but there really didn't seem to be any way out. The cages were very strong. Back in her brain, she began to doze and fell into a deep sleep. She didn't wake up until 8 o'clock. Chapter 11. Serious Monkey Business. It's no good. I can't make head or tails of this, Tails said sadly. It's all gibberish to me. Well, don't look at me. I may be the world's fastest mega dude, but I can't understand computer codes either. That's for nerdy guys with glasses and pockets with a ball pen to deal with, while I do that really exciting and glamorous heroic stuff. What can it possibly mean? Tails amended, squinting up his eyes, trying to make his brain work harder. That just gave him a headache. Tails, it's time for a raid on the metropolis. That's where Robotnik had his master laboratory, after all. There must be information there about... oh, excuse me. Order. Okay. About where his new laboratory is. All we have to do is find it. But that's exactly what he'll expect us to do. There are lots of awful trash and grotty robots everywhere. We might have to fight past them and all over again. And when we do find out where the other laboratory is, and that takes lots of time, and our friends are in danger. I'm worried about them. Crikey, I miss Porker. You know, and Tux, and Johnny, and Sally, and all the others. I know, little dude. I know. The 2 friends looked sadly at each other. They knew something had to be done, but they didn't know just didn't know what. Then Sonic suddenly brightened up. Hey, put a hold on all that despair in misery. Just 1 second, dudelet. You can take all this to Mickey the Monkey.
Taz wasn't sure he even heard of Mickey the monkey. He was so eager for any plan that would help him and their friends. Who's he? Where does he live? How can he help us? Tell me, tell me. Oh there, boy, hold on. Too many questions all at once. Bring that camera and let's head off back down to the Emerald Hill Zone, dude. Or me old China, I should say. Be careful with Mickey. He's kind of behind the times and cool speaking, if you know what I mean. But he thinks he's really cool, which can be a problem sometimes. Oh, when you want absolutely humongous heap of peanuts. But the monkeys of the Emerald Hill Zone can be dangerous, or mischievous, or just generally really horrible. Not Mickey, he's a friend. You know what they say, any friend of Sonic the Hedgehog is, well, that sort of thing. Now go up 2 tons of peanuts and nachos and let's go. I thought you said you only wanted peanuts. Nachos are for us, stupid. I don't know about you, but all this hero side is playing havoc with my regular eating habits. Then let's sip one out. Second time around, Tails and Sonic didn't have to worry so much about the coconuts lurking in the trees, since I blasted most of them on their first visit. However, Tails wasn't exactly prepared for a serious culture shock when one of the few monkeys Sonic knew and trusted left out of them would require, "Hello, me old cock sparrow. How's it hanging in, eh?" Sonic, people stopped saying things like that years and years ago. It's awful. Tails whispered into his friend's ear. Yeah, for any American viewers, this is Cockney rhyming slang monkey. Yeah. Shut up and give Mickey the film. It's part of his culture. Besides, it goes great with the tourists. Tails complied quietly. The monkey set up a brisk pace, and 2 heroes followed. Tails kept shooting him strange looks, or at least he did, until a sharp elbow in his ribs from Sonic alluded him to his friend's displeasure. Tails was very surprised when, in the middle of the swaying palm trees ringing the tropical bay of the zone, Mickey retreated into a palm-frond beach hut and sat himself down behind a whole bunch of computers and consoles. But how come there's electricity in the Emerald Hill Zone? Tails was curious. Mickey the monkey's paws were flying across the keyboard almost as fast as Sonic could run. Well, Welks, you old mucker, see my man there? He said, pointing to another of the monkeys of the zone. He's just gone down the frog a bit and laid a power cable to one of Robotnik's terminals, and we run off the juice. So come on, give us a deco at what you got there. Let the dog see the rabbit. This reminds me of a show we have in it, Take Me Out with Paddy McGuinness, and it's always kind of, I don't know what you call them. Mickey plugs some jacks into sockets, some more jacks into other sockets, realising that trying to plug one jack into another one wouldn't work, and settled down to check the screen. Sonic! Hissed Tails, discreetly to give manager in the crapped hut. He's a monkey, not a dog. Why is he talking about rabbits and frogs? Why does he call me Welks when everyone knows I'm Miles Brower or Tails to my friends? Why Sonic? Why? Shush! Sonic shush. Most of it just colourfully old-fashioned, authentic Emerald Hill Zone way of speaking. Some of it is what I've been saying like this: frog, and electrode, road, is calling you after Welks and Wales, Tails, Sonic explained. Tails looked dubious. That's a bit daft, he whispered to the hedgehog's ear. I think I would know which thing he's rhyming with. I mean, it could be anything. It could be frog and tonic Sonic. Besides, wouldn't it be better as something like Welks and snails? Shh! Sonic shushed again. Well then, Mickey said at last, I reckon I'm going to have to give this a really good scene to, don't you know? Tails looks up at Mickey, who is displaying his talent for eating peanuts faster than even Sonic could. Well, it's all here, the monkey jumped up in pleasure. Come here, Welks, me old mate, put it there, why don't you? Tails was somewhat uncertain about what exactly he should put in where and why, but eventually he realised that Mickey just wanted to shake his hand for a bit. Apparently he had just some success at cracking the unit. Well, this is how the old chump coded it. All the code numbers refer to the terminals. Row you know who has stuck all over the shop, all around Mobius. Once you sort out the order, it's a real piece of cake. And that's the good news. What's the bad news? Said Sonic, his ears having pricked up at the mention of cake. I'm not wanting to beat around the bush. The bad news is that a secret laboratory is in the scrap brain zone. Tails groaned. You knew that the scrap brain zone was one of the most heinously dangerous in all of Mobius. It was totally mechanical. There's been lots of traps and robot creations lurking around every corner. Worse, since it was entirely made of metal and glass, it would be very difficult to find safe places to duck, dodge and hide out there. Never mind, Tails, Sonic seemed to sense his friend's misgivings. We only have to fight our way past electrical shockers, buzzsaws, swinging spike balls, crashing pounders, flame jets, spring bats, and then just go to the max robot guards. Don't forget all the mechanical malarkey, like the elevators, falling blocks, and all the rest of it, Sonic. Strike a light. You wouldn't want your little chum there to think it was going to be easy. Thanks, Mickey. That makes us feel both radically good. Glad to hear it. So I suppose your gents will be wanting the really, really bad news now, I warrant. Oh, great, Sonic groaned. Go on, then. Fill us to the core, Mickey. What's the really bad news, dude, matey? Well, the really bad news is... No. Mickey put his paws over his eyes. I can't bring myself to tell you. We're being real toffs and that. I mean, I like you gents. And it'd be awful cruel to tell you what's really going over in the old scrap end, as my dear old mother would call it. So I just can't, mate. Well, not until I get some more peanuts in the road. And some of those tortilla chips. And maybe just a packet or two of... Sonic handed Tails' bag over with a scowl on his face. What a rip-off. Go on, stuff your face. Now, what is the really bad news? Well, the really bad news is it's my birthday, and you chumps ain't bought me a special present, and I'm going to sit and cry and make you feel guilty. Just you see if I don't. Mickey put his face in his paws again and started to snigger. Fortunately, he stopped before Sonic gave him a super spin kick, which has sent him flying higher over the tops of the palm trees outside. No, me old blue matey, there is something you should know about. You know who has got some kind of secret weapon get up in his new laboratory of his. At least, I think that's what it is. There are several references to something called Far Out. Looks to these plates like a new experimental weapon. Sure as eggs. No, some garbled rubbish after that, so I'm not sure that's really occurring, but there are the monikers of some of your friends in there, and here is the last one I could read. How a deco at that. Mickey flipped a key on the keyboard, and up flashed three little words. Sonic the Toaster. Sonic and Tails stared at the screen, then they stared at each other, then they stared at Mickey, then they stared at their own feet. Finally, having run out of places to stare, Sonic said simply, Sonic the Toaster? What can it mean? I don't know, little dude, but I do know one thing. My back is for supporting the coolest spikes ever seen on the planet, not for popping up slices of bread, brown, white, or wholemeal. Like I told you, gents, there could have been something scrambled up in the file. A scrambled experiment. Ha ha. Mickey's cheery snigger was cut short, so I could tell just weren't in the mood for it. Oh, come on, guys, give us a smile. After all, you stole the information. I can even say it was a post-experiment. Mickey, thank you for what you've done for us, Tails said it'd. But dude, you do not talk cool. You what? I mean, give him a little bit of this, a little bit of that. All the old how's your father and such like. Tails cringed. Do you ever think you might be, a bit behind the times, Mickey? Allow me to tell you a secret, me old China. Let me whisper in your shell, like, replied the monkey, leaning over to whisper in Tails' ear. It's actually what we educated monkeys call a subcultural, socio-linguistic dialect variation. Now, can you say that and chew peanuts all at the same time? Mickey flicks a peanut over, round and back underneath his tongue with his mouth open. It was marginally gross, but Tails had to admit that what was quite a talent nonetheless. The fox grinned. No, me old mucker, may I be struck down by number 8 bus, but I reckon I can't. Thanks, Mickey. You've got a lot of friends who may end up being very grateful to you. Let's hope so, sunshine, let's hope so. But watch your spunky friend there. If he starts popping up hot waffles or sliced toast, you could be in more trouble than a barrel load of monkeys, and no mistake. Chapter 12. Dr. Robotnik explains all. Robotnik was in a serious mood this morning. Anyone could tell that because he had a new freshly starched white laboratory coat on. It was one of the special ones he wore for really important experiments. The ones with the big R and the white pocket over his chest. The coat had so much starch on it that it almost crackled as the evil scientist strode into the animal laboratory. It was exactly 8 o'clock in the morning. Dr. Ira Robotnik was never a second early nor a second late. He even cleaned his teeth and went to the bathroom at exactly the same times every day. But just for once this morning was slightly different than usual. Today, Ira Robotnik would bring his greatest experiment to completion. Ha ha ha! Today, Ira Robotnik would at last have the weapon which would finally allow him to rule all the Mobius. That exasperating Sonic the Hedgehog would be doomed after the fire-out machine was perfected. He cackled with glee and rubbed his hands together. They were only a little bit sticky from egg white this morning. Eggle, it is time. Bring out the squirrel Sally Acorn from her cage for a final examination. Master, she has a high temperature. I think she has been pressing levers too often, and there is a fault with the machinery, Eggle cringed. A fault with the machinery? Robotnik exclaimed loudly. Yes,
The food delivery system was overactive and she ate too much pizza. Of course, I have corrected the problem with all due speed, but she isn't well.
Igor explained.
So I suggest we use Johnny Lightfoot the Rabbit instead. We have full brain scan information on him. It didn't take too long to collect.
How dare you? Cried an insulted rabbit. Igor silenced his angry rejoinder by opening his cage and drawing out the struggling Johnny. Sally Acorn, who had only woken when Robotnik entered, was very confused. She wasn't unwell at all. She was a bit sleepy still. But she knew Igor was making up his story to Robotnik. Why? Her confusion, however, was quickly overcome by her fear of what was about to happen to Johnny. Let him go, you monsters! What are you going to do to him? Robotnik screamed with glee. His horrible mad laughter made all the prisoners hold their ears to shut out the noise. When he finally calmed down, he threw his arms wide open and said, Well, friends of that most hateful enemy of mine, Sonic the Hedgehog, at which everyone in the room cheered. I, the most brilliant mind on Mobius, the greatly distinguished and extraordinary brilliant Dr. Ira Robotnik, at which everyone hissed, have finally built the weapon to destroy him completely. But before I get it once and for all, I am going to test it on you. I shall now give you a short exegesis of my theory. What's an exegethingy? That's a strange word. Asked John Lightfoot. It's a critical examination or interpretation of a textual theory, explained Robotnik healthily. Now shut up. Since, of course, my theory is so brilliant that no one could possibly criticise it, an exegesis in this instance means that I shall interpret it for you. Keeping in mind that you are far, far less intelligent than I am, Tux the Penguin hissed half-heartedly. Like everyone else, he wanted to hear what Robotnik was about to say. The far-out machine is the fabulously advanced Robotnik's original universal transmogrifier. Using the far-out machine, I can exchange your monocles around and change you into quite different objects and forms. Excuse me if I use scientific language too difficult for you to understand. I shall try to keep my exposition short because I know you have extremely small brains. Oh, we can understand you, you rotten evil, Sally began, her stomach turned by the constant barrage of unfunny egg puns. But Robotnik cut her reply short. Shut up, snapped Robotnik. Previously I captured you and kept you inside prison eggs. I knew that your friend, he spelled the words, so your friend, that hateful hedgehog, would try to rescue you. Due to a minor problem with computer processing of scientific information, a little inexactitude here and there, he succeeded. This time, however, his fate is sealed. This time he will come to rescue you, but he will not be able to find you, because I have transmogrified you. You will never even know what you have been turned into after my exemplary experiment. So he will run around forever trying to find you and failing, and eventually he will run up to speed. He will expire. Then I shall capture him at last and transmogrify him so that he can never threaten Dr. Ira Robotnik's plans for world conquest again. When that is done, I shall crown myself King Robotnik, or perhaps Emperor Robotnik. Which would be better, do you think? How about... Joe Sushi is talking now. How about Ratfink Robotnik? Joe Susie's growling voice piped up. Robotnik's red face went red and then purple with rage. For a short and wonderful moment, Sayoko thought he was going to explode. You will find yourself exterminated instead of transmogrified if you dare to say such a thing to the greatest mind this planet has ever known. Igor, put that rabbit into the far-out machine. Igor unclipped the catches to a fixed steel porthole, all the while holding a desperately struggling Johnny Lightfoot in his other metallic arm. He stuffed the rabbit through the open porthole and shot and sealed it swiftly, leaving only the ghost of Johnny's final yoinks floating on the air. Sally and the others, Sally and the acorns, were too stunned to cry out in anger and too horribly fascinated and afraid of what might happen next. Expose the rabbit to the molecular exchangement ray! Robotnik's voice had risen to a scream again. Igor twiddled two doors on the other side of the machine. As he did so, great one-way mirrors to the far end of the laboratory slid away from each other to reveal the huge far-out machine which they had hidden behind them. It looked like a gigantic circus cannon with a barrel at least 10 meters long. A loud, deep humming began to fill the laboratory, and the long, smooth barrel of the machine was go bright green. Robotnik's demented screams only just rose above the horrible grinding sound which followed it. Most of the animals were holding their ears, trying to keep out the grungy noise, but Sally forced herself to keep watching and hearing everything that happened. If they were to have any hope of escape, she would need to learn all she could about everything in the laboratory. Make sure you keep reading the exposure meter, Igor, Robotnik howled. The laboratory was filled with noise now, and the doors on Eggo's control panel were reaching the red danger zone. Extrude the test subject, Robotnik cried, exultantly. For a split second, the laboratory was plunged into darkness. Only the flickering lights on the control panel of the far-out machine and the weird ghostly green glow of the... Try to say that fast 3 times. Of the steel tube were visible. Then the lights suddenly came back on with full glare and intensity, forcing Sadie to cover her eyes for a moment. There was a horrible plopping sound from the far-out machine. Something was deposited from the far end of it. What had gone in the machine was most definitely like Johnny Lightfoot the rabbit. What had emerged from it was something entirely different. Sadie Acorn gazed at the scene with utter horror and revulsion, for Johnny Lightfoot had been turned into a... ... Well, you just have to wait and see, won't you? Saw that blue in the back. It isn't polite. Breaking down the fourth wall there, as ever. Chapter 13. Raid on Scrap Brain Zone. Sonic, this place is really horrible. Tails complained at some real justification. Scrap Brain Zone was ghastly. It was where Robotnik dumped all the junk from his failed experiments. Even trying to walk through was hard going. Rusting, broken robots lay all over the place. It looked as though Robotnik must have had a great many failed experiments lately, because there were an awful lot of rusty robots lying around. Sonic's eyes were bright. He was looking left, looking right, in front of him and behind him all at the same time. Well, almost at the same time. He knew Robotnik would be expecting them, and that meant traps. The first one was a real surprise. Look at that one! What a mess! Crikey! It must have been ginormous! Tails said wondrously, as he gazed up at the rusted shell of a really huge robot which lay in their path. It was like the remains of an enigmatic, with a huge stinger mounted on each side of it. Don't get too close, dude, Sonic advised. You never know what. Sonic's warning was just a little too late. The shell of the broken robot burst apart and a pair of crawlers raced out with their antennae twitching. The barbed claws under Tails, who leapt back with an instinctive "Yipes!" but it wasn't fast enough. Hold on, buddy, I'm coming! Sonic yelled as he raced up to full super speed. One of the crawlers had grabbed the tip of one of his friend's tails, and as hard as Tails was struggling, he couldn't get free. The other crawler was advancing with his claws going snick, 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 plainly preparing to cut off a tail or two. Sonic bounced off the advancing crawler and lifted into the air. Just as it fell into 1,000 pieces, he turned a perfect spinning somersault in mid-air, excuse me, and landed feet first on the second robot, breaking its casing apart and freeing Tails from his iron grip. Sonic frowned at his young companion. Being a hero someone's carried with some serious responsibilities. Phew, that was close. And we aren't even near the laboratory yet. Be careful, dude. Check out any rusting ruins too closely. Don't check out any rusting ruins. Tails didn't need telling twice. Being very careful indeed, he followed his friend up the hill towards the gleaming metal and glass building in the distance. That had to be Robotnik's new laboratory, and all the traps and robots inside it didn't bear thinking about. But their friends were in prison inside, and well, they had to do what they had to do.
So the experiment was not entirely successful, Master.
Eggle looked worried. Robotnik was a great one for flying off the handle when things went wrong, which often meant that Eggle head fell off his shoulders. No, Eggle, that is because it was what we... Great, brilliant scientific genius is called a pilot study.
But, what did our experiment have to do with flying, Master?
Robotnik's face twitched a little. Nothing, you stupid robots. A pilot study is a first test, a trial run, a little attempt, allowing us to extrapolate the findings to later experiments. Ow. The problem, I think, is that the subject of the experiment did not have a very advanced brain. That's why we could not turn him into a complicated machine. That will come later in other experiments. Indeed, perhaps we should not be over-ambitious to begin with.
But we didn't turn him into a very simple little machine, Master.
Robotnik's face began to quiver with rage. Eggle's control system was switched to cower mode.
And whose fault was that? We should have used a squirrel after all. Now we shall have to wait for the transmogrification way to recharge. We will be able to test it on her tomorrow. Ha ha ha! Then we shall have extra information, and we shall transmogrify all those miserable creatures. Ha 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 ha!
He stumped off to his office for lunch.
And don't forget to clean the corridor, Eggar!
He yelled behind him, leaving a little trail of egg away as he went. You can get graphic depiction of Robotnik in these books. Eggle clanked back to the laboratory and picked up the bucket and mop. It was a funny looking mop. It had the usual thick mop's head, but there were two especially long thick strands on it. Likewise, the handle had a funny, slightly bobbed protuberance on the far end. This is a little bit like a stumpy tail. Ooh. See where this is going, don't you? Oh, gross! Poor Lewis is really distressed. I can't believe it. That robot is cleaning and polishing the floor with Johnny Lightfoot.
But what used to be Johnny Lightfoot, Joe Susie replied glumly.
They were all quiet for a few moments. None of them wanted to voice the question they all had in their minds. Eventually, though, Sally did. What do you think we'll get turned into then?
Dunno, Toss the Penguin muttered. I suppose it wants a full set. Someone's going to have to be the bucket, and someone else the scrubbing brush.
He shuddered, trying to smooth his ruffled feathers.
Oh, it's too awful to think about.
But I don't think Robotnik was entirely pleased with the experiment, Porky responded out loud. I heard him arguing with Eggle rather crossly just now. Now? He always does that. I almost feel sorry for that robot. So he surprised her friends by saying that. She even surprised herself after all. Eggle was this big stupid knob of metal after all. That's right. I'm afraid I heard what they're going to transmogrify us or whatever they called it. And they have to recharge the batteries or something. I thought you ought to know. Walk's information left them all quiet, pensive for a few moments. I wonder if there's anything of Johnny left. Do you think his mind is well inside that mop? To Susie had been wondering what it must be like to have your mind stuck inside a floor cleaning tool. So yeah, Johnny Lightfoot's been turned into a mop. I told you this one's pretty weird. So he thought about it for a moment. I suppose it must be, otherwise surely that wouldn't have scanned our brains, would they? Again, the animals were quiet for a few moments, thinking this over.
Do you think it would be better to have your mind left intact inside a mop? I mean, what does it feel like when they clean the floor with you?
Tux wondered aloud. I don't think I want to think about that, Walker growled, annoying himself for doing just that. But come tomorrow, I dare say we're going to find out for ourselves. Unless Sonic gets here in time. This is the entrance door, Sonic said unnecessarily. After all, the smooth, steel-plated hatch did have the words Dr. Robotnik's Laboratory, keep out, in red painted letters, as tall as Sonic himself. He and Tails had managed to race past the wisps hovering in the distance, but they could hear the buzzing getting louder by the second. It was plain they didn't have much time. Well, here goes, breathed Sonic, as he pushed the glowing red panel on the side of the door. To his surprise, the door swished open at once. Crikey, that's lucky, Tails grinned. No, Tails. It means the Dr. Robotnik is expecting us. Be like on your guard to the max, my foxy little dude. So move up to max racing speed and let's spin and fly it. Tails sprinted into a super dash as they sped along the winding corridor behind the door. Red lights were flashing along the ceiling and they thought they could hear the woo 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 of an alarm sounding somewhere deep inside the building. Tails was almost disappointed by the guard in front of the next doorway. There was just a pair of crawlers and Tails and Sonic stomped them easily. The robots were slow, much too slow to stop a super speeding pair of radically heroic dudes in a desperate rescue mission. Sonic somersaulted into the red panel beside the door behind the robots, which lit up brilliantly and caused the door to slide open as easy as the entrance hatch had. Replay time, dude! Sonic was in full spin mode, bouncing into the huge chamber behind the door. He was expecting what confronted him there. The place looked like an assembly line in a factory. There were rows and rows of small metal cages and iron bars on each side. Each one had some metal wheel inside it, and what looked suspiciously like a feeding tray and a water bowl attached to the outside of each cage. Sonic had a very bad feeling about this. These look like animal cages, he growled. Bogus or what? He realised that Robotnik probably had his friends trapped in miserable little cages just like these. And since there were dozens of them, it looked like that infernal Robotnik was planning to capture every other creature on Mobius too. But destroying them wasn't going to be easy. For one thing, there was a huge array of worker robots similar cages to be dealt with. For another, there were maybe 30 wisps, angrily buzzing and storming. They were bunching together, getting ready to strike down at Soggy Tails in squadron formation. Soggy Tails were really determined though. Hey, they're heroes after all. This wasn't just for their own sakes. All their friends and every creature on Mobius needed to fight their way through. With a public like that, what could Sonic and Tails do but give their all? Bouncing, spinning, leaping and crashing into wisps, the assembly plant soon soured with fragments of blasted wisp. The assembly robots, though, just went on automatically with their work. You've never seen a hedgehog and fox demolish so many robots so fast, never in, like, Super Dude history, with so much owned by so many to so few. But when all the wisps had been crashed, blasted and bounced into scrap metal, the assembly robots still just went right on working away, clearing bolts, cages, and installing the exercise wheels. We got to go further in. We got to find a computer system that controls all this, Sonic yelled to his foxy pal. Rushing through the factory line into a corridor beyond, he looked frantically around, his tail raced right up beside him. There were two doors here. A very heavy bolted steel door far in the distance, and one row closer to the right. The nearer one had the funny yellow and black symbol and the words "Recharging Plant, Keep Out" on it. Sonic accelerated again, going so fast his sneakers almost left a trail of smoke behind him. He glanced at the heavy door in the distance as far as he could, and burst right up around the walls and into the door again. He didn't budge at all. There just wasn't any way in through here. As if only one thing to do, grim face, Sonic hurtled towards the other door. Sonic, do you think it's such a good idea? Crash! The door to the recharging plant suddenly had a distinctly hedgehog-sized hole in it. Tails clambered through and saw to his dismay that Sonic almost seemed to be out of control. He was bouncing and spinning crazily off ceilings, walls and floors, and he didn't seem to find it possible to slow down. To his absolute horror, Tails could see that Sonic was heading right for a lever which had a big sign over it which read, "Do not touch this under any circumstances while the far-out machine is recharging. Extreme danger." Tails tried to dive in between Sonic and the lever to stop him hitting it, but it was just a split second too late. Sonic slammed to the lever, which snapped upwards. Immediately, everything changed. Brilliant lights glared all around Tails, and then he saw Sonic bathed in a brilliant green ray of light. Both of them were thrown into crazy wild spins over and over, and able to control their motion. Frantic alarm bells and buzzers were causing a terrific din all around them. Then there was a very weird noise, a sort of a huge slurp combined with the noise people make when they suck their cheeks in really hard, and all the light around got sucked into a single green pot. Chapter 14. Squirrel Bust Out. So tomorrow you're going to turn me into a household utensil. Are you going to clean the floor with me too? Say sniffed miserably. They all looked faintly embarrassed. Well, as embarrassed as a robot can look.
No, I don't think so. I think you'll make something rather better than a mop.
They seemed to be trying to be reassuring. But I'm happy being a squirrel, Sally reasoned.
Well, that's not the point. You and your friends caused nice Dr. Robotnik a lot of trouble. When you have been all transmogrified, you will lead much more productive lives, and Dr. Robotnik will be able to roll Mobius without you always getting in the way of his plans.
Not while Sonic and Tails are still free, won't?
Yes, but they will be next. You and your friends are the test run, you see, to check whether the far-out machine will be able to deal with the others. Now, Dr. Robotnik has enough scientific data to be sure that he will be able to transmogrify Sonic and Tails as well. And then everyone will live happily ever after under Dr. Robotnik's enlightened rule.
Egger was planning on an extreme loyalty program. But they won't be happy. Do you think Johnny's happy? How would you like to be someone people clean floors with? We were happy before you caught us, and not just up in these wretched cages. So he wailed through the bars. Egger was silent for a minute or two.
When it's all for the greater good, you know,
he replied finally. Oh really? So Emperor Robotnik can poison the seas with his foul oil plants, pollute all the oil, the air and water with the mess from his horrible factories. That's the greater good, is it?
Look, I'm a robot. I am not programmed to discuss environmental issues. It will sound offensive. However, I do improve the environment in my own way.
Oh yeah? How?
Well, I'm just about to clean your smelly cage out for a start.
Sally was very insulted. Her cage was immaculately clean, and she washed it at least 3 times a day, and the water from the dropper clipped the outside of it. It doesn't need cleaning. Go away, you horrible robot. I hope Robotnik transmogger, whatever it is, I hope he changes you into something miserable, like a brush for the bathroom. She burst into tears. Whee! Rather stiffly, Egor lifted out the bars on one side of Sally's cage and stuck a feather duster into it. He gave it inside a few token swissings with the duster, and was about to clip the bars back on when utter mayhem broke out. Shrill alarms rang out everywhere, the lights turned from normal to green, and then to red and then back again. Robotnik races to the laboratories. He looked like a huge wobbling yo-yo, and he screamed at Egor. To the mass control system at once! That wretched hedgehog is here, and this time we're going to capture him! Ha ha! Egor turned and clanked across the laboratory as fast as he could move. Robotnik was frantically twiddling dials and levers on a huge computer panel next to the far-out machine. Look, Egor! He's in the assembly plant. Now he's outside, and all we have to do is raise the security door to the transmogrification entrapment chamber, and we can hold him there until tomorrow when the far-out machine will be recharged. With a flourish, Robotnik pulled out a lever down. Nothing happened. No, no, no! The door is stuck! Egor, activate manual override! Robotnik's wobbling up and down now, a furious expression on his face. Egor was just a little too late, reaching for the lever. Oh no, no! He's going to the recharging room! He's going to... And there we must leave matters for a moment. What do you mean? Oh no, not again. Go on, off you go. Have a look at what Sally's been up to while this diversion has been going on. Another fourth wall break in these books. Sally Acorn slipped the grid off the front of the air conditioning duct. Fortunately, the bolts were loose, and she was easily able to slip into the square metal chute and clip the girl back into place behind her. With Robotnik and Egg so preoccupied by the emergency, it was easy to sneak very quietly out of the cage after Egg had left the bars on the floor. She didn't feel very good about leaving her friends behind, but she wasn't strong enough to take the bars off the cages. Her noise might have alerted Egg in any case. Now she was on her own. Somewhere in this evil place, Sonic and Tails were fighting against Robotnik's evil minions. She only hoped that she could find them in time. Turning tail, she skittered along the dock, trying to figure out where she was. She didn't have any idea really. But what really mattered was that she was free. When Tails came round, he was alone. He was spinning and drifting through the air, bouncing off strange star-shaped objects. Oh great, he thought, I'm in a warp of confusion. I've no idea how I got here, nor how to get out. I'm in a right pickle, no mistake. And where on Mobius is Sonic? Struggling as he drifted around, Tails felt utterly lost without his friend. He held his face in his furry paws as the awful thought occurred to him that Sonic might have been captured by Robotnik after all. He might have even been destroyed. And that was too terrible to even think about. Tails shut his eyes and just hoped for the best. This will put our experiment back for days, Robotnik screamed forward furiously. That wretched animal has destroyed the recharging battery. Now we have to build new ones. How exasperating.
But Master, work is nearly completed on the reserve batteries. You asked me to have it finished tomorrow, and the work has been done on time, Master. And the hedgehog have been extruded from the building.
Eggog looked just a little pleased with himself for a second. Robotnik's expression changed completely. Excellent. You are a most splendid robot, Eggog. Ha ha! When you have captured Sonic and analysed his brain, and I have learned the secret of his amazing speed, I shall build a supersonic processor for your control systems. And upgrade you to a Mark II, Eggog.
It's nothing, Master.
Eggog smirked slightly. Eggog is merely a pawn in the great
Eggog is merely a pawn in the great scheme of things.
It's a privilege to serve you, Master. Well, of course it is, good robot. How very true. I think I should have an extra egg for supper today. Ha ha ha. Eggog looked around him as a satisfied air of smugness. Then he saw the open cage. Tails felt he had been spinning around for hours. Finally there was another strange whoosh sound, and he landed flat on his back in the sand. There was a warm breeze in the air, and he could smell the salty tang of the sea. Looking up, trying to get his eyes to focus properly, he saw to his surprise waving palm fronds and a monkey. The monkey was grinning and started to gather up the contents of Tails' bag, which was scattered all over the beach. Mickey was really happy with the crisps and peanuts. There was something unusual lying in the sand, which he poked with a puzzled finger. It was nicely chrome-shaped plated metal, gleaming in the sunlight. It had two slots on the top and a lever at the side, which were dial that went from slightly brown to very well done. It was blue mostly, but at the base it had two long red lines of something like plastic. Uh-oh, you know what, me old sausage? I'm getting a really naff feeling about this, and no mistake. Tails looked over at the device Mickey was pointing at and groaned more groaningly than he ever groaned in his whole life. That's all we can really do. You find that your best friend all Mobius has been transmogrified into a toaster. Yeah, it's probably the only media where Sonic gets turned into a kitchen utensil, instrument, appliance, that's the word. Yeah. Chapter 15. Look on the bright side, he makes great waffles. Oh dear. God blimey, mate. Look on the bright side, you don't half make great waffles. Mickey slurped the last juicy fragment of thoroughly delicious waffle up from his plate with his buttery paws and licked his plate in a thoroughly ill-mannered fashion. Tails was appalled. He'd just been lying in the cool shade of the biggest palm tree he could find, trying to figure out what on Mobius he was going to do. Now he had returned only to find that Mickey had been using his best friend to make brunch. How could you? He complained bitterly. The future of the planet depends on Sonic, and you're using him as a toaster. Well, we might as well. It's what you would have wanted, isn't it? I mean, do you want to keep him lying around like doing nothing at all? Well, no, but well, there you are then. What you waiting for, eh? Fancy a waffle? Well, Mickey popped 4 waffles into the toaster and turned the dial to fairly well done. He offered Tails some opinions. Doesn't look like it's going to be easy now, Gore Leather Duck. The future of the planet's down to you now. You and Sonic were the only ones who could have stopped Robotnik, and now you're on your sweet little Todd. Will you come back to Robotnik's laboratory and help me? Tails said, trying to get a pathetic pleading look into his eyes. Sonic shook his head sadly. Mickey shook his head sadly. Look me, old mucker. All that stuff about swinging the trees, that's all just a front. Me, I'm a land monkey. I'll get out of puff running. I'm more than 20 metres. That's on a good day.
I won't be any use to you at all. I'll slow you down hopelessly. That was true, Tails thought sadly. He and Sonic were the only people with hope of stopping Sonic, this Mickey had said. It was at that moment that the waffles flew out of the toaster. Mickey grabbed them on their way down. Hey, they really flew up out of there. That's our chum Sonic, all right. Well, don't say that. It only makes it worse somehow. All right then, here's your waffle. One for you and two for me. I'm one hungry monkey this morning. Wait a second. How many waffles did you put into him? Mickey checked the packet. Well, there were 8 in there to start with, and there were 4 left. Stands to reason, don't it? It does not take a genius monkey, although I happen to be one, to work out that I used 4, didn't I? Don't talk like that, Mickey. It makes you sound like Robotnik, and that's not nice at all. But the point is, there were only 3 on the plate. It was true. 4 waffles gone into Sonic the Toaster, and only 3 had come out. Sonic pondered this for a moment. Twiddling the door on the toaster, he let out a little cry of amazement. What does it do? He's not switched on. That is, I haven't plugged him into the old juice. This is most peculiar and no mistake. It's almost as if there's some energy in him. Well, there must be. How else could he cook those waffles? Mickey was stuffing the rest of the contents of the packet of waffles into Sonic. I haven't plugged him in. Let's see how it goes, me old China. Shortly afterwards, 2 crispy toasted waffles shot into the air and sailed away over the tops of the palm trees. Crikey, Tails exclaimed. That's no ordinary toaster. Staring cautiously into the toaster racks from a safe distance, you could see there were no waffle jam inside. 2 of them had simply vanished. Well, of course, it's no ordinary toaster, chum. It's Sonic Toaster. Let's use our bonces. What is Sonic's most prominent characteristic? He's very fast. And? He's radically cool. Yes, and? He's my best friend. Sonic, Mickey's, I couldn't call him Sonic because I'm so used to Sonic being around. Mickey saw with exasperation. You're being slow. He's also greedy, right? Scoffs unbelievable amounts of food. Well, that's because of his special supersonic metabolism. He needs it all, you know. Tails knew that one off by heart. After all, Sonic explained it to him over and over again. All right. I'm not saying he doesn't. Don't you get me wrong now, all right? Don't you see? The toaster scoffed the waffles. That's just there's something left of old Sonic inside it. It might have been the imagination or just wistful thinking, but there did seem to be just the faintest rattling sound from inside the shiny chrome of the toaster at that very instant. Mickey peered closely into the inside of the toaster. Excuse me. Only a few crumbs. I don't think there's a miniature hedgehog running around inside there. This is weird. And a broad grin spread across his face. I've just had a gobsmackingly brilliant idea, Mickey yelled. First we're going to need about 200 packs of waffles. Tails, put that toaster somewhere safe. And let's go buy out the store. Sally was getting hungry and thirsty, and she was also very miserable and lonely. The air conditioning duct seemed to go on for kilometres in all directions. She came up against a couple of metal grills. Beyond one she could see the factory production lines of great animal cages being assembled by robots. Another one showed a horrid pumping station. This was filled with a tangled jungle of steel tubes and valves. Lots of things made glooping and glopping noises, and was full of vicious robots with 6 arms and a pair of claws on each. Their heads constantly rotated so that they could all look around themselves, and at the same time, Sally didn't think it was safe to enter either one of those places. What was worse, she'd been chased by a couple of small wisps, small enough to prowl the ducks, looking for any creatures which might elude Robotnik's grasp. Only by sheer outrageous luck she had survived. She'd fallen over as she had ran away from them, and by instinct had kicked up her back legs. That had sent the first wisp flying backwards where it hit the other one, leaving 2 crunch robots lying in a pile of metal refuse. Sally had very carefully taken a long steel pin out of the mess, hoping she might be able to use it to prise open the grill as she found anywhere safe to emerge. Now she was at a junction, with dots leading off in all directions. She didn't have any idea which way to go. She had been around and around, and the sense of direction was totally confused. There was even a chance that she had already been here, and she was simply going around in circles. She sat down with her head in her paws and almost burst into tears. But she forced herself to remember that she had to rescue her friend somehow. They were depending on her. Somehow that thought cheered her. Then she sniffed at the air. There was a definite smell of rotten eggs coming from one of the ducks. That meant Robotnik himself was around here somewhere. Prowling back and forwards, sniffing the air a few meters along each duck, she finally figured out which one it was. With new determination in her stride, she lolloped along to see what was at the end of the tunnel. Alright, me old fruit, we're going to try an experiment. Lummy, but that's catching. Well, Sonic, I don't know if you can hear me. Mickey crouched over the toaster and spoke into the slots where you put waffles in.
They're extremely peculiar. Even on Mobius, you don't find monkeys talking to toasters very often. But if you can, use your lug hold and listen. I'm going to put one waffle on your left side and one on your right side. If you can hear me shout the right hand waffle pronto, you can eat the other one. Ripping open a pack for enormous pile of waffle packets beside him, Mickey stuffed 2 of them into the toaster. Moments later, the right hand one shot out. The other one had disappeared. Charles thought he heard the very slightest hint of a gulp, or perhaps a very slight burp, but he couldn't be sure. Mickey repeated the experiment to make sure he had just been lucky the first time. It worked exactly the same. Well, my foxy-faced friend, looks like what we have here in the trade. Looks like what we call in the trade would call the mind of a hedgehog and the body of a toaster. We have the world's first toast hog. At least I think that's better than a hedger. I don't sound worried at all. Isn't it funny, Mickey? How'd you like it if you'd been turned into a toaster? Oh, sorry, Gov, I'm out of order. Okie dokie, let's get a bit more ambitious. Now we can put 4 waffles in there, and there are 4 different racks. Sonic, if you can hear me clearly, understand everything I say, you shout one from the left side and one from the right side. There's a good bloke. Mickey began to run a whole series of tests. Starting from 1 waffle for yes and 2 for no, then the whole series of waffle firings for a letter code. All the time he jotted down notes into his computer. Towns could following everything he was doing. Bit of typo there. But after 128 packets of waffles had disappeared into the air in all directions, Mickey seemed satisfied. Well, this toaster is our old chum Sonic, alright. He's been talking to me. Well, he's been waffling actually. Boom. Tails tapped his foot like he'd seen Sonic do. When Sonic tapped his foot, most people tended to stop talking too much, or at least to stop making bad jokes. Oh, right, I can't help having a sense of humour. Look, Sonic says you must take him back to the Robotnik laboratory and somehow reverse what happened to him. He says that he can help you on the way. If you run into any bother, he thinks he can put the same energy he used to put in his super spins to make himself into a toaster blaster. Or he needs lots of waffles and you can use him as a waffle gun. He says you might even be able to blast down the door that was in your way last time. Hold up though, because before you go, there's a little experiment Sonic wants me to try with him. You sure about this, Sonic? A waffle shot out of the left hand side of the toaster. Righty ho! Mickey started dragging it out of a toolbox and rigging up a large battery with a pair of wires ending in metal connections. Now I don't think we can risk plugging Sonic into the mains, that would be too dangerous. Plug him into the mains? Are you mad? Tails yelled in alarm. Well, what are toasters designed to do? I reckon it's worth a try. First up though, let's try a 12-volt battery. Mickey hooked the connectors up to the toaster and stuck 4 waffles into it. Stand clear of the doors, mind your back. Tails slipped out of the way just in time. A small puff of blue smoke drifted hazily out the top of the toaster, then the waffles shot into the air. This time they went so fast that Tails could hardly see them as they sped over his head. They were over the horizon, out of sight in seconds. Far into the distance came the sound of a frightened seagull, which had narrowly avoided being waffled into a watery grave. Call blimey, love a duck! Give that hedgehog a coconut! I don't think I dare risk plugging him to the mains. Actually, I reckon it's better like this because you can carry the battery around with him. All you need now is just a little something extra I can fix up for you. ... Chapter 16. Eat hot waffle death badniks. Tails looked and felt very peculiar indeed. He had a huge bandolier of waffles around his neck, which fell into a funny home-made feeder tray. Just so weird, this one. Which triggered them into Sonic when Tails pulled a little lever on the side of it. Field tests, as Mickey called them, had shown Tails that Sonic was an extremely efficient waffle gun. He could knock coconuts out of trees at 100 metres. Heck, he almost knocked down the trees at 100 metres. On the other hand, carrying Sonic, the battery, and all those waffles sure slowed the foxy dude down, and he missed having someone to talk to. All this hero stuff was really lonely. It was no wonder Sonic invited him to take along on his ventures. He could have conversed with Sonic using a waffle shooting code, but that would have wasted precious ammunition and it just wouldn't have been the same. But from time to time, as he headed up to Scrap Brain Zone, he whispered a few words to his buddy. Sonic, the back door seems to be open, he said quietly, feeling ever so slightly ridiculous whispering on the top of a toaster. There were some funny looking robots repairing it, I think. He reached for the video camera to use a distance lens to look at them more closely, and then moaned with frustration. Of course he hadn't brought it with him. It was just too much weight, what with having to carry the waffle gun / toaster / Sonic with him. Tails crept along the ground towards the open door. It was tough going, having to crawl and drag on a toaster at the same time. He was 60 metres away when one of the robots turned and looked in his direction. Tails froze. But in Scrap Brain Zone there isn't any camouflage if you're a cute fox with two white-tipped tails carrying a massive blue toaster. It's hard to disguise yourself as a rusty robot. The robot's metal back suddenly split apart and something popped out of the cavity inside it. On metal legs, a spidery rocket gust smoke and fire from its rear end and hurled out the robot towards Tails. He just managed to leap out of the way before the missile struck the ground exactly where it had been standing and exploded. A filthy black cloud of oily smoke drifted around the spot. Tails was coughing and spluttering. He was a little bit dizzy and more than a little bit concussed from the missile blast. His face was covered in black soot. He could also see another robot getting ready to fire a missile at him. It was just too much to tolerate. It was hero time. Leaping out into the open, Tails raised the toaster and changed the setting to very well done and pointed at the robots. "Eat hot waffle death, you horrid ratniks!" he screamed. The child of the toaster went Buddha Buddha Buddha, firing a traitor stream of deadly supersonic waffles at the robot. The machines disintegrated in a ball of fiery waffles, smashed into scattering clouds of metal debris that flew in all directions. It's unbelievable that Tails didn't get his head blown off, as he charged into the flying metal remains of the 8 robots. But he was supercharged now, running faster than he'd ever gone in all his life. He kept some of the deadly waffles for the final showdown. He knew it was coming soon. He raced down the corridor beyond the entrance door, blew apart the door to the factory with a quick waffle burst, and sprayed more waffles into the factory line, blowing up everything in its path. He emerged into the far passage and headed for the heavy steel door at the end. Gritting his teeth, looking radically fierce, he hefted Sonic the Toaster for one last destructive burst of killer waffle fire to blow the door apart. He was close now, and he knew it. Sally peered through the grill at Robotnik. He was talking to himself. Robotnik seemed to do that quite a lot. He did it partly because he was mad, partly because he didn't have anyone as intelligent as himself to talk to, which is what happens when you surround yourself with robots. "But this has all changed here, I think. Ha ha! Oh yes! I'll get Egor to make the necessary alterations. Then we shall move the fire-up machine to the central laboratory and begin the final conversion program. And the master machine will soon be built. Ha 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 ha! Yum yum!" Robotnik slobbered as he cracked another shell into his hand and slurped at the raw, musty egg. Hearing an insane professor through the grill, suddenly managed to force back an involuntary yuck of disgust. You could see that this must be one of Robotnik's offices. It was crammed with desks and lots of computers, filing cabinets, and all the sorts of things you see in scientists' offices in movies. Not sure about Egor though. That's one of my better experiments. I better, put him into the retrogressive behavioural analyzer to make sure none of his previous behaviour is returning. Can't have that. Oh no. Suddenly wondered for a moment what Egor's previous behaviour might have been. She'd always been sure that Egor was rather unusual in some way, not just an ordinary robot. Certainly his recent behaviour had been odd, albeit that was to her benefit, but she stopped wondering when she saw Robotnik fiddling with a small piece of equipment on one of his workbenches. He had his back to her and was completely absorbed in what he was doing. He was muttering away to himself and seemed to be filing or sawing or something. At least the noise he was making sounded like that. "Now that we have successfully transmogrified the other animals, we know the machine will work. Oh yes! Only that pesky squirrel to find here now." Sally's heart sank. She lost track of how long she'd been stuck in the air ducts. She knew she'd doze off from fatigue for a little while. That must have been longer than she realised. It must be the day after she'd escaped. In Robotnik's windowless laboratory there was only artificial light. Sally couldn't tell whether it was night or day. But it was plain from what Robotnik had muttered that her friends were gone, or at least transformed into a matching set of kitchen utensils. And what was her chance of escape? Then Sally had a brainwave. The noise Robotnik was making might cover up anything she might do, like force the grill off the wall. Since Robotnik had his back to her, she just might be able to hit him over the head, and, well, she wasn't thinking about what she might do afterwards. The plan was enough to be going on with. She took the metal pinches sandwich from the whisk in her 2 front paws and strained with all her might. The metal grill was really tightly wedged and her face screwed up with all the effort of it all. She thought that she just about edged it a centimetre or two open when the far door to Robotnik's office disintegrated. Just like that. Sally wondered if she just might not be hallucinating. It looked like the door had been blown apart by a stream of waffles, but that was obviously impossible. Waffles couldn't blow down a steel door. As she stared in astonishment, a silhouetted figure stood at the door with a drifting cloud of light blue smoke around him. He had some very odd kind of weapon in his hands. On a bad day, if you were really out to dance, you might have thought it was a toaster. He looked incredibly impressive, like something out of a really cool movie. There you are, you fiendish, heinous Robotnik type rat. Well, eat waffle destruction. Make my day. It sounded a bit like Tails, but not that much. Sally thought. Whoever sat in the doorway was clearly half mad, and his speech was way uncool. Tails couldn't see Sally, of course. He was in total heroic waffle blasting overload. He raised Sonic and let fly at the cowering Robotnik. It was at that moment that Tails realised he didn't have any waffles left. Whoops, he blurted. Recovering very quickly from a man of his repulsively bloated demeanour, Robotnik had seen it too. Grabbing the peculiar length of steel tubing on his work desk, he lifted it and pointed it at Tails. The fox was instantly bathed in a blue beam of light. Struggling to offset his enemy, Tails found he couldn't move his legs. He was paralysed. Robotnik gloated exultantly. Ha! Puny wretch! Now I shall transmogrify you and be rid of you forever! Frantically grabbing at the control panel on the work desk, he pulled the lever over to overload. Robotnik's mind flashed up a warning. This is only a small-scale prototype, and he couldn't be sure it would work properly. But Tails was paralysed, and as the ray began to turn from blue to green, the silhouette of a fox began slowly but surely to change into that of a coffee percolator. A nice brown one with two handles. Sally gave one last desperate heave. The grill gave way and flew out of the hole in the wall and slipped to Robotnik. The grill got there first, hitting him in the back of the head and sending him reeling sideways. Danny missed him and went skidding over the work table. He hit the lever hard, knocking it from overload to reverse. Unable to stop her momentum, she fell over the end of the table and hit her head on the floor. Everything turned black. Oh, yuck, yuck, ew! Sally was forced into befuddled wakefulness by the foul stink of rotten eggs being wafted under her nose. Sonic was waving a cracked shell filled with stinky bad editor, so he's back to normal. Sal was standing safely to one side, holding his nose. Come on, Sally, we've got to find the other dudes fast, Sonic insisted. Where's Robotnik? Sally was confused. Where did Sonic come from? He ran away, but we're back for his robots, and really soon we must get to our friends now, Sonic was urgent. Yes, but they're in, she started, and she remembered. Oh, it's too late. He's changed them all into things like toasters? Sonic looked grim. Or maybe. I don't know. But we'll never be able to find them if we don't know what they are, and I don't know. She burst into tears. She got for the moment that Johnny was a mop sitting in a bucket somewhere. She was too upset and confused to remember. Okay, but at least we got you, Sally. That's a start. Come on. Sonic lifted her up and looked at Tails, and they just ran and ran and ran. Chapter 17. Emperor Robotnik's Fiendish Transmograplex. Tails and Sonic were trying to take in the sheer bogusness of it all. They could hardly believe it when they learned that Johnny Lightfoot was being used to wash corridor floors. That's so totally heinous. It's bad enough being a toaster, believe me, but being a mop, well, Sonic was livid. He pounded his fist into his other hand the way that heroes could do, which just makes them lesser types look stupid. Tails and Sally hadn't pressed their pal too hard to tell them what life was like as a toaster. It didn't seem to be very tactful in the circumstances. He hadn't seemed terribly eager to fill them in on the details. But at least we do know that our friends still have their bodies intact, and the process could be reversed, Tails said, hopeful. Yes, don't I know it, do's and dudesses, Sonic muttered. He was one radically irate hedgehog. He'd hated having to run from a Robotics laboratory. He wouldn't have fed if Sally hadn't obviously been in real danger, concussed and confused. Sally mopped her brow with a handkerchief. As she did, a crumpled piece of paper slipped from the folds of the cloth. She was about to kick it away irritably when Sonic stopped her. Just a minute, what's that? I don't know, it's just a grotty bit of scrunched up paper. Sally was still recovering from her ordeal. Her head still hurt. She was tired and she was famished. She kept trying to get the thought of a massive plate of gorgeous seeming hot waffles out of her brain. Sonic retrieved the board and unfolded it. His eyes began to get wider and wider. His paws twitched just very slightly. What is it, dude? Tails could see his friend was getting excited about something. It's some of Robotnik's notes. You must have picked up this by accident when you sit off the table, Sally. What a most excellent and useful deed. What does it say? Tails shuffled up behind Sonic, his nose twitching with curiosity. Well, it's just jottings, old lines here and there. Let's see. Mark 1 prototype. Look, there's this little sketch. It looks like the one you zapped me with, Sonic, Tails suggested. Yes, it does. Mark 2 far out assembly. Here's a sketch of that as well. Sally peeked at the drawing. That looks just like the one I saw in the main laboratory, the one he used to turn Johnny Lightfoot into a mop. Next, stage 3 it says here, the transmograplex. Heinous, look at the size of it. Indeed, the transmograplex looked thoroughly enormous. If it was drawn to the same scale as the far-out machine Sally had seen, It would have been 50 meters long. It was vaguely elliptical, with a whole series of barrels radiating from a central spine in all directions. Oh, and just read these notes. World transformer. All molecules exchange. All life on Mobius transformed into machinery. Sonic was horrified. Tails and Sonic Tails and Sally took an involuntary step backwards. Oh, come on, dude. You're trying to do exactly this for ages. Sonic tried to cheer them up. Yes, Sonic, but this time he's got a working model and we've seen what it can do. Haven't we, Mr. X Toaster? Tails replied. Please stop reminding me about that. It wasn't my fault we ran out of ammunition, was it? I mean, someone blew his core and got a little carried away, right? Boys, Sally Acorn said loudly. We're not to get anywhere by having silly arguments. Tails and Sonic looked suitably abashed. Let me take a closer look at it. Taking the paper, she read the last few scrawled lines. They weren't easy to read, because Robotnik had nasty, spoily handwriting, and the paper was a bit stuck together with congealed egg white. But Sally could make a few more words out. Project Total Transmogrification, complete with master system constructed at the wing, estimated time 5 days. They all looked at each other. The latest he could have written this was yesterday, for any reason. That gives us 4 days max. Oh, bad vibes. We're going to have to work real fast. The sight that greeted him back at Scrap Brain Zone wasn't one he considered as a possibility. The laboratory was being dismantled. Egomatics were flying ponderous away from the site, carrying huge metal pods full of equipment and apparatus. Of course, he's building a transmogrification somewhere else. He just used this place for secret small-scale experiments. Now the real thing is finished somewhere else. And I wonder where, said Sonic, leading up to make sure the flying vehicles hadn't seen them. Surely it couldn't be in the metropolis? Sonic finished. Yeah, he and his rat think, dude. It's the only place big enough to hide it. Hey buddy, we better back off. Too risky here. We won't be seen, so let's... Uh-oh. Far above them in the sky, a large egomatic had circled in an arc, and now was coming straight at them. Move it, Tails! Sonic yelled, looking around for some suitable cover to hide behind. It was easy said than done. As the egomatic fired its first ray gun attack, the ground around them exploded. A swarm of burrow bots crawled up from the ruins of the scrap metal and blocked their way back. Far above them they could hear Robotnik's insane laughter. Prepare! Ha ha ha! To become scrap metal! Hateful enemies of Emperor Robotnik! Emperor Robotnik! No, that's too much, dude! Sonic screamed back. As the burrow bots advanced and another egomatic ray flashed across the ground right in front of them, Sonic began to spin. Now everyone knows that Sonic's super spin attack is a really pretty cool maneuver. This time Sonic simply whirled around and round in a very tight circle, picking up speed at an incredible rate. Tails thought he was going to burrow right down into the ground, but just when the hedgehog was going so fast that it looked like a blurred blue circle of light with a red base, he leapt. Sonic put everything he had into it. Gritting his teeth, he soared and went smack into the advancing egomatic. It rolled over and over, and for a glorious second Tails thought it was going to fall out of the sky, even as its last green ray attack would hurt him past his head. Veering crazy, the craft lurched back into a stable flight path, gliding down, just managed to avoid hitting the ground. Yeah, way to go, Sonic! Tails howled, punching the air with a furry fist. But that's all these about 200 burrow bots, Tails thought miserably as his chum spun round back to the ground. What knew about them? Look around, whose may see a large and very confused group of things where the burrow bots had been. You weren't exactly sure what they were. They were vaguely burrow bot shaped, but they seemed to be made out of something that congealed semolina, and they were beginning to lose their shape rather horribly, he said, and fascinated. Sonic hurled up and put his hand on Tails' shoulder. Looks like the transmogrification ray can affect robots too. I wonder what it's turned them into. And he shook his head. No, it's just gross. I don't want to know. Come on, buddy. It's time to go. Robotnik's going to have the robot search teams here in seconds, and I for one don't want to be around when they turn up. Let's scarper. As they raced back to Green Hill Zone, Robotnik's final words amplified through the electronic megaphone he had on board the egomatic, mocked them. You may have got away this time, but you are doomed! Ha ha ha! Do you hear me? You're doomed! You're all doomed! As Robotnik's ship turned away, the sky was filled with immense geometric shadow, and the ground shook with immense rumbling noise. A huge ship lumbered across the sky. It was mega ginormous, gigantic to the max, endlessly vast, totally unbelievably massive. Look, it was big. Sonic took one look at it and muttered, so that's where he's building it. Remember the note? Constructed at the wing. That's his flying wing fortress. That's where it's at, little dude. That's where we're going to have to go. Tails gulped. His stomach did not feel very happy. Chapter 18. Assault on the Wing Fortress. It was night time on Mobius. Sonic and Tails were ready himself for their fateful journey. High above them, they could see the lights winking on and off inside Robotnik's Wing Fortress. They decided on approach by night, since it would be harder to see them coming. But what if he's got radar? Tails was worried. Well, little dude, it doesn't mean you have to fly super fast. And we'll fly really close to the ground and then shoot out right underneath the fortress. Maybe we'll be lucky and find the blind spot of the radar. Sonic was talking in a lot of long words. That probably meant he was getting nervous. Does radar have blind spots? This wasn't something Tails knew anything about. He spoiled that Sonic did. But Sonic had once been in the laboratory of Obi Kinterball before he became transformed into the evil Robotnik. So there was no knowing what scraps of information he might have picked up there. I think it does. I saw it in a video once. Anyway, it's our best plan. Tails pulled on a long scarf and a pair of goggles. Sonic looked away and he did a double take that would have won him an award at the All Mobius Comedy Awards. Tails, what are you doing? His friend blurted in amazement. It's how people dress up when they're going to fly into a battle. It's something I saw on a video once. Must have been a seriously old video, dude. It wasn't in black and white by any chance, was it? Chill, Tails. You're not going to need them. Tails looked crestfallen. He thought that it would look pretty flipping cool in the neat fitting goggles and groovy brown scarf. In the movie he had seen the best, most heroic star had worn just such an outfit. And it ended up with the girl at the end too. It's okay, dude, you look cool enough without them. Trust me on this. Now hop on board and let's head on out. Sonic screamed into the acceleration and went underneath the wing fortress. Tails was riding on his back, twirling his tails for all he was worth to give them some extra frost. He had to be careful with Sonic's spikes, of course, but this seems to be the best way to get close to the huge spaceship really quickly. Above them, as they approached, massive metal bays on the underside of the fortress opened, and a pair of huge flying robots glided down towards them. They seemed to know exactly where they were heading. The robots looked like vast metal birds, and Sonic knew exactly what they were. Valkyries! Easy peasy. Valkyries were big, but they were slow and didn't maneuver easily. Usually it was easy to escape them, as they were out of danger range. But these were no ordinary Valkyries. Robotnik had built a little something extra on them. That's what it was, so Tails was about to find out. On the bridge of the fortress, Robotnik yelled at Egor. There they are! Starboard 0600! From the air to Hedgehog missile and Red Leader 1! Ha ha! Missile primed, Master. Fire! Robotnik exhorted. Egor pressed the big red button on the panel in front of him. Outside, a deadly sleek black missile with an egg-shaped tip, streaked from the underside of the left wing of one of the Valkyries, headed straight towards Sonic and Tails. Bogus! Yikes too! Sonic changed his angle of flight quickly, veering off into the right. The Valkyries plunged down below them, confused by the change, but the missile kept right on coming. What was worse, the other Valkyrie had fired a missile, and as it began to raise its nose lazily upwards, its hedgehog-seeking onboard computer guiding its flight with an accuracy quite remarkable for something built by the crazed Dr. Robotnik. Soon, a furiously zigzagging hedgehog with his tail-spinning foxy passenger acted as an excellent auxiliary thrust and rudder, was trying to weave away from the missiles getting closer and closer. We have them, Egor! My final triumph will come sooner than I expected. Ah, this is an exquisite moment. Robotnik wobbled with delight as he watched the missiles getting inexorably closer to the target on the radar screen. Prepare to be exterminated, you hateful little blue menace! Sonic made a desperate glide towards ground level. But once again the missile just couldn't be shaken off. There was no escape, or so it seemed. The first missile was about 5 minutes away when Sonic spun off to the side, catching Tails unawares. The little fox was thrown off and flailed around with his arms and legs for just a split second before he regained his balance. When he did, he found out that he was wrapped around the missile. It passed just underneath him and had fallen onto it. Eek! Squeaked Tails. What am I going to do with this? He thought, his mind in a panic. If he stopped to consider it, he could have twirled his tails and flown off. There was a second missile not so very far behind him, and he wasn't thinking too clearly. Not that surprising, really. Frantically, he wrapped his arms and legs around the missile, hugging it tightly. As he did so, a small metal panel popped up underneath one of his paws. Afterwards, Tails still wasn't sure what happened. He was just trying to hold on to the missile, one of his paws got stuck inside the panel, and he pressed something by mistake, and the missile lurched upward awkwardly in mid-air, and its nose rose upwards. Tails held on even tighter as it flew further and further from the ground, higher and higher. In the distance, you could see the second missile, still chasing Sonic as the hedgehog bounced and sprang this way and that. Tails' missile arced back around and began to hone in on the fortress. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Yelled Tails. Normally, he would have paid good money to go on a ride, as exciting as this, but Tails was in the mood for excitement on this scale. On the bridge of the fortress, it was mayhem. Activate the extruding defender shields, Robotnik screamed. I can't, master, Edgar replied calmly. What do you mean you can't? Robotnik wobbled up and down in truly extreme fury. All the energy from the defense systems have been bypassed to boost the factory production, Edgar said in a matter-of-fact way. He sensed that now was not the time for laconic sarcasm. What execrable idiot did that? I'll have him executed. Melted down for scrap metal, Robotnik howled. It was you, master. At 7:10 and 29 seconds this morning. Look, I logged into the computer. You said that we must have all the energy possible for assembling. Idiot! Fool! Bad robot! Do you have to honestly obey everything I tell you? Robotnik pounded his fist on the panel before him, very narrow, missing several very important buttons. Impact time estimated at 3 seconds and counting, Edgar replied as coolly as his programming allowed. Tails came to his senses just in time. He managed to let go of the missile before it hit the main bay underneath the fortress. Well, he more or less fell off it really, which was just as well since the missile shot the bay dead centre and caused a big explosion. Huge bursts of fire and flying swarms of shrapnel cascaded from the fortress. With a superlative twirl of his tails, the flying fox took evasive action and then found himself hurtling straight at Sonic, who was heading right up underneath him. Nimbly, Sonic spun out a collision course, grabbed his friend by the ears on the way down and redirected him upwards. Those Valkyries and the missile chasing me, they've gone out of control. I don't know how you turned that missile around, but it was way cool, buddy, Sonic panned as they soared upwards. Tails smiled happily. Oh, it's nothing, he said modestly. It was cool, look. They won't have destroyed the fortress, it's too big, but you blasted a hole big enough to get 100 dude heroes in. Let's go. Flying to the ruins of the bay, Sonic and Tails took this in the scene of devastation. There were twisting smoking metal everywhere, with 2 squadrons of Nebula robots, small turning cones of metal flying out of control in all directions. Far in the distance, way across the bay, a large hatch seemed to be still intact, but the steel was fire blasted and riddled with dents and holes. That's it! That's where we need to go! Come on, let's head on in! So Sonic was really determined now. Tails had followed his speeding body as fast as he could, eventually moving a little too fast even for him. Sonic didn't bother to try to open the hatch, he just bounced right into it. Well, slammed right into it, to be quite honest. Unsurprisingly perhaps, it gave way immediately, and Sonic leapt into the long corridor heading out into the heart of Robotnik's huge metal fortress ship. That wasn't the smartest move. The fortress's defensive shields might not have been working, but its internal defences certainly were, and if there's one thing guaranteed to set them off, it was a blue hedgehog with a cool demeanour. Great piston hammers in the ceiling started pounding down the full length of it as alarm buzzers and bells went crazy. Red alarm panels lit up all over the place with the message, Hedgehog alert! Barely pausing to acknowledge the honour of having an entire security system set up exclusively to keep him out, Sonic sped and darted between the pounding pistons, gradually making his way further and further along the corridor. Behind him, Tails took the fatal mistake of looking up for a split second too long, as he took an extra step forwards, 3 tons of cast iron cane hurtling down towards him. Joe, look! Tails nabbed by the scruff of the neck and dragged an extra yard along. The tips of his tails weighed free just a couple of centimetres past the squashing zone. Gee, thanks, buddy, you saved my life, Tails beamed at Sonic. Again! It was nothing, what are buddies for? And hold on, let's get to Robotnik. This time he isn't going to get away, Sonic replied, a grim and heroic expression on his face. They only ever got so nearly squashed another 3 or 4 times before they got to the hatch at the end of the corridor. Sonic took a short run up and smashed it down. He was in the mood for the subtle approach. When the door slid open and Sonic and Tails leapt into the control bridge, Robotnik spun around to greet them with a smug expression on his face. So we meet again, he exclaimed. You are too late as always. Ha ha ha! You petty fools, the last of my factory constructions has just been dispatched to the master laboratory. We were only building the components of the transmograplex here. It's been assembled elsewhere. Ha ha ha! Soon all the mobiles will be one gigantic machine, and I shall be invulnerable. Ha ha! And now prepare to die, you wretched hedgehog! Robotnik's exposition was just a little too long. For a while he was shouting out his speech. Sonic had spotted the telltale holes in the wall just past the hatchway. He let go the barrier of vicious spiked iron bars which sprang out. If he hadn't, there'd been a lot more spikes than he usually had, and it would have been game over for him, indeed for all the Mobius. But now, with tails in tow, he advanced upon the furious Robotnik. So much for your traps, Robotnik. We defeated you. Igor, activate the escape capsule! Robotnik wailed as he ran away from the advancing dudes. Igor flicked some switches and waited for Robotnik to reach the escape hatch. That's cheating, Sonic said angrily. What? Escaping? No, using the word like escape. It doesn't have an X in it. If there was one thing Sonic really hated, it was the cowardly vanilla scientist who made bad puns. The floor beneath Robotnik suddenly gave way as a metal plate there slid harmlessly open, and the scientist dropped 20 meters onto a huge padded surface. With surprising agility, he wobbled upright and made a swift dash for the capsule. Tails lunged after him, but as he did, his tails were trapped in the hatch, which had spun back to seal off Robotnik's escape. Hanging by the appendages, the Fox could only look on helplessly as Robotnik wobbled onto the pilot seat and the capsule rose from its launch pad. The bays in the distance opened and the egg-shaped craft slid slowly out into the night sky. Tails was caught by surprise when the metal plate opened once more, dumping him on the huge cushion which Robotnik had used to break his fall. Looking up, he could see Sonic grinning in the distance. He dropped down to join his body. Well, he's escaped again, like most heinous of him as usual. However, I found a little button marked auto-destruct sequence, and I pressed it before that funny looking robot up there could stop me. I think I'd better be leaving, little dude, like, hurry, okay? From a safe distance, Sonic and Tails watched the fortress explode. It looked fabulous. Trails of fire and smoke shot out for kilometres, and the entire night sky was illuminated by the series of explosions which ripped the fortress apart. The thunderclap echoed through the zone louder than any natural storm, and flaming lumps of debris shot across the sky like meteors. Groovy! That's the best firework explain I've ever seen. Yeah, pretty cool, admitted Sonic. We defeated Robotnik again, like replay time or what? And he's still got that transmonkoplex somewhere. The good news is, we destroyed that factory fortress, which means that if you can destroy the grand transmonkoplex itself, Robotnik, Mobius should be safe. For quite a long time anyway. And the bad news is, Tails knew perfectly well what it was. He just wanted Sonic to be the one to say it. And the heinously bad news is that we have to try and find the transmonkoplex and then destroy it. And that, my very foxy-faced pal, is going to be one radically hard job even for such super cool hero dudes as ourselves. Once again, we must save Mobius, Sonic thoughtful. Perhaps a plan was hatched in that noble brain. Tails held his breath expectantly. Aha, here it comes, Sonic spoke. But first, buddy, it's time for a serious pork out. When the going gets tough, the tough get eaten. Let's go. Chapter 19. Oh no, it's Plan D. Sonic, Tails and Sally decided that Mickey the Monkey might be a good dude to talk to. After all, the inventor of the Mobius one and only waffle gun clearly knew something about technical stuff. And there was those funny scribbled little drawings on the crumpled page of notes Sally had taken from Robotnik's secret laboratory. They must surely be able to provide some clue as to what the evil scientist was up to. Maybe Mickey could tell something more after he'd examined them. Mickey chewed his way through a mound of peanuts large enough to soak a small elephant, while Sonic told him the story of their adventures to date. Grabbing the paper in his salt-smeared paws, he looked over the diagrams. Once or twice he rubbed his chin, then he scratched his head for a bit. Finally he put the piece of paper to one side and ate. Come on, quaint talking inventor dude, don't keep us in suspense. Sonic was impatient for answers. Yeah, right, what does it all mean? Tails was eager to know what Nicky had learned too. Well, I'm Robotnik's uncle if I know. Can't make head or tail of it. Really I can't, but tar for the peanuts anyway, Mickey said casually. Sonic didn't spot the mischievous grin. Oh bummer. So now we have to face an unknown super destruction weapon of totally awesome capabilities without even a... Oh, cut it out. I'm only pulling your leg, you know. Taking the mitt, get it? Suit yourselves. Look, it's a simple enough weapon. It's a mechanical exchanger. It turns nice, friendly, living people like us into machines, Mickey said. We know that. It happened before when Robotnik imprisoned us inside robots, Sally said. This is different. He's given up on that daft idea after Sonic released everyone. This time, the machine keeps your mind intact, but you can't do anything of your own free will. You see, you'll be forced to act as good obedient robots, or whatever Robotnik turns you into, but because your own minds are still A1, you'll still be as smart as before. That'll give Robotnik smart robots and intelligent machines, much smarter than he's had before, and it'll mean that for sure no one and nothing will ever be able to stop him. Mickey sounded awfully sure that he was right. Everyone else was hoping that he wasn't. What about this transmograplex thingy then? Sonic queried. He still wasn't even sure he got the name right. It looks to me as if that machine is designed to generate a force field, not just a ray like that far out malarkey. The force field will spread out wider and wider, and everything in the area will get transmogrified. Maybe not all at once, but that's the general idea. It looks as if it's huge, Tails was stating the obvious really. Oh, positively big, enormous, old fruit. Something that size, well, it's obvious where Robotnik is hiding it. Close to the middle of the planet, obviously, so the field can spread out as quickly as possible. And somewhere we feel safe with trillions of robots and traps and all that kind of badly awful stuff. Tails winced at the monkey's weird language, which seems to be changing every time they met. And where would that be? Why, sir, in Metropolis Zone, of course. You were right first time, Sonic said smugly. That's desperately dangerous. Tails was growing more anxious by the second. His whiskers were twitching faster and faster, and his tummy was giving him strange pains. Well, of course it's dangerous, Squire. I'll just explain that's why he's building it there. But I do have some rather interesting, up-to-date gen on Metropolis Zone, which might be of some interest to you fellows. Yeah, cool. That's into the secret, dude. Well, forgive my inquiry, but how many peanuts is it worth? Mickey inquired, with a fake expression of innocence on its face. Look, Mickey, are you invulnerable to transmogrification? Sonic asked crossly. Don't think so, chum. Why do you ask? Because you don't want to end up as a refuse bin or microwave oven, you better tell us everything you can. That seems reasonable to these ears. Mickey blustered hastily. Well, to begin with, Metropolis Zone has an undercity. That's where the drains lead to, where the water from the acid rain goes, where all the chemical muck from robotics factories gets dumped, and lots of other things besides. There are kilometres and kilometres of tubes and passages and tunnels all over the place. Ducts and vaults and... Keep it short, Mickey. Everyone knows all this. Why are you telling us what we already know? Sonic was forgetting that most of his friends didn't know. Unlike heroic dude types, they'd never been anywhere near the Metropolis Zone, and they were fascinated, repelled, by what it sounded like. Met the rats of the Undercity, have you? Mickey asked coolly. Yeah, they're bad dudes. Most of them serve Robotnik, the rats. Sonic gave a little theatrical shudder. He didn't like them one bit. Well, things are a bit different now. Robotnik has been sending ratniks down to the Undercity. Mickey sounded most pleased with himself for knowing this. Robot rats? Give that hedgehog a robot coconut. Well guessed, sir. It seems that Robotnik doesn't trust his rodent friends anymore, so he's using robot rats to clean up and keep the Undercity tidy. Apparently the real rats are doing annoying things like tearing power cables and stuff, which isn't very helpful. Disrupted the electricity supply to the factories, puts everything behind schedule. Isn't it a real pain in the neck if you look at it from a man Robotnik's point of view? Gross, why don't you eat pizza like everyone else? Tells Bird. The idea of robot rats didn't sound very nice at all. Don't ask me, I'm a monkey, not a rat. Mickey snorted back. Well anyway, if you go into the old metropolis, you could get the rats to help you. They know how to get to everywhere above ground, through secret tunnels and passages. You get past a lot of guards and alarms that way. Sounds worth a try, Tails said. But it's clear from the way he said it that he was unsure. Yeah, you could try something else. You could try something else, Sonic. So he spoke quietly. Everyone listened. She didn't often butt into a discussion, but when she did, it was worth hearing her out. Perhaps the rats could also chew the power cables and cut off the electricity supply for you. Then the alarm systems and things wouldn't work properly. You might be able to get right up close to Robotnik's new machine without being detected. Cool idea, Sally. You aren't just one pretty face, Sonic beamed at her. Sally blushed with just a little... such a cool mind would be very useful where we're going. But of course this would be a job for super dudes of action. With my superlative putty tails, I shall finally put a stop to this dreadful menace which totally threatens the whole of our planet home. Wish me good luck. Everyone cheered for a bit and then fell silent. That was partly because they were really worried that Sonic and Tails wouldn't make it this time. It was partly because they felt a bit self-conscious and silly. Sonic didn't notice he'd heard the cheers of his adoring pals, and now it was time to go. There's not much time for rest if you're a super dude. I hadn't expected anything like this. Tails was dismayed. At the edge of the Metropolis Zone, thousands of robots were hard at work. They were building up a 20-metre high fence and running long power cables to the wireness of the fence. There were big metal signs which showed the body of a hedgehog with a big red cross across it, and the words "Warning, Hedgehog Free Zone" in large red lettering underneath. The fence went on in all directions as far as the eye could see. It looked like Robotnik was walling off the entire city. What are those things anyway? Tails asked. Don't know, little buddy. They're a bit like burrow-bots, but what were those extra limbs like that in shovels? I've never seen that looks like that before, right? Me neither. They don't look very strong. but there were hundreds and hundreds of them. Huh, nothing a pair of fairly cool dudes couldn't handle. Excuse me. We could smash that bunch to pieces in seconds. Anyway, Robotnik's brain must be turned to scrambled egg. We can jump that fence easily, Sonic boasted. Of course we can. We can jump a fence twice that high. We can jump a fence 3 times that high. No, we can jump a fence 10 times. Okay, buddy, don't overdo it. I think we both have the general idea. Let's have a good run up, accelerate, and get in some hurdling practice. Sonic could tell retreated a short distance and started to run full pelt. Exactly the way it placed her lips to the air, up to the fence, and way over it. Except they didn't just go over it. They hit a wall of force, an invisible barrier right above the fence, and it was like running into a brick wall. Suddenly and startled, they felt the air and landed heavily back inside the fence. They just bumped off the barrier. It's maybe a trick of them you had originally planned, doodling, Sonic said, shaking his head to get his eyes back in their correct sockets. So let's take a longer run up and a higher jump and go right over this most bogus obstacle. So they took a longer run up. They ran even faster, and they leapt way into the air. They were so high they could see the lights of the Metropolis Zone skyscrapers right in front of them, and they hit the barrier again. You know, I think it's time to try Plan B, suggested Sonic, and they dusted themselves down back on the ground beyond the fence once more. What's Plan B? I don't know. I'm still thinking about it. But from the way I felt when it slid down the barrier this time, it looked like Robotnik must have a shield dome around the entire zone. Boy, he isn't making it easy. We could race right around the city at super fast speed and find out if there's anything where the robots haven't finished putting the fence up yet, so I suggested helpfully. Of course, that was Plan B. How pleased of you to remember, Sonic said, glad that he'll be let off the hook. He was lead dude. But that didn't look quite so good when the sidekick did the smart thinking. Unfortunately for a Plan B didn't work either. The fence was around the entirety of Metropolis Zone. The only point of difference was a huge pair of steel gates which allowed some of Robotnik's huge robot carriers and juggernauts in and out. But even then the barrier is strong too. Oh well, can't win them all. Right, now Robotnik's really going to get it, because now he's said be forced to use Plan C, groaned the irritable hedgehog. Plan C? What's that? Terry said dubiously. Well, the way I see it, there are two possible ways in. Plan C means that we could get into one of those trucks and lorries which feed chemicals into the factories. And there's always Plan D, of course. I really like to resort to that. Gosh, you know Plan D, wow! Despite his earlier reservations, Tails was mightily impressed. You certainly are one ace chap, Sonic. The neon light of the Metropolis was just illuminated a slightly smirking hedgehog face. It was only slightly smirking, because Sonic had no idea what Plan D was. But of course, dude. And let's wait for a truck. What is Plan D, Sonic? Trying to hitch the lift in on one of Robotnik's trucks had proved hopeless. Most of them are huge chemical container lorries, smooth-sided, with no way of holding on to them. What's worse, there were chick-bot gunners mounted on them, front and back, sitting in metal turrets, ready to shoot at anything vaguely hedgehog-like. At the gates, buzz bombers and neutrons swarmed all over anything that entered, checking every last centimetre. Worse yet, behind the first set of steel gates, there was another set. Even if Sonic and Tails could have got past, a couple of hundred robots know the traps, they still couldn't have got inside the Metropolis Zone. So it seemed to indicate that Robotnik wanted to keep them out. Meanwhile, Sonic was thinking so hard about Plan D that his brain ached, which was radically irritating. Well, my foxy buddy, Plan D is quite complicated. Let me think for a second about how best to explain it to you, Sonic bluffed, though quiet for a minute or two. Yes, and? Tails prompted. Well, I hate to say this, but... Hush! Can you hear something? Sonic was suddenly alert. Of course I can. There are all those huge lorries funding around, polluting all the air in Metropolis for a start. No, something else. Listen. Tails strained his hearing until he thought his ears were going to pop out of his head. Very, very faintly, the sound of discordant singing made itself heard. Slowly but surely, it grew louder and louder and more awful. Sonic and Tails were both holding their paws slightly over their ears when a mound suddenly appeared in the earth a few metres in front of them. Out of it popped a dark, furry head wearing a pair of cool, albeit rather earth-spattered shades, and a couple of heavy clawed paws floated. Hey, hi there. I just love you wonderful people. You know it's truly great to be back in Wonderful. Stevie! Tails wasn't sure whether he should be pleased, appalled, or just run away now. We're going to plan details. Our emergency logistical backup has just arrived, as we do to a military-style vocabulary of Bradley's prone to say. If Tails had been able to drag his horrified eyes from Stevie the Mole, he would notice that Sonic looked very, very relieved. Moles burrow fast. That's why they have those radically big claws and stuff. It wasn't long before it became clear that Robotnik's barrier and dome didn't extend underground. At least it wasn't a mole-proof barrier. From time to time, Stevie did stop to sing a line or two. He was going to do it because he threw his head back a bit just beforehand and usually got their paws over their ears just in time. Finally, thankfully, the mole's passage ended when he dug his way up into a metal hatch. Sonic could tell took a run up along the mole's passage and crashed the hatch open. In the room before them, everything was dark, except for some tiny red lights twinkling along power cables which ran along the rim of the large metal pipe they forced their way into. Stevie, my man, much of thanks. Forgive us, we really love to stay in here, more of your awesome tunes, but we have to go rat hunting. Sonic tried to sound sincere. Rats? Oh, gross. You better have lots of really cheesy pizza. I thought that was mice, tells us. But don't be silly, Stevie said crossly. It's rats in the undercity. The mice are out in the fields. I mean, I thought it was mice that like cheese best. A common misconception, no. Undercity rats like lots of mozzarella and a sprinkle of anchovy and olive on the top. Boy, you guys can be so unhip sometimes. So, Steve muttered as he retreated back along his tunnel. Bummer, Sonic pondered. Why, we're into the undercity, aren't we? Toad replied. Yeah, but I forgot the olives. Egor. There are times when I am almost sorry that you escaped in the second escape capsule, Robotnik said testily. Well, it was not going as swiftly as he hoped. He had lied to Sonic when the fortress had exploded. He had lost some of the parts of the transmograplex, and the robots were working around the clock to rebuild the last units, transformers and gizmos. That had put him behind schedule, and Robotnik hated being behind schedule. He hated it almost as much as not being able to do the same thing at the same time every day. Why? He almost hated it as much as he hated Sonic, but when things went wrong, Egor usually got the blame. It has to be said, though, that Egor was used to that. Productivity is running at 107% overall, Egor offered. Pah! No excuses. This is a case for extreme efficiency, Robotnik said, although the end of his sentence more or less disappeared into the salivary slurpings as he gobbled up another raw egg from his podgy hands. I will do everything possible, Master. I shall exhort everyone to work harder. I shall run the Robotnik Optimizer Program Executor on the control panel. Pah! Those robots, they're too stupid. Give them a meter of rope and they'll use up a kilometer. Ha ha ha! They have no intelligence, Egor. Not like you. No, Master. That's just how mobiles will be, Egor. Ha ha ha! I shall have some smart machines and robots. The brains of the creatures they will give them intelligence. But they will still be programmed to obey all my commands. All of them will call me Master! Ha 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 ha! Robotnik wobbled with glee. He looked like an oversized marshmallow wearing trousers. Do what you can to expedite the work, he said to Egor, in passing as he left for his bedroom with his huge egg-shaped bed. I shall go and dream pleasant dreams of the world, ha ha, domination. I enjoy those so much. Unlike his portly master, Egor didn't need sleep, and he certainly didn't dream. But what he did would have surprised an alarm Robotnik if he'd been there to see it. Egor monitored the work in the factories, watching huge streams of information sail by on the computer screens, but from time to time, his metal fingers flicked at the keyboard and he checked the folder on transmogrifying, and on animals they had already changed, especially on one they hadn't, Sally Acorn. Egor gazed at the image of Sally on the screen for quite some time, and then he softly spoke some words which certainly shouldn't have been in his lexical access system, words which the robot hadn't spoken before. My, but that is one cool babe. Egor almost fell backwards off his chair at the realization of what he just said. He glanced around to make sure no one was eavesdropping, but of course he was alone. He knew he needed an oil change and some serious corrective work to his circuits. All his programming told him that he should turn himself into the maintenance department and get whatever was wrong fixed. But he didn't want to, and these days, what Egor didn't want to do, he didn't do. Chapter 20, King Rat. When super dudes have warning of danger, they can move so fast you wouldn't believe it. When they get surprised, just a second of being off guard can be a second too long. As you might have guessed, we bring this up because that is what's happened to Sonic and Tails. 1 second they were heading along the electrical cable tunnel, the next they were being hoisted into the air. Very shortly after that, they found themselves stuffed inside sacks, which were being tied so tightly that they had no chance of escaping. There were squeaky, muttering voices all around them, but they couldn't make out what the rats were saying, because the sacks, which incidentally were rather grubby and smelt of oily fish, offered out all the sound. The really gross thing, however, was being dragged along the passage after the rats. The floors were bumpy, and there was absolutely no fun at all, for quite a long time. Finally, by the time they were both asking for air and wishing they had gone to bed for the rest of the day with a set of bowl of comics and a bucket of chicken instead of attempting all this hero stuff, they were hauled out into the sacks and very swiftly tied up hand and foot. Whiskered faces twitched all around them. Taking in the surroundings, Sonic and Tails found themselves in a huge, very dimly lit underground chamber. There were pipes and tubes everywhere. Some of them leaked evenly coloured liquids which smelled unspeakably gross. They were surrounded by hundreds of rats. Behind the crowd, in the distance, one huge, fat, sleek brown rat with some streaks of grey in his fur and some seriously menacing shades stood regarding them expressionlessly. Well, 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 what have we here? The big rat said ominously. He kind of sneered when he talked. On Sonic the world-famous hedgehog, and the rats burst into laughter. A single wave of the hand from the big rat. They fell instantly silent. The big rat advanced, ominously slowly. Oh really? Well, I've never heard of you, you Spanish blue freak, he yelled. Now listen up and get smart, Buster. I'm Capone, and I'm the king here. Call me your gracious majesty, or I'll stick those little red sneakers where the sun don't shine. The other rats growled with delighted laughter. Capone certainly knew how to work a room. Another king, Tails exclaimed. Do you have a daughter with chronic eating problems, King Capone? The big rat's expression changed to one of puzzlement. Yeah, but how you know that, you gingery dog? Tails ignored the insult. It seemed like the best strategy when faced with a nasty king, since he was tied up. I'm a psychic, your gracious majesty. Psychic, huh? So how come you didn't foresee that it will catch you so easily, you twin-tailed gimboid? The rat sneered loudly. Oh, that was deliberate, your I mean, your most worshipfully, graciously do this, mega majesty. Sonic hurriedly corrected himself. Oh, that was Sonic's voice I meant to do that. We know that you rats prefer to kidnap people. It's like some do shake hands or say hello. It's cool. We didn't want to put you off rhythm, yeah? King Capone looked unsure for a second. Sonic pressed his advantage. And we bought you pizza as a goodwill gift. My good friend and a Page Rock Squire type underling has a bag of the same. As a personal gift, radical majestic rat dude. Toad wasn't too happy about being described by Sonic as an underling, but he kept Sonic silent anyway. The rats stirred as one and began chattering amongst themselves in anticipation. The king reached hungrily for Tails' bag and stopped himself. Where's my food taster? He growled suspiciously. Here, most gracious majesty. A thin and extremely nervous looking rat popped up from the crowd. Open that dweeb's bag and check it. Capone pointed imperiously to Tails. The food taster rumbled in Tails' back. Pizza delivery indeed, majesty. Eat it, well, only just a little bit. Does it have anchovies? Capone's long pink tongue licked to the edges of his lips. Yes, your gracious majesty. Save them for me. Eat just a little bit of the crust at the edge where the cheese is finished. The food taster looked disappointed. He looked the kind of rat who got disappointed an awful lot. Very good, majesty. He broke off a small portful of pizza, chewed it for a few seconds and swallowed it. The king waited for a moment or so. Everyone was hushed. Well, is it poisoned? Are you dead? No, your majesty. Perhaps I ought to try a little more, just to be absolutely certain. I might be dead, and I've not realised it yet, said the food taster hopefully. Don't try to pull that one again, or I'll be at the bottom of the... Or you'll be at the bottom of the sewer, wearing a concrete tail warmer, you get me? King Capone kicked him in the side and sank his teeth to the pizza. His face was only centimetres away from Tails. He put it on the rats, or king rats anyway, have two very long, very yellow and very sharp front teeth. They always have appallingly bad breath. Tails tried not to feel sick. Well, said the king for a mouthful of pizza, you jerks sure try very hard. But you made one serious mistake, you creeps. What was that? Sonic exclaimed. You forgot the olives. The rats with the sharp suits, dark glasses and violin cases had startled them, that's for sure. They just walked right up in a line, stood in front of the tied up prisoners, put on white gloves and opened the violin cases. Sonic and Tails didn't have to get so scared. They actually played their instruments. But they kept them tied up for hours and wriggled as hard as they could. There really wasn't any escape. King Capone was talking to other large rats, clearly discussing what to do with his prisoners. After endless talks, Capone came over to talk to them again. Well, morons, we've had a conference and had decided that you were going to tell Capone exactly why you're really here. Well, Your Gracious Majesty, Sonic had finally got it right, but then again he had lots of time to practice. I'm sorry to tell you that that's a secret. The secret's so secret that the whole future of Mobius depends on it, including Your Gracious Majesty and his subjects. It's a secret known to very, very few people, which is why it's a secret. So you're going to try to stop Robotnik building his transmogrifier then? Capone said in a very offhand way. Yes. Well, at the moment, Sonic couldn't think of anything else to say. Well, look at it from our point of view, Capone continues, apparently oblivious to Sonic's embarrassment at the revelation of his allegedly great secret. We have actually noticed that Robotnik is building an enormous anti-hedgehog defensive shield around the metropolis. Now that wouldn't be to keep a world-famous hedgehog like yourself out, would it? What, or me? Said Sonic innocently. And it wouldn't be you that Robotnik has a huge reward out for capturing, would it? Oh, I hardly think so. So as you might have hide it, a small smoke of pleasure began forming on Sonic's lips. Well, anyway, Fatso Robotnik is no enemy of ours. Many of us have worked for him, you know. Yes, but isn't there a small problem with nasty ratniks? Many of the rats standing behind the king hissed and preened their whiskers angrily. There were a lot of sharp-yellow teeth suddenly gleaming in the dim unseated white. So you know about that, do you, you red-sneakered freak? I know many things, Robotnik decided to play inscrutable. Don't you try to play inscrutable with me, Capone growled, pointing a stubby claw-tipped finger at the hedgehog. We just might let you go, just possibly, tells Sonic breathes a sigh of relief. But of course we'll demand some service from you first. You didn't enter our area of the Undersea without royal permission, and that's the crime of trespass. The rats behind hissed again. Voices could be heard whispering softly. Crime of trespass, oh yeah. Sonic and Samus didn't mind that too much. It was an enormous voice shouting, cut off their paws! Which rather more concerned them. So you're gonna bust into the pizza factory plan for us, as a way of atoning you for your heinous crime. It's not difficult. There are only 2,000 worker robots, 1,000 guard robots, defense systems which not even we can get into, and other things like that. Sonic seemed rather comfortable with this idea. Sounds a breeze. We'll be able to do that for you easily. With extra olives? Sonic inquired. These rats must be dumb. As soon as the intells are out of here, they were out of here, and they were going to waste time raiding any pizza plant. Well, maybe for a quick snack, but nothing more. Certainly not just a gang of halitosis suffering sewer rats with severe personal hygiene problems could stuff their dirty whiskered face pouches anyway. Look, chum, you're a world famous hedgehog, right? You can surely do this little teensy-weensy thing alone, can't you? My buddy is brilliant when it comes to dealing with alarms. There's nothing about pizza he doesn't know. Sonic was lying through his teeth. What about the first part? You must think we're dumb, Robotnik snarled. Oh, thought Sonic, I have bad vibes about this. We're keeping furry freak creatures here as a hostage. We let you go. You come back with pizza by the ton. If you don't, your furry freak pal here gets it. From his rabbit's fur, Capone drew out a long, vicious metal pin with a very sharp end that held it awfully close to Tails. He shrank back in not unreasonable fright. And don't try any heroic rescues, Buster. We'll have guards around in man day. One force movies, Fox history. Get it? Okay. Where's this pizza plant? Sonic said weakly. This wasn't going to be easy. Chapter 21. Pizza raid with extra olives. Sonic pushed up the drain hatch. It was very smelly indeed down here, and he wanted to get out as quickly as hedgehogly possible. Sonic hated bad smells more than anything else in the whole world. By himself in his backyard of his huge pizza plant, he looked around himself very swiftly. The place seemed to be deserted. There were lorries and huge pallets stacked around, and a heavy chain fence around the factory. There was just one back door. Robotnik might have pizza manufactured here, but there wasn't any hope of counter service. Sonic felt miserable and dejected for a moment. He missed Tails. He'd grown used to his little foxy buddy. He didn't trust the rats to treat him properly. Excuse me. And that made him suddenly feel very angry. His foot inside the tap, and then began to run towards the door. One splintered door later, the guard robots of the dough room were instantly on full alert. Fortunately for Sonic, they weren't among Robotnik's best creations. Most of the really powerful guard robots had been moved to the transmogriplex already, but they were still bouncing ball holes, whizzing buzz bombers, and even a few really dangerous rollers heading right across the floor towards the intruder. Sonic went straight into super spin. There was no time to waste. 10,000 pieces to go. Heavy on the anchovies and the olives. Oh yeah, and one portion of garlic bread supreme, Sonic yelled, and the battle was joined. Leaping, crossing, busting and leaving a trail of mayhem behind him, Sonic knew that this strategy wasn't going to work. Just too many of them. Now he dodging the sting of a buzz bomber, had an instinct brainwave. Hurtling towards the enormous dough vat in the centre of the factory, with a mighty heave he disconnected the huge hose leading from it. Pushing the lever onto the vat to maximum, he hefted the hose and pointed at the squadron of bud bombers bearing down him. An enormous lengthy string of dough fired from the machine. It wrapped way around the robots, trapping their wings and leaving them flapping helplessly on the ground. The rollers, however, were still advancing on Sonic. Hey Drews, don't gets too close. It's like a pun. Sonic yelled gleefully as the hose fired out long bullets of sticky dough. The rollers got engulfed and rolled themselves up to a standstill, covered all over in the thick, floury pizza base. They looked like donuts, Sonic thought. The ball hole soon got swamped in the endless stream of dough with which the vat supplied, and by the time the vat was emptied, the entire factory was a metre deep in the stuff. Sonic looked around for the assembly line. There were lots of hatches and doors in the factory room, so he just took pot light and tried the one furthest away to the one he'd entered by. Buzzing through the door, Sonic found himself soaring down a long, flowery chute towards a sunken floor lit with an array of metal vats and open tops. He could see bubbling cheese, tomato puree, olives and lots of other toppings simmering away before him. Sonic licked his lips and lost his concentration. He hit a big patch of flour halfway down the chute and kicked up a spray of fine, white, choking flour. Achoo! Sonic leapt into the air with the force of the sneeze, spiraling over and over in mid-air, then with a heavy splap in the tomato puree. There was silence for a moment, and the size of the puree returned to its more usual gentle bubbling. There was a mighty heave, a bright red figure covered from head to foot in dripping tomato sauce burst in the vat and landed in the gooey heap on the floor beside it. Sonic lay still for a few seconds, before some special sense told him better look up, like now. Joining him from the far side of the room, where a row of large hatchways was cut into the wall, was a whole squad of grabbers, the 8-legged robots with nasty slipping jaws. Sonic was grabbed, more than once, but the metal nippers just nipped off the thick, slippery tomato puree and the robots couldn't hold him. Sonic gave them a series of perfectly aimed kicks from a super swing and watched them sail through the air into the mozzarella vat. More of those crabs must be cheesed off, he punned happily. Doing his best to wipe up some of the tomatoey guns covering him, he sprinted for the hatchway. Leaping on a final puddle of puree, he half flew and half slid across the nearest hatchway and into the brilliantly lit distance. For a moment, his eyes were blinded, and he couldn't make out where he was. It was the movement, however, that gave it away. Something underneath him was moving, he was moving along with it. He realised by screwing up his dazzled eyes and squinting to take in the fact that he was in the middle of a long queue of toppingless pizzas, that he was on a conveyor belt. In the near distance, the belt passed into a long metal cylinder into which a whole series of tubes passed in the toppings room. Unfortunately, by the time he realised this, there was no time left for Sonic to get off the belt. When he emerged from the far side of the cylinder, a hot and spicy Sonic with extra sweet corn and spiced beef and very heavy on the cheese set rather unsteadily off the conveyor belt, he did his best to divest himself of the toppings, partly through wiping but mostly, it must be admitted, by simply eating. There didn't seem to be any grabbers here, or by any other robots for that matter. And on the other hand, if he hadn't moved where he had done, that he would be cooking nicely at 300 degrees by now. It would be a narrow escape. Keeping his wits about him, Sonic crossed to the entry valve labelled Olives and turned the dial from normal through heavy and all the way up to gross out. He remembered to top up the cheese and keep the anchovies flowing. Real rat-on pizzas, dude, he complimented himself. Grabbing some pizza bases to smear the last of the cheese and cheese sauce for himself, Sonic looked around eagerly. He needed a couple of 100 pizza boxes and someone delivering them to the undercity in the rats, but that wasn't going to be so easy. Sat at the far end of the assembly line, grabbing the pizzas that came off it, Sonic rapidly built up a huge pile of steaming pizzas, freshly boxed. Somehow he managed to eat only 3 of them by himself! Exclamation mark. I've got to get these out of here somehow, he said to himself as he stacked. Keen to jog his pizza-addled brain is coming up with a solution, but how? Disturbing his thoughts, a low metallic grinding sound came from a door opening in the distance. Sonic hid underneath the assembly line to watch. A large faceless and featureless robot clanked into the room, grabbed a huge stack of pizza-filled boxes in their shovel-like claws, and dumped them onto a metal pallet. The pallet hissed and rose gently into the air. The robot pressed a lever on it, and the pallet turned around and gently slid glided through a doorway. The robot followed the pallet and was about to close the door when a super fast hedgehog sprinted past, leapt onto the pallet and pressed the lever all the way up. The pallet rose crazily into the air, rocking slightly from side to side. Sonic had to keep running around trying to catch the pieces which were in danger of falling off it. Leaping and dashing around, he found a second lever on the far side of the pallet. Let's hope it's the rudder, he thought to himself, and pointed to the far side of the metropolis. The pallet suddenly hurtled off through the night sky. Afterwards, Sonic wasn't entirely sure just how he managed to land the pallet without doing too much damage to himself, the pieces, or anything else. Or crash landed it, to be more exact. He knew that he was lying on the ground, with stars swimming around his head, and behind him there was a pallet sticking out of the ground at right angles. A huge number of pizza boxes scattered all around. Rubbing his head, he rose groggily to his feet and started to dust off the sneakers and try to get his sticky spines back in shape. Sonic always did the important stuff first, yeah. The patter of not so tiny pink paws brought him up to his senses. A huge group of rats turned up, suddenly knowing exactly where to find him, and they were busy carting off the pizzas down to the mound Stevie the Mower made, and presumably on down into the Undercity. Capone towered over him, accompanied by a haughty-looking girl rat, with a funny feathery scarf and something silk wrapped around her, oddly thinking a big diamond ring on her left paw.
These are the olivest, olive-heavy, olive-rich pizzas we've seen for a long time. Deservedly so-called world-famous hedgehog. With a very acceptable amount of cheese and anchovy. I think we just got ourselves a deal buster.
The rat babe cooed into Capone's ear.
Oh, and Dolores says your spikes look really grotty, dude.
Sonic groaned. All this for a few hundred pizzas and the spikes still stuck solidly to his back with the last congealed tomato puree. Someone's life was really hard being heroic blue hedgehog. Chapter 22. There's lots of chapters in this book, isn't there? World famous hedgehog and video sensation. The rats of the metropolis weren't too strong on the personal hygiene front. As a result, it took Sonic a long time to wash himself off and restore himself to his proper glory. Meanwhile, Capone was distributing pizzas to his henchmen. It was as if one or two fights might break out among the rats, as they argued over who should get the biggest slices. Finally, they quieted down, and licked the last of the pizza off their paws, and sat around in a large circle. Capone parked himself right in the middle of it, and gestured to Sonic and the newly untied tail to sit before him. Sonic was expecting at least a few cheers from the porked-out rats when he struggled into the circle, but to his disappointment there weren't any at all. Just one or two burps. The rats don't want to have all that great table manners.
Well, world famous hedgehog, now you want to help me find Robotnik's master laboratory in the metropolis.
Capone was picking at his over long claws, speaking in a very casual tone of voice. That, I believe, was the deal. Real mega dude. Sonic was hopeful. Your Grace's Majesty, if you don't mind.
Actually, that was not the deal. I said I might let you go if you raided the pizza plant for us.
Capone has a very good memory. He knew one to remember all the enemies he had on his list of creatures he planned to have disappear from the metropolis. Well, yes, Your Grace's Majesty, but since we were heading for Robotnik's laboratory, it was implicit that we meant release us was in the general direction of same. Sonic had been thinking through this for a long time. Capone was one mean rat, and Robotnik needed always smart to deal with him. But this thing of a word like implicit had taken him an awful lot of tiring brain work, and he didn't have very much left for reasoning with.
Oh, very clever,
snarled the huge rat.
Have you ever read a book called The Very Grim Fairy Tales?
Don't think so. Is there a video of it?
Probably. Anyway, there's a story about a hedgehog who's too smart for himself and thinks he's cleverer than he is. And of course he comes to a very nasty end. Something to do with balls of clay in a very hot oven and some unusual school of cuisine. You ought to read it, Buster.
A few of the other rats snickered. About two of them sniggered because they'd heard the fairy tale. The others sniggered because they were afraid that if they didn't, Capone would have their whiskers cut off. He was my mean king. Thank you for that literary advice, Your Grace's Majesty, Sonic said politely. What are we going to do now?
Well, as a sign of our most gracious and generous Majesty, we shall release you somewhere close to the Transmogroplex.
How close would that be exactly? Tails poked up.
Oh, I don't know about it exactly, but I would say somewhere between right next door and the other side of the city.
Capone smirked. He didn't look terribly pleasant when he smirked. Well, actually, he never looked anywhere near pleasant. When he smirked, he looked really slimy. That is very helpful of you, most gracious Majesty, sir. Sonic was beginning to realise that all he Tails could hope for was to get out of here and get away from the rats.
Dillinger, Scarface, take these gentlemen, Capone stated, and let them out of Duck 32. Oh no, not Duck 32, gasped an impressive rat somewhere in the back of the crowd. Oh yes, Duck 32. Then we shall see if this really is a world-famous hedgehog.
The two rats leading the way were mean-looking dudes. One snarled most of the time, and the other one had an ugly scar running right down the left side of his face. They didn't say much, but just scrambled on ahead through a long series of tunnels, passages, and narrow chutes. Finally stood at the bottom of a rising metal chute stuffed full of wires and cables and pointed upwards. Sonic thought he heard one say to the other, "Why do you think Sonic crashed the road?" And he did his best to look really snarly and fierce when the rats turned back to him. It was an old joke, but it wasn't funny anymore. "Up there, Buster," snarled the one who snarled all the time. Sonic assumed he was Dillinger, but it wouldn't have made much sense if he was Scarface. On the other hand, you never knew when you were these double-crossing rats. Like most total thanks dudes, I don't suppose you'd like to chew through a couple of cables to mess up the electricity supply. It was a long shot. Somehow, Sonic didn't think such a suggestion would work. The rat sniggered nastily. "What would we want to do that for? We just stuffed ourselves full of pizza, Buster." "Well, thanks anyway," Sonic replied rather lamely. "Huh," snarled Dillinger, popping another wad of chewing gum into his mouth. "Best of luck, suckers." With an evil laugh, he and Scarface disappeared back down the gloomy passage of the undersea. "Well, Tails, we have two choices. Numero uno, we can go up here. Numero two-o, we can keep going and try somewhere else." Sonic didn't exactly sound happy about either option. "Well, Sonic, at least it gets us into the city. If we go on, we might be kidnapped by some other gang of rats, or bump into the Ratniks, or the alligators everyone says down here, or some Robotnik's machines or traps, or even worse." "Yeah, okay, I got the idea," Sonic snapped testily. He didn't want to think about the traps and dangers further along. "Let's be on up, dude. I have a bad feeling about this. What did that Capone mean about finding out if I really was a world-famous hedgehog?" "Where are we?" Tails lamented. They'd never been anywhere like this before. He and Sonic had burst out the metal hatches at the top of the ducts, raced along what seemed like kilometres of narrow cable ducts, and finally opened a metal grille and found themselves in a metal room covered in pipes and wires. In front of them was a door with a large red bulb glowing brightly outside it and a panel which read, "Studio engaged." Studio, Must be some kind of painter or artist, I suppose. They have studios, don't they? Sonic didn't know much about art, but he knew what he liked, and didn't like the peculiar sounds coming from the radio on the wall opposite him. This is Radio Fist 222 AM, broadcasting the groovy sounds of the metropolis. Now it's DJ Mark Dweeb with Robot Fun Time for all your hard workers out there. Same place, same time, and 222. Eey'll keep you amused. And it's placed like the fish, by the way. Here's our first tuner. We'll keep rapping by Dickie Snapper and the Sharks. What is this drivel? Tails wondered. Dunno. Really grody though. Never mind that. Let's see what's behind this other door. Sonic accelerated into door crushing mode. It always seemed easier than just opening them, however, and it was always more fun. The lights were very bright in the room beyond, and Sonic had to blink a few times, taking the scene around him. It was very strange. He couldn't see all the room because beyond a ring of very powerful lights there was just darkness. But in the middle of the lights, he could see a whole bunch of video cameras standing on tripods. They all pointed at a couple of very expensive and luxurious leatherette chairs. In one of the chairs, a weird-looking robot was sitting. It was vaguely human-shaped, and it seemed to have been sprayed with latex or something like that. It had a ridiculously over-perfect human face and was dressed in a very expensive suit. Sonic was fazed by that. In his experience, robots didn't wear suits. The robot looked vaguely startled for a second, and then grinned very widely. It had an infinite number of absurdly white teeth. "Good morning, fans. This is Bobby Smile, Master of Charm and Smarm, bringing you tonight's chat with Smile." Somewhere in the darkness, applause burst out. It lasted for 1 to 2 seconds and then stopped abruptly, as if someone had turned off a switch. "And tonight's first guest is, Sonic thought he could see little trickles of oil coming from the robot's joints. He didn't like it much. But they figured it out now. This was a video studio, a chat show, and he was going to be the star. Swaggering toward and bowing to the audience, he thought, must be there. He plonked himself in the chair next to Smile. "Sonic's the name, buddy. Bobby. Sonic the Hedgehog. World famous super dude." Yes, Sonic. Well, welcome to the show, Sonic." The robot was clearly confused. "And, what's it like being such a blue dude then?" "Well, Bobby, I have to say that my agent says it's a cool image, and it's just me being myself, dude." "Yeah, great.
Well, Sonic, how about the new movie you make with ex-director Clint Deadbrain? And are those rumours about you and your leading starlet true?
Well, Barry, I have to say that Clint is the best director I've ever had the pleasure of working with. He's like one radical dude, yeah? He's still come on a lot since he did that pathetic movie with that dumb fat Italian waiter or wherever he was. Now, Clint's real cool about his choice of characters to work with. Thought it was babbling the kind of drill we'd see on TV and video. It seems to be working. Getting into this has seemed a good idea at first, and now he's beginning to wonder. Oh, and Barry, like, we radical hedgehog superstars never kiss and tell, right? Tails was horrified. He realised that somewhere in the metropolis, one of Robotnik's minions would surely be monitoring this show. The mad scientist presumes there's some humongous force of robots to destroy them. He had to get Sonic out of the studio somehow, but he just couldn't rush in and drag him out. That would make matters even worse. Desperately racking his brain, he was infuriated by the garbage coming from the radio. Now up for the heart of herring. Just turn Mark's Weeb up, and let's rock and roll. Another awful record began to play, and then began to slow down and stop. There was a moment of merciful silence, and then... Sorry about that, Guru dudes. We didn't do it on purpose. Whale tried to put things up right as possible. What is all this stuff about fish? Howard wondered. Then he took a closer look at the radio. See where this is going. Tail was racing to the studio. He was overexcited, and he didn't care about making things worse now. He reckoned things couldn't get much worse anyway. Bobby Small looked up at an alarm. Emergency message for Superstar Sonic. Excuse me. Red hot property. Up and coming director Tux Iceberg needs to contract him for an HD movie now. Tail jumped up and down, trying to drag Sonic out of his chair. Sonic resisted at first, and he shook his head as if clearing his mind. Tux who? Tux? Is their friend Tux the penguin? Hey Bobby, it's been really great, and I mean that most sincerely. But the more Tinsel and Giller beckons, and hey dude, you gotta go, right? Adios muchos nachos. Hasta les pasta, or whatever they say down there. Bye! Accompanied by another deafening sound of canned applause, Sonic turned off with Tails back into the darkness off stage. What a Mobius were you doing, Sonic? Everybody's bound to know we're here. Well, sorry little dude, it was kind of fun. Hey, you said Tux. Yeah, look at that radio. Sonic looked carefully. The radio was black and white, and down its side it had kind of flipper-shaped designs, and if you looked really carefully at the yellow tuner, there was something which looked suspiciously like a beak. Sonic stared for a moment, uncertain what exactly he was meant to be looking at. Then it hit him. Oh, heinous! You mean that is our penguin-style friend? Listen, but not for long. We don't have much time. After a few more jingles and intros in which the names of fish were conspicuously present, Sonic looked aghast. There was no doubt about it. It really is him. He's been transmogrified into a radio. It's terrible news. Well, buddy, we've got to go. Grab that penguin radio and let's head on out. There's no time to waste. Chapter 23. Quick, escape with the vacuum pig. Sonic had been on the live broadcast just a little too long. Outside the station, huge lorries could be heard drawing up, and then the ominous sound of metal clanking filled the building. You sent some robots to get us, and knew this would happen. Oh, Sonic, why did you have to? Tails began moaning. Shh! Sonic shushed. Keep quiet now. Turn Tux off too. Sorry, Tux. The sound of metal doors swishing open was getting closer. Excuse me. The radio ceased its stream of inane comments as Tails switched the volume up, down and off. Better get ready for some serious robot smashing. Sonic was winding himself up for action. His spokes bristled. Even better actually, well, why don't we try to get out of here? Tails didn't figure head-on attack was the best option here. Not when they were unfamiliar with the layout of the building, and he said as much. No harm searching for another way, Sonic agreed. Let's move. Tails and the studio followed corridors more or less blindly. The studio was a maze. There weren't any exit signs anywhere. All the time, the sound of trundling robots were getting nearer and nearer. Sonic wasn't worried. He knew in his mind he could stomp them. Hey, he was Sonic the Hedgehog. He thought he could stomp anything. That is, until he saw them face to face. Oh, heavy bomber, look. Okay, so even hypercore hedgehogs have their limitations. A squadron of slow-moving but deadly bomb-bots was advancing down the corridor, their metal antennae waving. They couldn't detect Sonic and Tails except at really close range, but they couldn't be safely crashed either. Each one of them had a kilo of explosive inside it. The bashing one would mean instant destruction to the basher. Sonic tells her to run, and run fast. In here, tells her getting just a little panicky. Well, it wasn't quite as cool as Sonic. Throwing Sonic into a tiny room behind an inconspicuous door, they sat with bated breath inside the odds man in a very dark room as the bots marched closer and closer and closer and roared on past. They waited until it was silent outside, and then they opened the door just a tiny bit to see if the coast was clear outside. With the light coming in from outside, they could see that they had taken shelter in a clean-up room. It was full of mops, buckets, pails, a couple of vacuum cleaners, and lots of jars and bottles of cleaning fluids. 12 large tins of Robo-Shine, brings a gleam to your machine, brackets, and a 100-litre drum of robot oil lay in the far corner. But outside, oh seriously bad vibes. Neat trick her, I don't think, Sonic lamented. Clearly, there hadn't just been bomb-bots outside. The floor in all directions, and as far as his hedgehog boy could see, was covered in a thick layer of powdery flaky sauce on description. Sonic didn't know what it was, but he realised at once it was a great way of making sure to leave footprints behind them as they fled. What was more, strung on the corridor just above hedgehog head height was a huge network of sticky strands of web-like material. That clearly was going to put a stop to any indoor aviation. Why does he need that? Tails complained. I mean, he's got all those electronic alarms and robots and everything. This is a bit primitive, isn't it? So why bother? Because the alarms can be destroyed, and if you bounce off them, silly, we do it all the time. Robotnik knows it now. This way, we can't cover up where we are and where we've been building. Think about it. If the powder had been on the floor when the bomb bots had been after us, we'd have left a nice trail of footprints right up to the door, right? Tails could see the sense of that. What can we do about it? I mean, you can't fly around. Whatever that messy stuff is, it looks as if it blew us up totally if we try that. Well, Sonic started to look at the vacuum cleaners. Yes, I've got it. There is something we can try. Where can we plug this thing in? He dragged the bigger one out of the corner. He was about to fit the plug into the socket panel he found on the far wall, when he suddenly stood stock still and stared at the vacuum cleaner very intently indeed. Tails, quick, look at this. Does this vacuum cleaner, well, does it remind you of anyone we know? It's a bit pinkish, and there's wheels of hubs that look a bit like, well, feet, sort of. I was pondering for a moment or two. Turn it on. Sonic plugged into the cleaner and the bag filled with air. Sonic Tails nodded his head sadly. Oh dear, yes it does look rather like someone we know. It's definitely a bit porky. There's that twirly tail bit at the end of the handle that gives it away really, isn't it? Sonic, we can't do this. We can't clean the floor with Porker Lewis. Even if he is a vacuum cleaner right at the moment. The other one doesn't work. Sonic shoved the broken vacuum cleaner to one side with a red sneakered foot. It's not being a you know what? I mean, we're going to have to be filling him up with yucky grey powder. We don't even know what it is. It'd be awful for him. Sonic knelt down and spoke gently to the vacuum cleaner. Look, Porker, my best buddy, I really am terribly, terribly sorry about this. Please try to understand. We freed Sally from Robotnik's laboratory, and we found Tux and you and Johnny Lightfoot as well, I think. Tails rather sadly held up an unusual looking mop. It was grubby and slightly grungy smelling, and Tails was fairly sure that life had not been a bucket of roses for this mop of late. Right, Sonic continued. Well then, and Johnny too. Now we have to try to get you to Robotnik's master laboratory and change you back. We've got to get out of here to do that. This means we have to cover our tracks with you. I'm really sorry about this, Porker, but the hedgehog's got to do what the hedgehog's got to do. The vacuum cleaner seemed to wobble very slightly. Okay then, thanks old buddy. If there's any consolation, Sonic continued, whispering very gently close to the cleaner so that Tails couldn't overhear him. I spent a little time as a toaster myself, so I sort of know what it's like. The vacuum cleaner seemed to snigger a bit. Well, not really, but just for a second Sonic thought that it did. Perhaps he was just imagining things, but it seemed to make his decision easier. It's a good thing Porker has a long lead, Sonic observed. Okay, Tails, open the door and let's get cleaning. Charging ahead with a roaring Porker Lewis sweeping all before him, Sonic, Tails and Sonic sailed on the pseudo corridors, and finally, just when they thought Porker's lead must run out and they'd be left with a plugged-in vacuum pig, they found the back door. Some guys really do have all the luck. Switching Porker off, Sonic took a flying jump and battered it down. Free! Free at last! Now! 20 billion megavolts of arc light switched on at the same time, blinded and unable to react. Sonic and Tails stood almost frozen. Stock still. Camera started clips open. Dimly beyond the halo of intense white light, Sonic thought he could just see, with shielded eyes, a very fat egg-shaped person sitting in a large canvas chair surrounded by robot guards. Egg Features raised a huge megaphone into his mouth and began to shout, "My lords, ladies and gentlemen, tonight is the world premiere of a new play by the 10 times winner of the Mobius Prize for Literature and Good Playwriting, Dr. Ivo Robotnik, on the set of lead actors in Death of a Hedgehog." "Quick!" Sonic gasped. "Let's grab this vacuum pig and run. Better still, fly!" Spinning a leap in, Sonic and Tails dodged away from the advancing robot horde. Robotnik's caterpillar-treaded grounders were being followed by the spike-segmented Crawton Legion, and there was a drone of something else advancing from above. A hail of flying stingers flew past our heroes' heads. "Uh-oh!" Sonic and Tails had to the horror. They had ascended right into a huge swarm of buzz bombers. This time it really did look like it was all over. They were surrounded. Robotnik screamed with glee. They were up against hundreds of robots. "More lights, more cameras, more action! Action! Ha 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 ha!" Robotnik wobbled horridly and almost fell out of his heftily sported chair. A singer fired from a buzzball and missed Sonic's spines by half a centimetre and hit Porker's switch, knocking it nearly to blow. The machine wasn't plugged in anywhere, but playing Porker found a small reserve energy and using it to their advantage. "Yay, Porker!" cheered Tails. An enormous cloud of dust emerged from the base of the vacuum cleaner, swallowing almost everything in sight. The buzz bombers couldn't see their targets properly, and the ground bots were circling aimlessly around, though Sonic and Tails soon lost sight of themselves. They could hear Robotnik's coughing and spluttering somewhere nearby, but they couldn't see him, which, to be honest, was something of a bonus. "Come on, out of here!" Sonic ordered. "What? Where? Where to?" Tails was losing his cool. It was as much as he could do to keep hold of the mop and the radio. "Anywhere, just follow me!" Soon past the last of the buzz bombers, and leaving the furious and choking Robotnik behind, the super dudes flew off into the night. It didn't seem to matter too much where they were heading, as long as it was out of here. So they're on chapter 24, and yeah, the author really went for lots of chapters in this one. They've definitely got the most chapters. This style of rating, like that robot's got problems. "What do you reckon this place is then?" Tails queried. "It's somewhere good. First on the edge of the city, second it's quiet, third it's totally deserted." "That makes it a good place in my book," Sonic said. "We don't know it's deserted," Tails replied. "Don't quibble over details, Tails." "And fourth, it was a door we can smash down." Sonic's toes tapping again. "We don't know that we can smash." Tails was interrupted in mid-sentence. He changed the ending. "Oh, all right. So you can smash it down then. What's inside?" It looked like a warehouse of spare robot parts. There were huge pallets loaded with great crates and packing boxes with extensive labels on them. The labels had names like Buzzerheads and Neutron and Tails, which rather gave the game away. Sonic and Tails looked across the long line of stacked crates. It seemed quite quiet in here. "Do you think we could build our own robots and attach Smelly or Robotnik with them?" Tails said hopefully. "Shouldn't think so, little buddy. I thought the control systems in them would make them only obey Robotnik. It's not like the old day when you had to use animals and living creatures inside them. Now they're just robots, I'm afraid." Sonic sat down on the crate and took stock of things. "Okay, we got 41 assorted packs of crisps, chips, nuts, nachos and tortilla chips, and a couple of cold pizzas I hid from the rats. That'll keep us going for an hour at least. Or maybe if you don't get peckish. Excuse me. And we have one radio, one mop, and one vacuum cleaner. We still have to find, well, we don't really know exactly what we still have to find. What can that monster have turned our other friends into? That was the problem. Not knowing what had happened to Joe and Flicky, Sonic still didn't know what to look for. The vacuum cleaner wobbled a little. Sonic and Tails didn't notice. "We just got no way of knowing. We don't know what they are or where they are," Tails said ruefully, cleaning his whiskers. The vacuum cleaner wobbled a bit more, but his friends were too busy thinking to notice this time either. Which goes to show that perhaps thinking is not always a good idea. Is there anything in common? Toaster, mop, radio, vacuum cleaner. Can't imagine what the others might be. Everyone seemed to be changing something different. I suppose the mop and the vacuum cleaner are a bit similar. Perhaps we ought to be looking for a carpet shampooing machine? Sonic pondered. The vacuum cleaner rocked from side to side. I think I felt a bit like something made of chromium and all stiff inside when you burned away on me," Tails said assertively. "I'm a bit bubbly. I don't know if that's a clue or not. I don't really want to think about it much more." The vacuum cleaner jumped up and down a couple of times. It was going to be a very frustrating vacuum cleaner by now. At last, though, Sonic noticed it. "Hey, look at Porker, did you see that?" "Thank heavens for that." I thought I'd never noticed, the vacuum cleaner reflected. To be quite honest, it's quite a feat for an unplugged domestic cleaning appliance. Now I think I have enough dust left. Plug him in. I think you're trying to tell us something, Sonic said. A few seconds later, the vacuum cleaner was burring happily, but not obviously doing anything unusual. Or maybe you're wrong. Perhaps it was just some king of electrical fault. I mean something. The other one was broken after all. The vacuum cleaner jumped up and down. Some bad editing there. Oh, okay, chill, Mr. Vacuum Cleaner dude, Sonic smoothed hastily. Yeah, so it isn't a fault. It's Porker, and they're trying to tell us something, Tails admitted. Tails, I really don't think I know how to talk to vacuum cleaners. Even when I'm one of my best friends. I wonder, Tails suggested, if you fit the attachment for cleaning stair carpets and curtains and furniture and all that stuff, it would be logical. It's what Porker does when he cleans his house. Sonic fitted the long, narrow tube attachment to Porker. Immediately, a small puff of dust emerged. Got it! You can write messages in dust. Great. Now listen, Porker. We're going to fill your dust bag so you can tell us everything you know, okay? The vacuum cleaner puffed out a little more dust. Sonic guessed that Porker was saying, okay, you didn't have time any real way of knowing, but wasn't the time to worry too much about points of detail. It was just one of those, it works, as long as you don't think too hard about it, moments. Well, Tails, it's time for one more waltz around the floor, due to radically unexpected spring cleaning. Spring cleaning in a Sonic book.
There's something wrong with my circuits. Egor panicked to himself. What's happening to me?
He tried to find Dr. Robotnik, but Robotnik wasn't in his office. The computers flashed up a message about him being out directing a new play. Egor was very confused. While swiftly checking where Robotnik's robot hit squads had been dispatched, he tracked down his master.
I must do something to please the master, Egor thought. I know. I'll destroy that Sonic the Hedgehog pest. I'll get him back in his good books, if he has any good books.
Taking the transmogrifying ray gun prototype, Egor clanked to the doorway, passing through hatches and passages without encountering anyone or anything. The robot finally stood outside a building for the first time in his robotic life and headed down the robotway to the media centre. He fantasised about becoming a major robot movie star, maybe like Robot De Niro. That worried him a little as well. Everything seems to be worrying about him at the moment. Good robots weren't supposed to want to be movie stars, not if they worked in Dr. Robotnik's computer centres. It was too late. He got to the media studio just as Sonic and Tails left Robotnik and his bots scattered and confused. Watching from a distance, well outside the dust cloud, Egor marched off to one side and observed carefully where Sonic and Tails flew off to. Purposely clanking his way through the endless underpasses of the metropolis, Egor advanced on his prey. Master would forgive him for his malfunction. Master would be happy with him. He'd be upgraded, and as a Mark II Egor, everything would be alright. Probably. Sonic and Tails reviewed the messages Porker threaded in fine dust lines all over the floor he cleaned so perfectly. Porker clearly made an excellent cleaning device, which wasn't all that surprising given his personality. So Flicky had been turned into a popcorn cooker and dispenser over at the Grottorama cinema. What a life. And Joe Susie is a console. Seems unlikely, doesn't it? But I bet we get lots of extra lives and replays to be played on him. Despite himself, Tails was rather looking forward to the idea. He was always getting very restless and he wanted to calm down. Sonic had made him perch really high on the top on a stack of crates right by the entrance. From up there, he could read the letters Porker had spelled out more easily. Can I come down now? He pleaded. Wait a minute, there might be something else we could ask Porker. Sonic stopped to think for a second. This time, it was a good idea. There was a clanking noise from the doorway. Silhouetted in the darkness stood Egor, with a transmogrifying gun pointed right at Sonic.
Master is good. I shall please Master. Now you will be a harmless toaster again.
The startled hedgehog was already caught in the ray, paralysed. Oh no! The shape of a toaster was already beginning to appear. Tails stepped down from the boxes and knocked Egor over with a rather splendid flying dropkick, which seemed to indicate if heroing ever dried up, Tails always had a career to fall back on as a professional wrestler. As the robot fell to the ground, with a very surprised expression on his metal face, Tails grabbed the ray gun and switched it frantically to reverse. The ray seemed almost to invert itself, but then it flickered and went out. Oh no, Sonic buddy! Tails was distraught. It was cool, his power was behind him, and even the most casual relieved glances could tell he was the same old Sonic we all know and love. I'm okay, well done. And I'm okay too, beamed Porkaloo happily back to his old self. And me too, piped up Top, surprisingly. Playing no longer radio.
Well, I'm not. I'm really smelly and it's just been awful being a broom. Ah, the things I've had to clean up.
Johnny Lightfoot groaned, holding his now restored nose. Tails, behind you! Sonic was already racing to defend his friend from the advancing Igor, but strangely the robot stood still in mid-pace. It spoke very slowly and seemed to be arguing with itself. Bad robot, Master will be angry. Oh, that's one cool babe. No, oh, yes. It's gone crazy. His brain must be melting down or something. Quick, let's smash it, Tails yelled eagerly. No, Sonic was insistent. Look, it's Robotnik's pet laboratory robot, right? I bet he's got some especially horrible traps inside it. Maybe bombs or something. It's too dangerous. Let's just leave it here. We've got to find our other friends. The animals scattered through the back door, leaving the muttering robot and the ruined ray gun behind them. Alone again, Igor tried to engage his amnesia circuits. It was the best defense he had, but he still couldn't wipe that one screwless face from his memory. Clicking slowly away, he began to stagger back to Robotnik's laboratory. If only Sonic and Tails had followed him, they'd know exactly where that was, of course. But their minds are full of friends who are popcorn toasters, and let's face it, when your mind is full of something like that, the easy logical stuff tends to go out the window. Chapter 25. Closing on the end now. Free for the stalls and no oil change, thanks. The Grottorama Cinema was an awful place. It was dirty beyond even the nightmares of Johnny Lightfoot. The lurid purple and yellow paint was peeling off the walls in great strips, and most horribly of all, it only showed movies which would be made at Robotnik Studios. There were 8 different screens there, and they were all showing robot movies. The surprising high percentage of them also featured hedgehogs who came to sticky ends. What do you want to see? A fistful of robots or a few robots more? How about this one? It's got Robot De Niro in it. or perhaps all Robotnik's men and a robot Red Fred. We won't be able to get in. They've all got art certificates, robots only. Where's this popcorn dispenser? Tells me there was more to a trip to the movies than watching the film. Hiding round the corner, keeping in the dark, Porker and the other animals waited anxiously for Sonic and Tails to return. When they did, they came peering around the corner with a large and only very slightly bird-like popcorn dispenser clustered in Sonic's paws. Let's get out of here. We had to distract the ticket collector for a moment by stomping him, and that cute little neutral on the hot dog stand won't be saying any more for a bit, Tails said breathlessly. Sonic agreed, for a mouthful of hot dog, extra mustard, all the onions. Do we know that's Flicky? Johnny asked as they made good their escape through darkened back streets of the metropolis. Let's put it this way, dude, Sonic replied. Either it's Flicky or Robotnik just invented a chirping popcorn dispenser, and to be honest, I don't think he'd bother. The 5 friends were huddled under some rusted, corrugated iron on wasteland by the edge of the metropolis. There had been a few spots of rain, which had forced them to get under cover. The actually rain in the metropolis wasn't a hazard to be taken lightly. You'd better stay here, Sonic told them, trying to find Joe and changing him and Flicky back, and then destroying Robotnik's machine and saving the entire planet. Well, that's hedgehog stuff. You guys would be exposed to too much danger if you came with us. Sonic was adamant about that. To be frank, the other animals weren't about to disagree. But Sonic, Robotnik's bound to have search crews of robots everywhere, and they're going to come looking for places like this where he won't be expected to hide out. They'll find us in no time. Tails thought it had said something sensible. He didn't understand why Sonic was looking very displeased with him. Like I was saying, you'll be safe enough here. But... Shut up, Sonic snapped irritably. He had enough to worry about as it was, what with Joe and Chirp still to find, an evil genius whose downfall he had to scheme, and make an enormous secret laboratory first fire and then wipe out. But hey, that wasn't the little dude's fault now, was it? Sorry, Tails, trying to chill out the stress here. Has anyone else got any better ideas? I can't believe we're doing this, Pork complained. I have bad memories about this kind of thing. He tramped along unhappily. Look, we all agreed, right? All you have to do is watch the all-night show. We'll all be done by then. We'll come and get you. Tails wasn't certain of the plan either, but they had been very fortunate so far. The robot spare parts warehouse had been deserted when they had returned. There was no sign of Igor or any other enemy. The Sonic and Tails walked along with 3 friends dressed in robot parts. Not wanting to risk the grottorama, Sonic and Tails stayed just out of sight while the others clanked and clumped their way to the Grody Plaza across the road. What do you reckon, Johnny? Triple bill for the all-night show. Ball Hog Heroes, Return of the Turtloids, and Hedgehog Apocalypse. Oops, I don't think Sonic's going to like that one, the Rabbit Green. He's not going to be watching it. Look, once we're in the darkness at the back, we can just go to sleep and wait for them to come back. Oh well, here goes. They collected the tickets from the automatic ticket dispenser and declined an oil change on the way up to the stalls. Johnny Slayfoot had to tuck Porker's tail into his metal cell on the way up the stairs, where a 20-arm robot, which looked like a large grabber, was snatching tickets from everyone. Back outside, Sonic and Tails watched their friends enter, and after a few minutes, they guessed that they must be safe and secure in their stalls by now. But hey, they weren't to know that the metal cinema chairs provided for robots were incredibly uncomfortable. Behind them, an ominous clanking sound clanked ominously. Oh no, more robots! Tails groaned. He was getting more than a bit fed up of being chased all over the place where Robotnik's henchbox. Quick! In here! Sonic urged, grabbing Tails by the paws and dragging him into his main street, just past the Grody Plaza. There was a console arcade, which Sonic and Tails hid behind the machines as the phalanx of hunting grounders crunched past. Have they gone now? Tails whispered after a few minutes. Guess so. Who cares? Don't disturb me. I'm about to get a new high score here. Sonic grinned. His fingers were flicking furiously at the control pad, racing his aquatic bike through and under the underwater zones of the game. It wasn't a patch on a really good game where, you know what, they kept him amused for a few minutes. New high score, 994,900. Your name, please? The console flickered. Sonic just couldn't resist it. There were times when he was just a little bit proud of himself in the Metropolis, so close to Robotnik's home. It was a really dumb thing to do to input his own name, but sometimes the hero's massive ego must be satisfied. Sonic, the world-famous hedgehog, he typed in. Help, Sonic, is that you? This is Joe. I'm trapped inside this console. Awesome, explained Sonic. The tail jumped up to see what all the fuss was about. Sonic usually played on consoles rather than dismantling them, but this was an emergency. Looking carefully around to make sure he wasn't going to get thrown out of the arcade by a birdie bouncer bot, he attached the console from its wall mountings with a powerful heave. Hoisting the machine onto his back, he yelled at Tails. Yo, bring our popcorn-serving transmogrified bird friend, and let's make tracks, dude. That just leaves chirps. Hey, we're doing very well, aren't we, Sonic? Tails was excited, flushed with success. Yeah, but there's also the minor matter of finding the Desadi Robotnik's master laboratory, Sonic reminded him, so we have to head for the centre of the city. And we're going to have to bring Joe and Flicky with us. We can't leave them behind. Robotnik's laboratory is the only place where we know we can get them untransmogrified. But we still don't know where Chirps is. And we don't know what Chirps is. Where Chirps is. What Chirps is. I never heard of that planet Kentucky Pork told us about. Me neither. Let's just hope Robotnik hadn't already sent him off on the spaceship. Oh, that's heinously bad, dude. My little furry friend and buddy of mine. This is it now. The final march. Centre of the sea. Here we come. Eggo had got back to the laboratory in time, thankfully. He hadn't been missed. Robotnik wobbled in after dinner as usual, having dusted himself off from the mishap at the media studios. Are we ready for Phase 5? He demanded of the distracted robot. Eggo tried to master his thoughts and programs. Yes, Master. And we have totally eradicated, the slight reversal problem? Oh yes, Master. After that unfortunate little accident with the Barobots, the transmogrification cannot now affect robots. We're quite sure of that, Master. Eggo was 99% sure. The transmogriplets had been modified so it couldn't affect robotic life now, as had always been planned. But the last of the prototypes hadn't been corrected, having forgotten that is going to have interesting consequences later. That's telling you the plot. We shall initiate Phase 5 now. Begin the countdown. Robotnik peeled some flakes of dried egg white from his moustache. Eggo, however, did nothing. His mind was momentarily filled to capacity with the delightful mental image of Sally Acorn. Eggo, do it now! I give you explicit orders. Do I have to expound further on them? Robotnik yelled angrily. The robot's mind lurched back to here and now. Now, Master. Beginning countdown now. Eggo began the keying sequence. Far across the metropolis, Sonic and Tails looked up at the dark skyline in the distance. Something was definitely different. What's that funny green glow? Tails asked. I don't know, it could be anything. But it's... Wait a minute, doesn't it look just like... Yes, the transmogrification ray! Oh no! They looked at each other in dismay. But those notes we saw said that it couldn't be finished for a while, not at least until. Tells counting on his fingers. Oh no! With all the time the rats kept us captured and everything. No! We still have 2 days at least. Maybe Robotnik's advanced his plan. He knows we're here. He may even try his hideously uncalled experiment before it's ready, and who knows what disaster might happen on Mobius. So I didn't even want to think about it. Dude, this is no time to be standing around talking. We have Buddy stuffed into robot suits, waiting for our triumphant return. We have a chicken-type Buddy to rescue, and all the rest of it. Now we know where the laboratory is. Time for action. A few seconds later, the only sign of the hedgehog and fox bodies was a slowly settling cloud of dust. Chapter 26. Rescue that space chicken.
Excellent!
Excellent! Most excellent! We shall initiate phase 6, ha ha ha! At 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, Robotnik gloated. This called for an extra egg, which he cracked into the palm of his hand and started to greedily.
But Master, Igor was aghast. Master, we are not ready. The circumventional vector analysis isn't completed yet. We haven't fitted the transverse ray diffusers yet. We haven't.
Then make sure you do by 8 o'clock, or else I shall have you melted down for scrap, Robotnik screamed. You shall be exterminated, expunged. Your existence will be terminated. Do you understand?
Yes, Master.
There was nothing else to say.
That hateful pest, Sonic, is here in the metropolis somewhere.
We have to act extremely quickly now. Make sure all the laboratory defense patrols are doubled. No tripled. Check all the alarm systems. No, double check them. No one must enter. No one. No exceptions are to be made. Robotnik smashed one fist into the palm of his other hand, unaware that he had just splattered his mid-morning snack in all directions.
Of course not, Master.
Igor felt himself getting angry, which confused his circuits. Robotnik had often ranted at him like this before, but Igor had never felt mad before. Perhaps Robotnik's demeanour is so awful that it can even turn a robot against its own programming. Right, I shall conduct a tour of the laboratory at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning and examine everything you have done. Ha ha! You had better work extremely hard, Igor. The bloated form of Robotnik sobered off onto the moving stairs used to move from office to the laboratory and back. But this was a large complex, and Robotnik was far too fat to walk such a long distance. This is impossible, Igor thought to himself. I can do some of it, but not all. No matter how many robots I bring into this laboratory, so tomorrow I'm going to be melted down with scrap metal. Tomorrow I won't exist anymore. A tiny drop of oil trickled from the corner of one of his eyes. I don't think it's going to work. I mean, it's too obvious, tells Planet along in his robot suit. Why? He bats that warehouse twice, and there hasn't been any ambushes or traps, so it looked resplendent in the shiniest, smoothest coconut suit he'd been able to find. He wasn't too happy about that, because it did flatten his super cool spikes somewhat, but sacrifices had to be made when the chips were down. Yeah, I suppose so. I can understand that, though. After we left that Eggo robot there, I expected that he would have raised an alarm, and the place would be swarming with badniks. Tubbs was puzzled. Well, say he said he was a funny kind of robot, like he has some kind of personality or something. Yeah, but you know how some people are. They get sentimental about stuff like that. Tubbs sniffed a little derisively. Well, maybe, but I don't think they easily get sentimental about something that's kept them in the cage and given them boiled turnip tops to eat, so replied acidly. So he's a smart cookie. Anyway, here are the main gates. This act quite unnatural, dude. They clanked safely through the security gates and were standing still, looking around to see where the best point of entry was when a huge slicer ran right up to them. It took all their willpower not to run or to smash the thing. A voice synthesizer in the huge insect-like slicer yelled a command at them.
You, auxiliary guard duty, AC. Abandon all previous duties. Report for anti-hedgehog duty. That is a level 1 priority override command. Move it.
Sonic and Tails turned and walked in the direction the slicer pointed. Basically, it was an enormous ship bay, where a pair of Egomatics escape capsules and what looked like parts of a new wing fortress under construction. It was also some distance away from the centre of the laboratory, that was plain to see. Well, at least we're inside, Sonic whispered when he was safe. If we just clank up and down, round and round the bay, we won't look too out of place. Now we can find out where it looks best to go next. Look, Sonic, she tells Bird. Sonic clamped a metal hand over his friend's mouth. Sonic did that, yeah. Shut up, dude. I mean, sorry for being so rude, but you really shouldn't use our real names. Let's use some really bogus ones, like I'm R2P2 and you're C4FO, right? Okay, son. I mean, R2P2, but look over there. It's Chirps. Sonic turned his head slowly in what he imagined was a fair approximation to robot movement. Across the bay, in what looked like a small egg-o-matic, sat a chicken. Strangely, he was wearing a shiny foil spacesuit. Okay, dude, let's walk to one side, slowly and deliberately. Like this, follow me, Sonic said as he clanked off to the far wall. Tails followed dutifully, and then Sonic arced around and headed for the ship. The railroad robots buzzing and swarming around didn't react. So far, so neat. Beside his little craft, Church was singing a happy little song. He smiled when the transparent dome on top of his craft was open, though he didn't care much for the robots which were peering in at him. They looked kind of wrong somehow. One of them grabbed him and put his hand over his beak. That wasn't very polite at all. Listen, Chirps, I'm Sonic in a robot suit. This is Tails in a robot suit. We come to rescue you. Sonic let his hand go just a little from the chicken's beak. Hello there, Sonic, Chirps said merrily. Not here, buddy. I'm R2P2. Sonic tried to pull a serious face, so how important the code was. Well, R2P2, I'm going to be a space chicken. I'm being sent to the planet Kentucky at 0900 tomorrow, whatever that is. Tails gasped. You just seen a temperature control door on the outside of the capsule. Chirps, have you noticed that you're a spacesuit? Sonic began, trying to be tactful about matters. Yeah, wild, isn't it? It's radiation resistant. That's why it's so shiny. That's what they said. Chirps freed himself. No, it isn't, Chirps. It's kitchen foil. And have you noticed that bag of stuff behind you? Sonic pointed to the yellow-brown bag behind Chirps. Yes, that's radiation-resistant insulating space dust. It's to keep me safe and warm inside my shiny suit. Sonic sighed. This wasn't going to be as easy as he'd hoped. Not quite, Chirps. It's actually a mixture of breadcrumbs and spices made to Dr. Robotnik's own secret recipe. Sonic, FO20, or whatever you are today. What are you trying to say? Chirps was confused. Chirps, Tails said sadly. There is also a temperature dial on the outside of your oven. I mean, ship. It starts at low, it goes right up to high. In the middle, it has settings for self-basting, old broiler, and quick roast. Do I need to say any more? Chirps sat with his beak in his claws. You mean that? Yes. After Robotnik found out you didn't lay eggs, he was going to get a meal out of you another way. Oh, that hateful, deceiving, lying man, Chirps snarled. Well, of course he's a hateful, deceiving, lying man. He's Robotnik, you thick chicken. Sonic wished he'd held his tongue there. That was a bit rude. It wasn't really poor Chirps' fault he was in this predicament. Look, Chirps, I'm really sorry, but Tails here and I have to destroy this mega humongous laboratory, and well, there's some real stress involved being a super dude and your spiky back is up against the wall, right? Now listen, we rescued everyone else, so you're safe at home. The others here in Metropolis. Flicking Joe stuff inside these robots. Chirps looked at Sonic, his head tilted to one side with curiosity. Are you certain, Sonic? There isn't room, surely. I mean, Joe's a walrus. They never fit inside either of you. The details aren't important right now, just trust us. Now, are you absolutely sure that it was 9 o'clock tomorrow when you're going to be sent on your space trip? This is important. Absolutely sure. That must mean that Robotnik was going to have him for lunch tomorrow, Tails said quietly. It wasn't quite quiet enough. Chirp's lower peak quivered slightly. It was pathetic to see. Don't worry, it's not going to happen. Not if a pair of awesomely bodacious superheroes can stop it. We can't take you with us now, Chirps. We've got to find a way of returning and flicking Joe to their real forms. We'll be back long before lunchtime. I mean, launch time. Trust me, dude. Sonic reached over a metal hand and gripped Chirp's uncertain claw. So sit tight and wait for us to return triumphant. He closed the dome of the capsule quietly. Chirps looked fairly agitated inside. Let's hope he doesn't panic, Sonic said grimly. On the wall, one of the ever-present digital clocks read 0227. It was a lot later than he thought. He didn't like that at all. Hang on, bear with me. I'll turn this page. 27. Scrambled Egor. Egor read down the checklist of all the things he should be doing, but to be quite honest, he wasn't that interested anymore. He just watched the numbers and information roll by on the screen. He'd done everything he could, and it wouldn't be enough. The scrapyard beckoned. He would be disassembled and left in scrap brain zone to rust. A little blue light flickered on and off on his executive monitoring panel. It was Robotnik's master hedgehog detector. With a flick of the hand, Egor switched it off. I don't care if that registered hedgehog is here, he thought. I'm not going to raise the alarm. It doesn't matter now. Nothing matters when you're going to be scrap metal in a few hours' time. And a thought began to form in his mind. If it failed once, he hadn't destroyed the hedgehog, and he had room on the 2 prototype transmogrifiers left. But if he should try again, rather than raising a general alarm and succeed, well then the master wouldn't have to proceed to phase 6 the next morning, and then he wouldn't be a pile of steaming scrap metal. But he would have to deal with the hedgehog himself, and this time there must be no mistakes. Picking up the last of Robotnik's ray gun prototypes, Egor held it in his metal hands and admired its beauty. It was sleek and shiny, and the very best thing about it was the way it turned pesky blue hedgehogs into toasters and made masters like Egor's. Flicking the detector back on, Egor could see the intruder in Bay C. They were just approaching the door which would bring them right to him. He prompted the gun and advanced through the laboratory. Watch out, hedgehog creep, he thought. It's toaster time. Excuse me. This way. It definitely brings us closer to the centre. Tails and Sonic passed through the hatchway where the metal door switched open. Unlike any others they had met, we spoke to them. Have a nice day, he said as they passed through it. Struth, tacky or what? Tails groaned. They were 5 minutes down the corridor before the door called, Missing you already? Wouldn't it be neat to find the dork who invented that one? Sonic might through gritted teeth. The corridor just seemed stretched out forever. Far in the distance, they thought they could see another hatchway, but they couldn't be sure. It was really the only way to go. Careful, Tails. Look slowly up. If something bad happens, it's time to leave these suits behind and get going in our real dude forms. Sonic spoke softly. Racing his head just a little, Tails gulped hard. He could see a huge array of crosses above him. The corridor was solidly lined with traps from one end to the other. If they were triggered, it would be hedgehog and fox pate on tomorrow's menu, and roast chicken, of course, but that wasn't something they could worry about just at the moment. They walked along slowly, really slowly. Neither dared to look up at the waiting crosses, but the suspense was crippling. The clock at the end of the corridor read 2:48. The second ticked by. Another step, another step. I think these robot suits just saved our lives, Sonic breathed. They were at the end of the corridor with the door waiting before them. I just can't believe we got this far in without being attacked yet. That, you little pest, is because I haven't sent anything to attack you, Egor thought grimly to himself. You could hear everything Tails and Sonic said from the microphones and bulbs Robotnik had placed everywhere in the innermost heart of the laboratory. Egor was getting a little nervous now because he knew that Sonic and Tails were close to the transmogriplex. He also knew they couldn't get at it. So he pondered for a moment. Why am I worried? That is irrational. I'm a robot, so I can't be irrational. It was all so confusing. Gripping his ray gun, Egor tried to forget that he had such things as worries and anxieties. This wasn't what good robots had, and he badly wanted to be a good robot. So that's it, is it? It's horrible. Tails saw the sight that greeted them. Our heroes now found themselves standing on a huge circular balcony across a gigantic crystal dome. Inside that dome was the transmogriplex itself, a gnarled cylinder 50 or 60 metres long. It looked like the spine of some enormous extinct dinosaur-like creature. Running from the spine were perhaps 50 or 60 long, slender, slightly bumpy radiating rods. They were connected to each other by leathery strands of some fibrous material. At one end of the spine there was a lumpy, vaguely egg-shaped mass. It looked like some kind of brain. The whole assembly seemed to be something halfway between a dinosaur and an enormous bat. It glowed with a sinister green light. Looking up, Tails and Sonic could see that there was no ceiling. Looking down, they saw that, below the domed horror, there were thousands of metal cantilevers. What? And struts. Clearly, the plan was going to be to raise the thing to the sky far above ground level so it could spread its force field over the whole of Mobius. Now, dude, we aren't going to be able to smash that thing in our usually bodacious manner. Even a trigger-happy hedgehog could see that there was no way he could just smash, stomp, or crash this crazy machine to pieces. The dome looked awfully strong, and Sonic was sure that as soon as anything, including him, especially him, touched it, every robot in the entire place would be here within seconds. There had to be a way to get at some weak point somewhere, and that meant some radically thorough checking out before some awesome super spinning, or anything like that, was called for. Amazing, isn't it? They looked up in utter surprise at the voice which somehow...
Amazing, isn't it?
They looked up in utter surprise at the voice which somehow got so close to them without them realising it. As one, Sonic and Tails groaned. They were looking at the barrel of a transmogrifying ray gun again. At the other end, with his metal hand on the trigger, stood Egor again. He didn't seem terribly steady on his feet, but that's no reason for arguing with a robot. Not when he has a killer weapon in his hand and he's pointing right at your head.
Don't move, I have you surrounded.
Igor seemed to be speaking rather slowly, as if he was having to really concentrate on saying the words. Tails looked askance. I think they mean aghast. Another typo. At Sonic. How can you surround anything? He turned Igor. You're only one robot. You need lots of robots to surround something. Igor thought about it for a moment.
I think it's something I saw in a video once. It's what they say when the good guys are captured by the bad guys, isn't it?
Sonic knew something was seriously wrong with this robot, but as he was staring down the barrel of an instantly paralysing weapon, he didn't dare move a muscle. So you admit we're the good guys then? He asked instantly. Perhaps there was some chance of talking his way out of this situation.
Of course not. Now put your hands on your head. Slow, real slow. That's good. Now I'm going to turn you into a toaster.
Nothing happened. Igor wasn't pushing the trigger. Quirky, this is radically weird, Sonic thought. What is happening with this robot? It was about time he took a chance. No, Robotnik, don't turn him into scrap metal, he yelled, staring at a point somewhere behind Igor. It was a ridiculously old trick, and it worked. Plainly, Igor hadn't seen as many movies as he should have. Igor half turned around, and in that instant, Sonic accelerated faster than the Hedgehog really ought to. Well, you know how it is. A second slice of being a toaster wasn't something to look forward to. Sonic hit Igor full pelt, and the robot dropped his ray gun. But just before he did so, his finger squeezed the trigger by pure reflex. Yeah, unlucky. The way he hit the shiny floor. It bounced up onto the ceiling, angled down over the balcony, and hit the crystal dome. It bounced up over the angled facts of the dome. Facts of the dome? Got a few typos here. Hit the ceiling and bounced back down and struck Igor full in the chest. The robot split apart with a great sigh. Sonic leapt back, afraid of being struck by the last of the dissipating ray, and then looked down in amazement at what lay on the floor before him. Igor had been transmogrified into scrap metal, more or less. The remains of his shattered metal robot body were scattered all over the balcony. One or two fragments drifted down over the railings and bounced harmlessly off the dome far below. In the middle of the twisted mass of metal, rubbing his head and looking extremely confused, sat a very sleek and handsome looking red squirrel. All together now. Ah. Yeah. Right. Chapter 28. Mayhem in the Metropolis. I can't seem to remember much, the squirrel said, holding his head in his paws. I know I used to live in trees, with green fields and all that, once upon a time. I remember being captured in a net, and everything went blank. I can remember fragments of life as a robot, but I can't seem to piece them together. I suppose I must have been one of Robotnik's early experiments, with the transmogrifying principle. He looked sadly at Sonic. You know, I can't even remember my name. Hey, Squirrel Dude, that's one heavy bomber, Sonic said sympathetically. Look, I know it isn't like really appealing, but can we call you Igor? I've got to call you something, and at least that's the name I used to think of you by. Well, I suppose so, the squirrel said with a frown, plainly not entirely pleased by this. Sonic, what about this? Tails was holding the ray gun. On the floor in front of him stood a console. Does it still work? Sonic asked. There's only one way to find out. We're going to have to do it sometime, so it may as well be now. Tails hefted the ray gun and had a thought. Excuse me. Hey, you better put Flicky down here too. We don't know how much juice this gun's got left. Sonic placed the popcorn dispenser next to the console. Tails pressed the trigger and fell over backwards as the gun gave a violent recoil. Baby Joe and Flicky's forms in its green ray, it sputtered and coughed, and the ray faded into nothingness. The barrel of the gun cracked. It was clearly broken, but it had done its job. The confused Bluebird and Walrus sat on the floor in front of their buddies. Are you sure they'll be safe with chirps in that capsule? It was a tight squeeze getting just in there. Someone might look in the notice, Tails threatened as usual. Sonic sighed. Look, buddy, we managed to sneak them in past the robot guards. That was one audaciously daring action in itself. We had to hide them somewhere, and we know exactly where they are if anything goes wrong. To be totally honest with you, I think they'll be safe as anywhere. Now we have business with Dr. Robotnik. That clock says 0358, and Igor said that Robotnik is going to start his inspections in just over 3 hours. That gives us way enough time before nothing delays us. So come on, it's time to give Robotnik his final surprise. He turned to Igor the squirrel. I sure you want to hike along with us awesome mega dudes. I think I can help. I remember the layout of the laboratory. I think I can remember some of the computer codes. I can even try to cut off the alarm seat systems, the squirrel replied uncertainly. Sonic wasn't certain that bringing Eggle with them was a good idea, but there hadn't been room in Chirp's capsule to hide him as well, and Eggle had been able to guide them through a series of small side passages which hadn't been lined with traps, getting closer to all the time to Robotnik's control centre. The score has certainly proved his worth so far. This is the entry to the control centre. Look. Excuse me. This is the entry to the control centre. Look, there's an access panel. All I have to do is type in the right code, Igor said. He was concentrating hard trying to remember the right sequence of numbers. You got the first 9 correct, you got the last one correct too. The only mistake you made was typing in an extra number. Below the access panel, a message figured into life in nasty green letters. Code correct. Investigative check has begun. Grade C, initial alert. The doors to the computer centre opened, but the sound of trundling robots could be heard somewhere in the distance as well. Well, we're in this is trouble. We're in this trouble. Tails, get ready for some action. Sonic was accelerating already, dashing into the huge room, dodging in and out of the bank's computers. Tails followed suit, staying a little closer to Eggle. The squirrel was making his way uncertainly to the master control panels. The Tails thought he'd better do his best to protect him. If they were going to protect the transmograplex, Eggle's understanding of the computer codes would be vital. The slicers and cell crackers marched in through a large hatchway, which opened with a steady hydraulic hissing sound. Following their boomerang-like missiles and chains at Sonic, they advanced into all areas of the control centre. At the back, one of them peeled away from the rest and started to retreat back down the corridor they just ended by. Uh-oh, Sonic told himself. That one's going to raise the alarm, and I can't get to it with this hail of missiles coming at me from all sides. Tails and Sonic zipped in and out of the badniks, dodging the missiles and crashing into the clumsy robots. Getting behind the cell crackers was the easy way of destroying them. They couldn't turn around easily, and once a doom was behind them, it was crash and spin time. The slicers were relatively helpless, while their claws were arcing through the air. To advance on them and ducking was the best move. Sonic and Tails had fought these bandits before, and they crashed and splattered with brilliant efficiency. But what heroes for? Eggle managed to duck a couple away with missiles and continued to work at the keyboards. When the dust had finally settled, Tails and Sonic looked at the metal debris with an air of satisfaction. Hey! Eggle yelled, plainly pleased with himself. I'm pretty sure I've cut off the alarm system so that the alarms can't escalate. There shouldn't be any more. Whoa! He pointed wide-eyed behind Sonic and Tails, who were looking right at him, away from the slowly opening secret doorway halfway up the wall in the control centre. The first tracer line of fire from the clockers behind it passed through over the schools. Yikes! Twin Tails began spinning furiously. Sonic moved like crazy to build up the speed for combined leaps and super spins. The machine gunning clockers flew slowly into the centre, seeking out their targets. Within seconds, the room was bedlam. Bullets sped into computers that began to spark and explode. Tails just missed a full volley as he desperately moved to get behind the clockers. Like so many devices designed by the insane Dr. Robotnik, they had several weaknesses. The guns didn't rotate effectively, and once the friends were behind them, they were relatively helpless. Sonic had already sent one spinning, crashing into the clocker in front of it, taking out 2 with one attack. Eggle cowered to make himself as small a target as possible. All the time working furiously at a handheld keyboard, trying to keep his eyes on the screen. That wasn't easy when some of them exploded with incoming clocker fire. Sonic grabbed one clocker and swirled it round in midair. The robot kept on machine gunning and blew apart 3 other robots with its redirected missile fire. Radical! Sonic yelled happily. 6 down and 6 left. Clock on this, fiendishly badnik dudes. It was all over rather quickly at that, but the control centre was getting to be a dangerous place. Computers exploding everywhere, and thick, smelly blue smoke was rising to the ceiling, hiding everything. Electrical cables were sparking and zipping around like wild, sparky snakes. 1 or 2 machines were licking thick black oil over the floor, and if the sparks hit the oil, well, ugh. Into the elevator, they all yelled. I cut off the protective force field around the transmograplex. We can destroy it now. The 3 of them rushed for the narrow, cramped elevator, and they all pressed the lowest button on the panel. It descended jerkily for some 10 meters, then stopped. It was stuck fast. Oh no! Charles groaned in frustration. No way! We come all this way and we're not going to be stopped by a dorky little elevator with an attitude problem, Sonic yelled. He bunched himself up on the floor and took a flying leap at the hatch on the top. It flew apart and Sonic disappeared into the darkness of the elevator shaft. Oh no! What happened to him? Eagle groaned. From above, the sound of a hedgehog worked frantically to fix the jammed pulley and chain, let them know that Sonic was doing fine. The elevator cranked back into life and continued going down. The doors hissed open at the basement level, and Sonic jumped back into it and out through the doors. Which way now? Like, where is it, dude? Sonic was almost bounced off the walls. This was the big one. Through here! Eagle pointed to the entry doors to the enormous Tragmogoplex dome. The squirrel was looking frantically around in all directions. He really wasn't used to this kind of adventure, not being a super dude, and he couldn't believe he was still in one piece. Bust out! Way to go! Sonic smashed through the doors into the dome. But even he stopped in his tracks when he confronted by the sheer size and awfulness of the Transmogoplex. Its green glow was dim, but it was enormous, and while Sonic wanted to start smashing the central spine into tiny fragments, he was just a little apprehensive of what would happen when he first jumped on the horror. He knew that Eagle and Tails were uncertain. He had to give them a lead. He was the leader, and he had to show them what to do here. It was hero time. Tails, after me! When you know it's safe! He leapt onto the machine. Then everything went black. Oops. Chapter 29. It's definitely got the most chapters, this one, of all of them. Is it a bird? Is it a plane? No, it's a what? Tails and Eagle looked with utter dismay at what was bouncing around inside the dome. The ball in a pinball machine, the sonic toaster was flying off the facets of the dome, bouncing down and striking the Transmogoplex, and then crazy off at a wild tangent only to be struck back again. Part of the time it was flying around with Sonic, part of the time it was a toaster. Uh-oh, said Tails unnecessarily. It's okay, Eagle muttered. I think, look, this is breaking off the Transmogoplex. When it's destroyed, the energy will be gone, and Sonic will return to his normal form, I think, maybe. Eagle looked on as spellbound as Tails. Far above them, the dome began to crack. A little fissure appeared on its surface and began to spread along the crystal, just as the spine began to spread along the spine of the machine below was beginning to crack. But suddenly, there was something else there. The dome opened just a little at the top, and into it, through a black egomag, steered by an all too familiar figure. An all too familiar egg-shaped figure with a big moustache. Clearly some alarm had woken Robotnik up to what was happening in his laboratory. Oh no, it's... Tails began. You! Robotnik screamed madly. He launched a salvo of missiles at Sonic. Egg-shaped flying bombs streamed from the front of his black flying ship and streaked across the sky at Sonic. It was, as it turned out, a very dumb move indeed. The Sonic toaster swirled in mid-spin, and only narrowly missed being egged to death. It was enough, however. Below him, the first egg bomb had hit the Transmogoplex. One of the side rods snapped off and flew up into the air with the force of the explosion underneath it. Hitching a rider on the rod was Sonic, back in hedgehog form, lifted clear away from the dissipating green glow of the machine. The rod flew towards the black egomag, and with one final humongous leap, Sonic landed right behind Robotnik in the cockpit. Struggling with the mad scientist, Sonic struck out the control panel of the flying machine, not minding which buttons he pressed. The egomag turned over and began to start flying upside down. In the cramped cockpit, Sonic held on for dear life, but Robotnik struggled and wobbled. He was fat enough to jam himself safely into his cockpit seat, but he was panicking and struggled to make things worse. With a final ultimate, no! He fell out of the cockpit. He dropped like a rat down a drain pipe, a very large bat and quite spectacularly huge drain pipe, that is. Robotnik hit the Transmogrifier just as its spine finally gave up the fight, stayed in one piece and fell apart. What remained of Robotnik lay in the wreckage of the shattered machine in the last green glow for all to see. His own machine had turned him into an enormous egg timer. It roused and wobbled from side to side for a while, and then stood still. 3 happy people cheered loudly. It was over. The machine was destroyed and Robotnik defeated in a way not even Sonic and Tails had expected. However, Sonic was still in the egomag, which was beginning to veer out of control. It began to descend, gliding at first and then gaining speed, and obviously not about to crash the land. Sonic leapt out just in time and landed not far from Eagle and Tails. The wobbling, out-of-control ship flew on past them and crashed into huge doors far across the chamber. An enormous explosion ripped apart an entire wall, and plumes of fire and smoke poured into the rooms of the Transmogoplex. Alarm bells rang, buzzers and sirens wailed. But beyond the ripped-out walls, Sonic and the others could see robots flying and meandering around quite aimlessly. There was no one to control them now. No one was going to come and harass our heroes. Robotnik wasn't going to be issuing any orders for a while, and the computer centre was as big a mess as the one they were in the middle of now. Sonic addressed his pals. Dudes and buddies, we had to find chicken, salty porridge, and block basting, take off. And then we had to go and see the end of the movie to bring out our other friend dudes. Another totally radical success. Wipe out, yeah! Chapter 30. One Squirrel Too Many. It was party time in Green Hill Zone. Everyone wanted to hear the story of the final defeat of Dr. Robotnik. And everyone was pretty happy that they weren't going to be transmogrified after all. It had to be said that not everyone present understood exactly what that meant, but it sounded pretty grim. And if Robotnik was behind it all, they were darn relieved it wasn't going to happen to them. Cola and soda flowed in fizzy rivers. Pizzas, burgers, fries, chips, nachos, and all manner of edible things were consumed in quantities even Sonic found amazing. And Robotnik's gone for good, Tails said happily, chomping on a triple cheeseburger with the trimmings thrice. It was so large he could barely get his mouth to it, but if he saw as anything, was going to give it a try. Somehow I don't think so, Sonic said. I don't mean to be a pie pooper or bring everybody down or nothing, so I bet that heinous rat thing has some kind of way of saving himself from his own machine. Remember that his prototypes could have reverse action, otherwise it'll still be a toaster, right? Something tells me that some nasty little not many pages left now, so it's getting harder to turn. Robot somewhere is going to be able to return Robotnik to his true form. But he'll be out for action for some time. Talking of robots, something like rather darkly, looking around. It was one thing that hadn't worked out quite right. Everyone was glad that Eggle had been returned to his proper form, but Sonic Tail was quite miffed that he was such a handsome dude of a school. The reason was sitting just a few metres away. So, you still can't remember what happened to you before Robotnik imprisoned you inside that robot? Oh, you poor thing, said Sally, stroking the fur on his forehead. Well, Sally, it's really hard, you know. I think my name was Valentino. Oh, that's such a romantic name. Sally's eyes got wider. Yes, and you know, it was you who saved Mobius, really, Valentino said deep into her eyes. What? How? Sally was really excited. Well, you were what made me stop behaving like a robot. I kept thinking about you. I used to keep looking at your face on the monitors. I couldn't get you out of my mind. And I knew I had a mind, and I couldn't just be a robot. Sally blushed a deep crimson and bobbed her tail just a little. But how did that save the planet? She asked breathlessly. Because I didn't act like a robot anymore. I didn't activate the alarms when Sonic and Tails arrived, and I was able to make sure the defences of the machine were removed. I know I'm not a superhero or anything, but well, I did my part. Valentino smirched just a little. Oh, that's wonderful, Sally beamed. You know, perhaps you are a real hero after all. Tails just sneaked up close enough to overhear most of that. Walking back to Sonic, he had a sad expression on his face. Oh, it's awful. He's just one squirrel too many. I know he helped us, but we would have triumphed anyway. That's because we're totally triumphantly super dudes, and he definitely isn't, Sonic snarled. And he's making out up to Sally. She's a buddy. This is grotty. Shh, we're coming this way. Sally and Valentino walked past Sonic and Tails. Sally didn't say anything to them. She was too busy holding Valentino's hand and stroking his forehead. Well, if you don't know where you live, you better stay with me. Hang on a minute. Well, if you don't know where you live, you better stay with me. I'll look after you while you try to remember everything about your past. Oh, thank you so much. You're so kind and sweet. The squirrels walked off hand in hand into the distance. Yuck, I think I'm going to be sick. Tails made a face and stuck his tongue out. It's so tacky. Sonic was only half listening. Gazing into the distance, a smile was beginning to appear on his face. You could see someone appearing over the horizon, and he had a sudden intuition about why she might be here. There's nothing to smile about, Sonic. That's Valentino. All the girls are looking at him, and we're the cool dudes around here. Don't look now, buddy. Let me say that again. There's nothing to worry about, Sonic. That's Valentino. All the girls are looking at him, and we're the cool dudes around here. Don't look now, little buddy, but I think something rather interesting is about to happen. Well, cool. Would you like some of my best hazelnuts? Sally inquired. Valentino stretched out in a comfortable chair and held one paw to his head. Oh, thank you, but I'm feeling a little light-headed. You know, if you hadn't taken me and cared for me, I don't know what would have happened to me. Sally rushed over to stroke Valentino's forehead again. I'll look after you for as long as you need me, and... Suddenly, the front door to Sally's house flew open. In the last couple of pages, doorway stood a furious-looking female red squirrel. She had curls in her hair and a heavy frying pan in one of her paws.
You! Here you are at last! You run away and leave me! And now what have you got to say for yourself?
She raised the pan threateningly. Valentino carried on the chair, but poor Valentino! You've turned to a robot and he's got amnesia and...
Valentino? Valentino? His name's Kevin! Call himself Valentino now, does he? You worthless rat! You run off and abandon us, and now I find you chatting away with this bimbo! How dare you!
Sally leapt up angrily. Valentino cowered back a bit further into the armchair. Some more of his past life seemed to be coming back to him. No wonder he had run away from home. This poor Robotnik had captured him when a heavy pan clocked him right on the head, and it all came back to him in one sudden, horrible moment. You know, Tails, I don't think we're going to have any troubles with Valentino-type dweebs around here, Sonic said as he relaxed over his 5th chocolate soda of the day. In the distance, Kevin was running for dear life, being chased by a furious female squirrel armed with a pan, which had already given him a couple of good whacks on the head. Serves him right, Tails sniggered contentedly, feeling only the slightest bit guilty. Well, it's been a good day. Saved the planet again, defeated Robotnik, rescued our friends. Business as usual for hero dudes like yours truly. And here comes Sally, Sonic chortled. Sally's eyes were downcast and she didn't say anything. She just looked miserable and held her glass of soda tightly to her chest. Sonic fractionally slapped a hand across his forehead. Oh, he wailed. Oh, I don't feel well. I'm sort of light-headed. Would you call my fevered brow, Sally? You're so kind and sweet. The trouble with some people, Sonic reflected as he wiped the last of his soda from his sticky spikes, is that they just don't have a sense of humour. And that's that. That is the first of the Martin Adams Sonic novels, Robotnik's Laboratory. It was actually, it says Sonic Martin Adams, but it was actually a pseudonym for 3 men. 2 of them were authors, and the 3rd was an editor who edited all 4 of the books. This was one was written by Carl Sargent, who also did the final Sonic novel, Robotnik's Castle Robotnik. That's it. That's my favourite one. Yeah, this one pales in comparison, but yeah, it was still pretty good. Probably the craziest any Sonic media ever. Like, just bonkers. I hope you enjoyed my reading. If you read it in parts, watched it in parts, sorry, well done. If you watched it all in one go, that's bloody amazing. Deserve a medal. I didn't film this all in one go. And yeah, see you in the next one.